the time in. I've earned my stripes.
Oh, it's showtime.
Yo, thanks for raid.
Introducing your champion.
I'm the jump master.
I'm the gem master.
Rooks fall over there. No Terre Plus Ultra!
My first match, why playing ranked? Okay, we have one squad.
First blood, and it's not us.
Firing. Off the mic. Spotted.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Spotted. Double timing it.
You're gonna...
Throwing thermite.
Arc star out. Frag out.
Cracked an enemy shield. Reloading.
Mike. Let's relocate here.
Charging shields. Come on, come on.
One is down.
Using me. Come on, come on, come on.
Broke that enemy shield.
Reload.
Tango down.
Cracked an enemy shield. We just eliminated the whole squad. Exciting.
Reloading.
Reloading. Getting health back. I need help. Throwing jump pad. Woo-hoo-hoo! Mira, body shield here. Level 4.
I need shields.
I need shields.
Shield cell here. Shield cell. Shield
Yeah, I
cell
could
here.
do
Contact.
Need more juice.
Shield cell here.
Using a Phoenix kit.
Ring's closing in 1.
I need light ammo.
We've got 45 seconds. If you don't got robotic legs, you need to move.
Shield battery here.
Backpack, what the fuck?
Zip line deployed. This way.
Solid copy.
Who wants fried flyer for dinner?
Let's explore this way.
Moving. Ring closing.
Healing. Watch my back.
Oh, nice spot you won, viewers. close range.
Care package being delivered.
Incoming care package. I love loot.
I need a backpack.
Extended light mag here. Level 2. Jump tower over there.
Shield battery here.
Enemy spotted.
Solid copy.
Hit the ejector seat.
Come on, really.
Look, a dropship up there. Those babies are fast.
Hostile spotted.
New kill leader.
Going to defend this location.
Heard that.
I'll go with you.
Firing. Watch out for the new kill leader, friend.
Arcstar! Fire in the hole!
Spotted.
Setting up a zipline. Cracked an enemy shield. Reloading.
Arcstar out.
Arc star out.
Spotted. Double timing it. Give my shields a recharge.
Charging up my shields.
I am taking fire, friends.
Need red.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Spotted.
Reloading.
Tracking enemy shield. Off the mic. Spotted.
Someone's out there.
I have been down.
Hit the ejector seat.
All right. I gotcha. Broken enemy shield. Fire.
Down
One is down.
Reloading. They're not getting back up from that. Reloading. Charging up my shields.
I am down.
Third party. They're trying to corner us. Putting lead down their enemy shield.
Round 2.
Reloading.
Beginning.
I'm down.
Engaging.
Attention. Supply ship inbound.
We've got
Replicator
company.
detected.
Yo, too slow. Can't believe I'm standing still. You're lucky, I like you. Charging shields.
Giving my shields a recharge. Repairing.
We can take that banner to a beacon. Race ya. Mira, someone's out there. They're far.
Cracked an enemy shield. Reloading.
Charging up my shields. Jump pad out.
up our friend's banner. We can bring him back.
Kill leader eliminated.
Let's go this way.
Sergeant Shields. Come on, come on.
Broke that enemy shield. Reloading. Enemy down. Oh no, there's another squad attacking. One minute before the ring. I am down. Hostile close. Hostile spot. Going to check out over there. Look out, grenade.
You don't look so
Contact with
good.
target.
On my way.
Hostile over there.
Random shield. Rings around the corner and we've got 30 seconds. Got a banner. It's a race to the beat. Ready, set, go! Charging on my shield. Taking fire! 10 seconds, gotta move. Jump that out.
Care package being delivered.
Let me at him. Let's reposition here. Taking fire.
Charging on my shields.
Level 3. Beginning ring countdown.
What do you think is over here?
Solid copy.
Replicator being delivered.
I'm out of light ammo.
Mira, light ammo here. Extended light mag here. Level 2. Death box here. I'll lock this section down. Evo shield here. Level 2.
Let's explore this way.
Sí, por favor. Shake a leg. We've only got a minute, and the ring's right there. Got company, and they're not here to sell me chickens.
that.
I think someone's been over there.
Copy that.
45 seconds, but we could just walk it.
Somebody racing behind.
Dropship coming in, amigos.
Half the squads remain. Let's keep... Get ready. It's zipline time.
Ring ain't far. Half of one.
We could check out here.
Enemy over there.
Let's go over
Forget
here.
that.
10 seconds till ring close. Let's go, let's go. We could check out here.
Heard that.
Grenade out!
Throwing thermite grenade.
We're already inside the ring.
Package incoming.
Broke that enemy shield. Enemy taken down.
Frag out!
I killed an enemy.
Arcstar! That one's out for the
Landed. Cracked an enemy shield.
I am taking fire, friends.
Top of the chimney. Reloading.
I didn't even work up a sweat. They're not getting back up from that.
Very awesome. Cracked an enemy shield.
Taking a knee. Patching up.
Mira, that was the last of that squad.
Good job. Recharging shields.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Good work. We're inside the next ring.
Cover me. Crafting.
Heavy ammo here. Crafting. 1 minute, friends.
Enemy spotted. Way out there, like little cucarachas. Enemy real close. About time we got ourselves a fight. Throw an arc star. Frag out. Shot, we're moving out there.
Target over there. Firing.
A broken enemy. Hostile.
Dangerous.
10 till ring closes.
Don't push. Don't chase him.
Kill confirmed.
What do you think is over here?
Oscar Mike. I'm spotted. Reloading.
Rings.
Using grapple.
Taking fire.
The enemies are shooting at me. Recharging shields.
Charging shields. Come on, come on.
Cracked an enemy shield. Reloading. Tango near me. Contact. On my marker.
Thermite grenade. Eat thermite.
We killed the last member. Contact team.
We're outside the ring. Get ready for a world of hurt. New kill leader. If they're getting cocky, they're getting sloppy.
I'm going in. Ah! Charging up my shields.
Contact. On my marker. Taking fire.
1 minute. The ring isn't far. Hostile over there. Target over there.
Roof next door. 45.
Recharging shields.
I saw someone, and I don't think they're selling cookies.
Heads up. Dropping the pain.
I'm out of light ammo.
Give me a second. Recharging shields.
Charging up my shields.
Taking fire.
Give him a... Hostile. Danger close.
I am taking fire, friends. Cracked an enemy shield. Reloading.
Warning.
Giving my shield to recharge.
See the red. Off the mic. I'm spotted.
Down that one.
Cracked an enemy shield.
Repairing my
Raise me, please. Raise me.
Taking fire.
I got you, friend.
No, dude!
Maybe next time you should try a
What the
different path.
fuck?
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
I'm the new kill leader. Excelsior.
Come on, they can win this.
The final ring is moving. I am ready.
Company people.
Contact with hostile.
Guys, är där de left.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Here's hoping neither of us get the hiccups during this bonanza.
I can't wait to get down there and do a job.
This is your champion. You know what I look like. Come find me.
I'm the jump master, which should go without saying.
Come on.
Looks fun over there. I love this part! Ha-ha!
Say we move this way. All right, let's do this thing.
Let's go over here. Extended light mag. Evo shield here. Level 3.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Extended heavy mag here.
Level 2.
Scooting and looting over there. See what I can dig up.
Bagged myself a flyer.
Where is... What did he said? What?
New kill leader appointed.
New kill leader. Show off. Yo, I think other squads have already been through there.
Ring's close. Got a minute to hit it.
"45 seconds till ring close, amigos. Don't let me carry you. We're not the first to run through there.
Ring's close. Got 30 seconds. Let's turn it up, mates.
Okay, 10 seconds till ring close. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Must go faster. Hit the ejector seat. Yepa!
Looking for sniper optics.
Care package being delivered.
Hey, care package. I love these things. Extended light mag here. Level 3.
What do you think is over here?
Optics here. Sniper.
Just crafting.
Crafting, but I'm still ready.
Yo, crafting over here.
Over here. Ready to feed? Half the squads are out. Contact with
Mira,
them.
someone's out there.
Enemy landed
They're
near
far.
me. Throw it out.
Firing!
Watch out. Some weird bloke just about landed on top of me. Tossing Oxstar.
Taking fire, brothers.
Go back, go back.
Charging my shield.
Shield up.
Throw an arc star. Fire in the hole.
One is cracked.
Grab the bed.
Crap, I'm down.
Sergeant,
Hey, I'm getting shot. Signaling an airstrike.
just you and me. We'll have to move quick.
Recharging shields. Healing up. Give me a sec.
Sergeant on my shields.
After party, I think.
I'm getting shot. Giving my shields a recharge. Using my Phoenix kit. 1 sec.
Taking fire.
Let's go here.
Another squad is attacking us. I'm down.
Beginning ring countdown.
Come on. Just leave it.
Just spotted someone out there.
Careful. Hostile landed near me.
Scanning the area. Throwing thermite grenade.
Frag out! Fire in the hole!
Ring countdown.
Hey, Mira, we got some enemies right here. Taking fire! Charging on my shields.
Thermite grenade sent. Marking our surroundings. Recharging my shields.
Attention. First blood.
Engaging! Charging shields. Come on, come on. Reloading.
Hostile spotted.
Taking fire.
Attention. The champion has been
Give me
eliminated.
sight.
Broken enemy shield.
Setting moment.
Reloading.
Recharging my shields.
Contact with hostile. I there's another spot. They are down, but alive.
They're shooting at me?
Getting shot at.
Seems you cannot be.
Going down.
Run, run.
Recharging my shields. One minute, rings up. Patching myself up. Healing up. Eyes are open though. Close.
Bad dudes over there!
You call
Unlucky.
yourself a legend. How unwarranted.
Being aimed at.
Good. I'm inside the next ring.
everything you need.
Runway's green as grass, and we are ready for takeoff in 10.
Today's a good day to cheat day.
This is your champion.
Hi, friends.
Hi friends. You gonna die.
Let's make a varsity play for the deck.
I love this part! Yeah!
Just spotted someone out there.
Let's scope his quadrant down here.
This is boring. I'm going that way.
Attention. First blood.
Got our first worm food, compadres.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Target spotted.
Engaging. Closed door over there. See someone out there?
Fox 3, dumping the pods.
Got an enemy out there. Throw an arc star. Grenade out! Eat that!
I don't have close weapons, only for injury.
I'm out of heavy ammo.
Fox 3, I got radar on. Crack shields on that bandit.
Throwing jump pad.
Enemy over there.
I'm down. Nope, I got some bad guys here.
He's cracked.
Bogey's dead.
Enemies right here.
Crack the bogey. Reloading.
Someone else is over there.
I'm here. So let's get you a do-over, huh? Ring closes in a minute, and it's pretty far.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
Charging on my shields. We've got 45 seconds. If you don't got robot...
Need to recharge my shield. Hostile over there.
I'm down.
Wow.
I got some bad guys here.
Broken enemy shield.
Help! I'm down!
Where are you shooting, dude? What are you doing?
Bad dudes over there.
Watch yourself. There's another squad attacking.
Warning. Ring closing.
Ring's coming in. Follow the tunnel. Portal.
I say? This
What the
place
fuck
will
that
really
did?
changes a girl.
There may be a shooter nearby.
All aboard the up train. I accept the challenge.
Some are born to run. Others have a higher purpose.
May the gods bless you.
You see me now, you don't.
Let's scope this quadrant out here.
Hostile over there.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
It's go time. We're already in the ring.
Attention. First blood.
Wow, first blood. Imagine passing out before even taking a sip.
Champion eliminated.
Champion's out. And I'm just brokenhearted about it. Light ammo here.
Keeping a lookout over there. think someone's been over there. Watch it. Gonna break this hole open.
Na 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 na.
Faster, faster, faster! Checking out over there. We're already in the ring. Hey, Mila, got some enemies right here. Eat thermite! Oh, care package, sweet!
Under fire.
Cracked an enemy shield. Enemy spotted.
Eat an arc star.
Reloading.
Cracked a bogey's shield.
Zipline deployed.
Splash one. Bogey down.
Reloading!
Enemy taken down.
We've got company!
Took out an enemy.
Firing. Taking fire. Cracked shields on that bandit.
The enemies are shooting at me.
Reloading. Charging on my shields.
Wow,
Need
looks like
assistance
that was
here.
the last one in the squad.
Help, please!
I'm here, so let's get you a do-over, huh? Recharging shields.
Hold up. Healing.
Med kit here.
Half the squad's a pieced out.
Attention.
There's the second one I
Kill
needed.
leader.
New kill leader. Not for long, pal. Un momento, healing.
Enemy spotted. I am taking fire, friends. Frag out. Recharging shields.
Arc star!
Throwing thermite.
Taking fire.
Firing. Reloading.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Throwing some...
Recharging shield.
I am taking fire, friends.
Charging on my
Throwing arc star.
Just you and me. We'll have to move quick. Just how I like it.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Fire in the hole! Charging shields. Oh, no. There's another squad! Hey, right here! Replicators on the way, amigo.
Need a thermite grenade.
Aki, we should grab that respawn banner. I'm down! Whew. We actually got heat. Look out! Grenade!
I gotcha. Hey. Shields on that bandit. Well, what did you...
No.
Like how he highlighted that there's nerves on the line here for a lot of their teams. Some of these players have never performed on land before, and they're under the heavy, hot, big lights on this big stage. Team Empire, they love this position in the tunnel. This only team running the Mad Maggie, incorporating this into their team composition throughout the entire weekend.
You know what they also love? Inting, griefing, flying at people and not caring what they think. This team are absolute lunatics, formerly known as the Major Pushers, plus Maliwan joining them from the Magicians, a combination of two great teams that were really good, maybe above average, but not great. Ever since Maliwan joined this team, he's been the X factor. He's performed so well, and this squad is the #1 team in EMEA for a reason.
Now, talking about #1 squads here, #1 NA Optic Gaming, who have been so consistent within the Pro League, going in for the quick rotation. Look at the loot that they were able to get, not only off of Big Mod, but off of Lava City as well.
I want to point out, look how late they're rotating. Wise decision. They recognize it's a northern zone. They're going to take their time looting. They drop Lava City, which is so advantageous. They get all of that, all of Big Mod. No one wants to fight them. If you go Big Mod, they will push you with a caustic ulti instantly. That's how aggressive they are. And that's their play style. So Optic Gaming well rotated. Meanwhile, Team Empire, they drop Harvester and they work their way. They love playing through this choke, through this tunnel, and they love pushing any fight that they can. But maybe not some nerves necessarily, but not the wisest decision to push. Don't expect this team to be nervous at all. They have confidence. I was talking to Maliwan yesterday. He said, hey, we have fun when we play. That's the difference. You saw him hugging, you saw him huddling before the competition. This team is a brotherhood.
You could tell. You could just tell off of their attitude, the way that they laugh in the player cams after they get a knock, or just entering a game with their team composition. They hold this tunnel because they have the caustic composition. They have the barrels out to control some of that space, leaving Harvester. But they have to look out because Sutaraiku, they're trying to contest him over by landslide right now.
That's right. Sutaraiku, Apex South, known to run the Gibby and Caustic team comp that Reignite popularized. Of course, Jen Burton not playing in this competition. Can't wait to see him compete. But they decided to switch it up and actually run Crypto this weekend, which is so interesting. Bullet on Crypto, the only player from Apex South to have competed in every LAN competition since the X Games in 2019. Let's go ahead and listen in for our first listen-in of the playoffs finals with Sutaraiku.
Yeah,
no. I'm gonna craft bats too.
Craft an extra bat if you did. And then when you're done, swap
Team
with me and then
in.
I'll hold
Oh yeah,
it.
I'm gonna get on high before that team takes it off us. If
Yeah,
they
yeah,
take it off
good
us,
idea.
we're kind of fucked.
I got no cells.
They're getting shot at.
We're good. I took height. think they're gonna land out in the field. I might be able to get knocked here, depending. We'll see. No, they're going down here.
I'm down to 6-0. Can you come hold this, Fussy? When you're done? Because I need a craft. Crafting now.
I've got 1 bat. How many bats did you get off that crafter, Fussy?
6, but I got 0 cells.
Are you holding the tunnel?
Yeah. Hopefully that guy doesn't shoot at me.
You okay?
Yeah. They're in the tunnel still.
You can hear them?
Yeah.
Try to...
Good insights and perspective from the Aussies. The boys down under. Fussy and Waltzy on controller. Bullet on keyboard and mouse. The Greek Australian. He can represent both of his countries here. We're going to jump on board with Alliance momentarily. We got to show some love to Alliance. Dominant on group stages. They completely decimated the entire lobby. Every lobby. Alliance looked so good. And guess what? They are in the top 3 overall in total kills. They are playing so well. Hockey's with 47. Yuki with 45. They're playing out of their minds.
The only team to also hit 200 points during the group stages, which is actually insane and should highlight how frag heavy Alliance has been. You can see them now. Hearing a lot of the action going on above them. 80 Raccoon, not too sure if they know what's happening. That's going to happen soon. The third party is trying to roll in. Team Liquid is the one fighting 80 Raccoon. They're going to get pinched soon if they're not careful. Team Liquid now trying to inch their way forward. They have to redeploy, but the moment they see trouble, they can back off a little bit.
That's right. Gilderson's on Caustic. Gilderson's arguably the best 1v1 player in the world. The controller player from North Carolina, 18 years old. Still in high school, by the way, but right now, it's going to be Gilderson's pushing up.
What the fuck?
He's going to break ice against Parka. What a shot from Gildersons. The young man is still alive. Look at the wide right flank. Gildersons is playing out of his mind.
80 Raccoon is the first squad to go down in game number 1 of our finals lobby. Now Team Liquid need to restabilize. They have the Caustic barrels set up to prevent teams like Alliance from trying to ease their way in.
Wow. Gildersons. The tip of the spear. I was talking to Hodsik yesterday. We all were in the green room before our analyst test segment. He said, this was the impact we needed to fight. I felt so nervous with our previous roster with Flanker and Co on it that we could not fight at all. Anytime we'd get in a fight, I'd be scared. I'd have anxiety, but now I don't worry at all because we have Gildersons on our team. He does not miss shots. He's the best 1v1 player. This guy lives in the firing range. He's 1v1 Verholst up 4-2. He's never lost a 1v1 to anybody. He's insane.
Gotta highlight the coaches here in the Apex Legends community. Hot6 so strong here for Team Liquid. Understanding Caustic so strong on World's Edge for a reason. You have a lot of those close quarter battles inside of these buildings. Moving on to Stormpoint, they love rocking the Loba. They love rocking the same playstyle that we actually were seeing earlier on from GMT, holding onto that sniper tower where they predict the circle is going to be pulling. Look how many teams, though, have already made their move over into the circle. Optic Gaming forced to play off of the low ground.
I gotta also point out, just a real quick note, we had 3 or 4 talent pick Optic Gaming, rightfully so. The smart pick, the safe pick, the arguably right pick. But none of us picked Team Liquid. And I gotta be completely honest with you, if I did not pick TSM just because I feel like I had to, I was there in Poland 3 years ago when they won the back-to-back LAN champions. I would love to manifest the story of them doing it again, but I'd pick Team Liquid or 100 Thieves. That'd be my pick. In my eyes, Team Liquid has been the most adaptable team, the best coached team, and they have come to play this weekend, Vicky.
This is the hardest team breads that I had to make. Optic Gaming get hit by an EMP. That's the APAC squads that we've been seeing. APAC North, that's exactly not so low, though. The dome being put out, the barrels to try to control some of that space. The team playing off of the high ground is scary.
If Noct falls there, that might be it for Optic. Noct is able to survive. Good movement from the Valk, and he's going to be able to heal back up. But here comes the pressure. The Arc Star is going to drop from above. Teams are absolutely focusing on Optic right now, and this is the thing. I was talking to Hal. They are not the most comfortable being comfortable team. They're the best game planned and prepped team, but if they can't run their game plan, will they succeed is the question Hal asked. Right now, they got to find a way to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
I mean, follow, look at this. Where they go, the grenade, double nade! Where do you go dance around the wall? You got to dance around the wall. Wow. You have to utilize this cover right here, or else you're going to be in the line of sight of not just one squad, 2 squads. Space Station Gaming, R2, there's 6 on the high ground. This is the second time they put down their dome in the same spot because they have nowhere to go.
Yeah, that 24 seconds blinked and flashed by. I don't know how they got their dome back on cooldown so quick, but Fussy, he's going to get a knock. That's great shots from Fussy. The APAC South versus APAC North action, but Fussy is going to drop his ult here. They like this push, but they got to be careful if third party's nearby.
EMP coming in too, waited for the EMP, so he still has his dome to close in that gap. So Raikou now moving in, Bullet waiting for the opportunity. Oh, Fussy though, he was the one holding onto the door. He gets the first one to get taken down, and Jasana's now gone.
But the biggest thing here is going to be the ability to block grenades here for Watson. That is why that pylon, that is why Watson is so helpful. And without the pylon there, they are toast to the nades of STK. They break ice, they get the first knock. Fussy wants to fight, he wants to fuss. Well, now he's in the death screen here. Sutraiku down to 2.
We have 2 squads now down to 2. Actually insane. FSV, they're gone for 7.
Mobile
Only having to
respawn.
play this as a duo. Exactly, the mobile respawn, like you were saying. You see, he's got the gold backpack too, just in case Sungjoon needs any sort of help. You see Sungjoon now moving in, hopefully trying to see if they can get the res going, but it looks like Sutraiku's the first one to get the res and actually deny them the ability to get their own teammate in this lobby.
My goodness, you thought the crypto comp would get it first, but they don't. And this is where team comps are so important. Watson and Pylon keeps them alive. The crypto allows them to recover the banner, but Optic Gaming still find themselves in this spot. How are they going to play it here? I'm so interested. Let's jump into our first listed of the playoff finals with the green wall. It's Optic Gaming.
Left here.
Keep moving forward.
Knox
Behind
swing.
us occasion is...
No, I'm not gonna swing that rock.
We're good, we're good, we're good. We're good. Nobody behind us yet.
We're not in here.
Keep moving forward.
That Valkyrie's
getting tried right on my ass.
Yep. It's from top countdown. That Valkyrie.
I cracked one right
I
here.
have to bat real quick. I have to bat.
I knocked the guy right here.
I think we have to play
He's
this
in the
rock.
corner. He's in the corner on my red ping. I think it's a solo.
Safe on me, safe on me, safe. These guys are swinging behind us.
Oh,
I got
bubble.
bat.
we need to swing
Give me
right to this
ult them, give me
rock.
ult them.
I ulted them.
Bat up, and I think we have to ult. Valkyrie, I think.
No, just swing
bat
right to
up
the
and
rock.
swing
Alright,
east.
It's like a solo Watson in the corner over here. I don't know where she is right now.
I got a
She's in the
bat, I
box.
got a bat.
These
I'll
guys
watch
are
the
gonna
left.
fucking... I'm batting. Grenade.
I have to bat.
Give me
Don't
ult
give
on
me
us.
ults.
Keep swinging.
I
Kill
died.
the solo. Fuck.
Knocked on here.
We're dead. I got you, I got you.
And Optic Gaming is eliminated from game number 1. How you feel about that, Vig?
You know what? We'll wrap it back around
Nah,
that
that's,
after.
that's a tough situation.
That
there.
is,
There's nothing
I mean,
they can do.
at that point, they already used Dome. Where do you go? Even trying to option coverage with the Nox grenade all over by the other side, but they got pinged in every single direction. Look at Alliance positioning, taking control over where Optic usually was.
Alliance profits here. They get all of the loot. I think they may have gotten a couple of kill points as well. SSG eliminated from the lobby. FOR7 also eliminated from the lobby. 4-7 and SSG and Optic Gaming, a lot of heavy hitters, and AD Raccoon all out.
Can we highlight the fact that Team Liquid right now has 6
Oh
kills?
my God.
6 kills. They literally booted everybody out of Countdown. They were pressuring Space Station Gaming. Now they have the high ground. Yeah, it's not the sniper tower that we were talking about before from GMT that was running the Loba, even controlling that space around that area, because look at where the circle's pulling. And a lot of our APAC North squads with the crypto that gets the scan on the beacon understand where it's already going to be pulling.
And if I remember correctly, it's exactly where GMT rotated to. And there they are. Nasky, one of the smartest players in Apex, one of the best IGLs, makes the right call for where this zone is going to go. Coming from landslide, gets sniper tower and well positioned here is GMT. We'll keep an eye on them. V3 Vega, the Japanese squad here. See what they can do. Watson fences out.
What I also really like is the fact that they gave up some of that high ground because they know that they're early rotated, overlooked a lot of the action, and now have taken real estate inside of the truck that's off to the right of the sniper tower, because with a lot of these cryptos here in this lobby, you have to worry about those EMPs.
That's a great point. Now we're on board of TSM. This is such a hard rotation. Bad loot. Fragment East got ninja nerfed by Respawn twice, and the loot is awful in Fragment East now, so that's why TSM has not been doing so well. It's a big part of why. The loot that they get, the gray shields that they leave with, not good enough, as we are now on board with Reignite. They find themselves in a fight nearby. JMW gonna get some good shots in. Zero, and V3 Vega gets taken out. Reignite's playing so well.
Reignite is actually out of control. They also were able to pressure out Team Empire. They clean up V3 Vega. They're getting taken out. TSM down 2. Hal gone. Rev's gone. It's only up to Verholz from this team.
That's it. Verholz last up. Down to 20 HP, and that's the Caustic difference. Speaking of Caustic, Hal is on Caustic, and everyone here needs to know they have no practice with Hal on Caustic. They made that audible yesterday out of nowhere because they needed to do something, and they're rolling with it. Again, long conversations with Hal yesterday, and he was not sure, as of last night at around 11 p.m., what comp they were going to run. He said, my teammates want me to run Caustic. I don't know because we don't have practice. We don't know how to shot call, how to rotate as a team, how to play with Caustic. So it looks like they feel like they have to adapt.
Well, Burrows is still alive here, and that's really good news for you here as well, Follow, as Alliance is still playing underneath of the sniper tower. Look at where the circle is going to be pulling, though, away north, where GMT had relocated, because this is where they wanted to be just in case.
But here's the thing, GMT's getting fried by Team Liquid. Team Liquid is unstoppable. Gildersons with 5 assists and 3 kills, 9 kills for TL. They are farming. Team Liquid is here to play.
They're knocking on your doors. They're knocking inside of this truck. They're exiting out of the dome so that way they can avoid that arc star. But look at Fun landing a lot of these massive shots. He's still going through the cracks. Where do you go? Where do you hide?
Fun, you are an animal. The best fuse in the world, in my opinion. Now rocking Gibraltar and impacting this team. He was a content creator first. So underrated. I saw him for the first time in the Lulu Lovely throwdown play out of his mind. I said he needs to get picked up by a team. Team Liquid picks him up, and look at the impact he's had. And Hadzik was saying Gildersons and his desire to be great has helped elevate Fun to also want to be great. That's what good teammates do. They elevate you, they make you better.
10 kills in the pockets of Team Liquid. They have 100 Thieves in their sights. 2 members of 100 Thieves playing by the edge of the fence. Team Liquid playing so well, but they have to inch their way into that next circle because this truck isn't going to be in this.
Reignite still alive. Burger just got knocked by Game with. Also from APAC North. Onboard with NRG. NRG is in it. They have looked very, very subpar this weekend. Barely qualified in 6th or 7th place, but they are here, and that's what matters. And there's no difference between 10th and 1st in yesterday's lobby. 100 Thieves down to 2. Game with down to 2, maybe 3. Matsutasu still alive. Here we go. F. John of Team Unite with Legetta, one of the best players in Japan. On board of them now. Legetta, you gotta go big as Crypto.
Team Unite, though, they lost out on one of their teammates. They could potentially get this res here. They have the Watson fence to set up the Nox grenade, though. Going inside the mouth of the tunnel, NRG are coming to show up. They need to. They have something to prove here, and now they're looking to close in that gap.
7 kills for NRG, 10 kills for Team Liquid. NA on top as the USA is dominating. They are frying. Nocturnal, Team Liquid, NRG can't be stopped. 16k damage for the young man Nathan.
7 squads left here. NRG are dancing around this fence, landing these PK shots, making another one. Can somebody stop Nathan? Rocker was taken down, and Sweet is still alive. They need to play off this Kree, because they still need to worry about 5 other squads.
This man's looking like Kobe with the jumper there. Nathan connected, can't miss, can't be stopped. But here comes Gamewith. They want the third party, and they're going to be able to. 100 Thieves Scurry going to get a knock here as well. Gamewith is going to finish 100 Thieves. Nathan gets knocked. NRG is eliminated in 6th.
Gateway, they heard you, Follow. They heard you hyping up NA way too much. They got to clean up NRG. They got sent back to the lobby. 100 Thieves also now in some trouble as Scurry's the last one alive.
But look who it is. APAC South, Australia. Jen Burton, stand up for your boys right now as Reignite is alive. Team Unite from APAC North in game with. So, all the hype for NA. We got 2 APAC North teams, 1 APAC South team, and I believe Team Liquid left in this one.
Now you see Alliance only with Hockey's. Hockey's got called out though. He's literally one. Where does he go? He can't escape. He was literally one shot right there. He was in the line of sight of Reignite.
You gotta be kidding me. And I actually saw the analyst predictions and the teams to watch. I said, Sutaraiku over Reignite? Are y'all crazy? Reignite is the best team in APAC South for a reason. They've been so dominant, and even with a sub at JMW from the UK, they are here to play. Sharky gets picked up by this team recently. Big controversial decision to drop templates and pick up Sharky. But guess what? Him and his duo, Zero, ready to frag.
They've been absolutely frying within these lobbies. Knock, knock, APAC is coming through. Team Unite, 3 squads left. Look at the Watson setup. It's a work of art here. Call it Picasso. Game win. Now we're going to be able to rotate off to the side. They have the Flatline, they have the PK. Looking at Yuka on the Watson.
And the zone is pulling right to where all these fences are. The Watson impact, the fences in the late game here. Significant. Unite just needs some cover. Game with Unite, Reignite, 3 squads left. Melstera gonna try and get some shots, but the missile barrage is gonna come through.
You can now play off the side, losing out on those shields. The Dome is forced to call out. Hopefully being able to pop that shield back. Another Dome now called in. Look at Unite's position though. They have such a good spot. Like you said, everybody needs to go into the line of sight, into those Watson fences.
It's a penitentiary right now on screen as you see fence on fence. Game with farming. Nice shots with the PK. Flatline comes out. He's got ammo for days. Yuka F frags and fries and game with it a 1v1 for the bread. Misses the shot. Reignite does it. Reignite is your champion of game number 1. Australia. Stand up, mates. What a start from the boys down under.
You love to see APAC South coming through game number 1, taking World's Edge. What a strong start for our teams. And Fallout, you highlighted perfectly. This is Reignite. This is the best team in the APAC South region, and they are showing up already with such a strong start to our finals day here in the ALGS.
Sutaraiku? Sutaraiku, the #1 team in APAC South over these guys? I don't care if Jen Burton isn't here. But boy, if he was, Vicky. Boy, if he was, arguably the best controller player in the world. You can only imagine, but instead, in the middle there, you see JMW, was a keyboard and mouse player until a year ago. Former competitive Halo player on Xbox, switched over to controller, and has been dominating for Kangarna. This Kangarna roster, by the way, didn't qualify here, but they've all stepped up. Every single Kangarna substitute, Graceful with Cloud9, all have filled a team's role and hell of fun success.
Can we highlight the fact how frag heavy that game one
God,
was?
That was insane.
There were so many teams with double-digit KP already to set themselves up for those 50 points for a match point.
That's a great point. And on top of that, we got to break down what we saw there. I mean, how did Reignite win that game? They were coming from low ground into fences, and they had no heals. 0, no shields. They were getting double teamed, and somehow they win that 3v3v3. It was like a game of control, except the one team all playing against each other. 9 players in the lobby. Reignite with only like 250 effective HP as a team, and somehow they come out on top.
Oh, that's the girl. I thought that's the boy.
They are fraggers. They're mechanically talented, and it shows.
And they can put themselves out of bad situation too, like you highlighted, having to come from that low ground, having to look at all the action happening in front of them with the Watson fences, and they were not standing down there. They fully were able to send it in. I believe they have finished with 10 kills by the end of that game, but game width really came to show up, not only with their positioning, but also wiping out a lot of our NA teams.
That's a great point. Game with Team Unite and none other than Reignite. APAC North, APAC North, APAC South. For everyone that's looking at the overall group stage of this and says, hey, there's 8 North American teams, 80% of North America qualify for this lobby, NA on top. Think again here as APAC North and APAC South showing that they came to play this weekend, and truly we have a global competition.
I feel like you fueled them. You fueled them, Fallout. They heard you. They said, I got something to prove out here. Reignite. 10 kills exactly, double digits, 22 points, but so did Game With. They didn't get the dub, they didn't get those 12 extra points, but with that 9 placement points and the 13 KP, they tie themselves already up with Reignite. Talk about racking up as many points as you possibly can. Also, we have to highlight the way the Energy Team Liquid did with also their double-digit KP. What a frag-heavy lobby, I have to reiterate again. And you can see with game number 1 how aggressive our teams are looking on World's Edge.
Yeah, and by the way, for those that didn't know, there's this little country surrounded by a lot of water called Japan, and Apex Legends is huge in Japan. It is life, it is culture. Their version of Times Square lit up with Apex Legends billboards. That's how big it is. They have some of the largest streamers, and guess which country represented the top 3 there? Well, 6 of the 9 players, Japanese, Matsutasu and the rest of them. Legetta, in my opinion, the best Japanese player in the world, showing up in game number 1.
And that's the beauty of this land. We have players from all around the world competing here in person, and I love it, Fallout. You get this raw energy from our players, whether it be nerves, whether it be excitement. It's amazing. Now, looking at the progress that we have from our team that just took game number 1, Reignite. Look at this. Over 1,000 damage across the board, minus JMW, who played a much more passive role, creating a lot of that space with the Caustic Barrels and the Nox Grenade.
The biggest thing I have to point out here, Vicky, is Sharky 3415. Looks like I'm playing Xbox 360 with that gamer tag, but no, you got to be careful. The shark's in the water. Look, they dropped Templex, the Indonesian Australian top player who's now a content creator for Reignite. Why? Even though he was great, even though they were great, he wasn't a Gibraltar main. He was kind of forced into that Gibraltar role because all 3 of them are just fraggers. They said, you know what? It's a tough decision to walk away from someone when they are that dominant, when we are that dominant as a team. But if we want to win on this stage behind me right here, you need a Gibby main, and Sharky was that main. Zero competed with Sharky early on alongside MT way back in the early days of Apex Legends. And let me tell you, Sharky, reunited with his duo in Zero, is showing up. 1,700 damage as a Gibraltar is insane, but oh my goodness, what a start. Listen, it's a shame that we casted game 1 because we got to invite the Australians up here to cast game 2. I know they're going to be hyped for Reignite. We're going to jump to a quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Fallout. This is Vicky Kitty. This is the ALGS playoffs, baby. Spread the word. Blow it up in the chat right now. Let us know who you want to go in game number 2. We'll be right back right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Okay, yeah. They should make this one of the music discs inside the game when you're dropping down.
Yeah.
Holy, I'd be flying down. I'd be playing. I never have that shit on, right? But I'd turn on my music if I'm flying down. Like shit. Hey, yeah.
Landing's frag west.
We should just kept shooting through the window. Like they've already used Bob and they're stuck in corners.
I heard bubble in. I bubbled in.
Yeah, I know, but like I don't know. I didn't mean that. I guess ape.
Reignite taking match 1 of the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. The guys from Down Under currently on top, Gino, and now we're on the desk as well for this next match. What a way to kickstart the playoffs. What an exciting finish. APAC with the final 3 teams in that game as well. I know all of the hype from Fallout and Vicky was about the North American teams, but they went out pretty early.
Yeah, we had that listen-in with Optic. We see them drop. TSM eliminated by Reignite. Look, there is some hope for the NA fans. I mean, Team Liquid had a huge game 1, racking up kills there. We saw them take out GMT, who I think were really playing in Godspot in that caravan when you get that circle. But, oh man, Reignite, they played that so well. You saw they were probably 1 or 2 seconds away. If that bubble had have come up any later, absolutely gone, would have died to the zone, I think. But it came up just in time, and then they're able to get on the top there, on top of those APAC North teams.
Not the only team to sort of touch on from that game to game with, finishing in 2nd place. 13 kills. One of the stats, our lovely friend Alfish, of course, in the green room, he put together a compilation of the amount of teams who have won games here so far over the course of the playoffs. And they're the only team that have not found a win, almost doing so there. But I said, hey, talk about storylines. Imagine their first win being the win to get them the championship. That would be massive.
It would be, wouldn't it? I'd love to see it. The other team I love to see there, right on your screens, Reignite. They're feeling happy. It's a good start to the day for them. I was having a little bit of a chat with them on stage just before they jumped into the lobby, Xenox, and they were telling me here on World's Edge, they're very happy. They've got Lava, Siphon. I think they're splitting it with one of the APAC North teams. Might have been Team Unite. Either way, you know, this is their preferred drop spot. And actually, you know, they haven't had that the whole way throughout this tournament, right? So a lot of the other teams that were contesting them, they've actually dropped by the wayside, and now they've got this, one of the most premier drop spots in the entire World's Edge to themselves, and that's helping them to a win in this first game.
Speaking of Premier, we just saw that very Premier-looking trophy fly on by as we head into World's Edge Match 2. Here for the finals, Genome. Again, no team really in that match point position just yet. Still relatively early days, but boy, you know, you look at Reignite, game with Team Liquid, all 20-point plus now. If they have another big game, they'll edge closer.
Over 2/3 of the kills in the last game were mopped up by 4 teams. We've got such a top-heavy lobby as we get into our second game right here. Rig game with TL, NRG, all posting double-digit kill numbers. That means we've got a bit of a race to the top here. As we keep talking about match point, they need to get to that 50 before they get the win. So those teams picking up big amounts of kills, that means there's a lot of teams down the bottom. We see Reignite pick up a gold backpack almost immediately. That's what I'm talking about. Lava Siphon, man.
When it's your day, it is your day, Genome. Will it be Reignite? Could they pull off a fairy tale story? It's been said countless times, Genome, regarding Jen Burton going out. Of course, JMW comes in. We weren't quite sure what to make of Reignite, but right now, that #1 positions is theirs. Will it be at the end of the day? We'll have to wait and see. Into match 2, we'll have a look at the map. We are going down towards the southern side of World's Edge here for match 2.
Lava Siphon was actually the hot zone here. That's part of the reason why we were seeing the gold, the purple loot come there for Reignite. You can see, yeah, it was Team Unite that is sort of splitting a little bit of the loot there, but honestly, you know, it's mostly that sort of budget Siphon loot up the top. It does look like this circle is going all the way down south. Remember, we had that segment yesterday where I was sort of talking through a very, very similar circle to this. So we are expecting Rig to probably go all the way over the top of Elevate there, right down to the south side of Dome. A lot of teams do like playing on that cliff side, on the southeast side of Dome. There's a lot of little pockets there that you can sit in, and especially if you're a caustic like JMW, you can sort of set yourself up there, and it's very hard for other people to land on you.
Yeah, and one thing I really want to touch on here is starting well early, especially when you've got the match point rule, right? So you want to be doing well early, getting to that position as quick as you possibly can, the 50 points. Once you do so, then of course you've got to find the win. But what we've seen so far throughout the entire tournament is those that start well typically end well, as Reignite take the geyser and get away.
Yeah, from Team Unite, they were taking some shots there. Just a quick redeploy after taking down the flying cargo bot there. So not only do they get the hot zone, you know, they pick up a gold armor on the way. This is an incredible start for Reignite.
As we watch Zero and his team Skyward Dive, let's have a listen to Zero earlier on in the weekend.
Well, the meta in APAC North right now is mostly Crypto Watson, and they're very passive. APAC South is normally known as the most aggressive region, and so we play Caustic and Gibby to counter that. Caustic has great defensive utility. NA is a lot of controller players, they're quite aggressive as well. EU is a more passive counterpart to that. I think Team Burger is quite an underrated team from our region. They've been performing quite well for a while, but no one really has them on their radar because they don't stream or anything like that. But I think they will do alright and make finals. TSM and NRG, I definitely think NA is the strongest top 10 right now.
Oh, okay, they don't stream. He obviously hasn't been tuning into Jarrow, one of our favorite streamers from Team Burger. Absolutely check him out for all the good looks and the amazing Apex gameplay he provides. Okay, Rig have made their way over, and now we'll get a look at some of the other teams throughout this lobby. Team Empire, an interesting team. We're talking about change, Xenox. We were talking about adaptability, and last game, Fallout was mentioning that, you know, TSM a little unpracticed on some of these compositions they're trying to bring out here with the Caustic, and now we've got Team Empire going Wraith, Caustic, Maggie.
I mean, yeah, I think Team Empire has highlighted their versatility and the diversity that they have in their roster compositions throughout this entire weekend, Gino. Back from day 1, then day 2, now here as well, even into the finals. But now, though, we go over to Luminosity Gaming and see what Gunjaman has to offer here with the charge rifle. In fact, gets down onto Reps. Nice little start there for Luminosity against TSM.
Yeah, they're sitting in the vault tunnel.
Oh, Burger stole it.
Right now, that might have just been a finish onto Reps. Either way, TSM not going to be happy about that one. They got a couple of points, I think, in that first round, but okay, they've managed to grab the banner, so maybe something to be salvaged here.
Yeah, and long ways to go. Of course, still 2.5 minutes until round 1 comes to a close anyway, but the majority of teams already starting to congregate down towards the southern end of World's Edge. We saw Team Burger in the kill feed. They did pick up that down, I believe. Now, triple blue at the moment for these guys. In fact, I think you ended up predicting them as well, Gino, right? Team Burger, especially considering how well Reignite has started. We know Sudaraiku is going to be a team that should be doing well. It really highlights the Australian teams as they continue to push closer towards TSM.
That'll be a shame.
These 3 teams all sort of huddled together at the moment.
Luminosity, they use a bubble to back off there. With the Caustic, that's a safe play, right? The traps are in place. They come back inside where Caustic feels very much at home. TSM, I think they might have even committed their bubble as well. Either way, they can't do too much because Burger was pressuring them at the same time. You gotta remember, they were a duo at this point. They don't really want to be taking fights, and Imperial Hal has gone down to an Arcstar, leaving just the Hulst alive.
Yeah, TSM just kind of got caught in the middle there between Luminosity and Team Burger. They lose Hal. They've already lost Reps. Remember that from earlier. So down to just 1 player remaining. The Thermite from MT will finish off Hal. So for TSM, this is a disaster to start match 2. In fact, when you take into account basically match 1 as well, they finished 9th, no kills. Not the quickest start here for the finals for TSM. In fact, they are gone. Last place here in match 2.
Oh my god.
20th spot. We haven't even finished the first round. Xenox, they've barely managed to get through it,
like a
and
first
they're going to
squad.
have to stew in that for a little while. They don't get to talk to their coach. They've got to wait until the break between games for that.
You don't get rewarded for losing.
Absolutely
right?
not.
You got to do a little bit better, and especially in between breaks, that's where you're going to have to turn things around. For TSM, though, 5 points from the first 2 matches. They have to get to 50 points, so 45 more points still to be acquired for TSM. And obviously, you don't want to be leaving it to the last second. By that point, you're going to have a lot of teams that will already be on that match point status, so they will need to get a wriggle on going into match 3. For now, we've still got 19 squads here remaining, all 57 players as well alive going into round 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see where this circle shifts, right? I mean, it could go all the way down. That wouldn't be surprised. I feel at the moment actually sitting inside the dome buildings is probably the safe play. Burger out here in the rocks, there's a lot of places where teams can Valk ult in and take some space away from them. So it is a little bit risky. I mean, they're a good team at creating space around them, but there's a lot of other good teams in this lobby, Xenox.
Yeah, and there's a lot of teams that are really taking their time. One of them being Cloud9, kind of highlight them here at the moment. Another one is also Team Liquid, just a little bit south of them, just inside of the circle. You got Game With, who finished 2nd in the last game, over towards the Geysers. So a couple of teams still not making their way too quickly down towards the circle. Happy to just sit out in the zone for the time being as we see that minimap expand, blow up, and have a look and see where everyone roughly is. Still a couple of teams over towards Lava Siphon, so still a lot of room to move here. It's not really going to be crunch time just yet.
Cloud9 taking their time in the circle, going for that replicator, and just trying to craft some meds as they make their way in. Kind of late here. You've got Albralele, of course, one of the winners of the Poland preseason invitational before switching teams. He's on the Caustic as well. We're seeing so much of it here, especially on World's Edge. It will be fascinating to see how much of that transfers across to Storm Point. I think as the season went on for Apex South, at least for us, Xenox, you know, we saw more of that happening at the end. At the start, people trying to figure out what was going to work. There was a lot of Ash happening. You know, people were worried about the high ground and the instant, you know, phase breach use, and they wanted things like that, but now they've tended to prefer that defensive and sometimes also offensive utility the Caustic provides.
Well, for Cloud9, they've got a bit of work to do, of course, to find their way into the circle. Some decisions to be made, so let's go and have a listen in.
Oh, you take that one? Okay, that's fine. Let's go.
Oh, you want it?
No. We're now at this point we're starting to spend too much time in this zone.
You're right.
All right, since we're not sure exactly how we want to play it out, we just need to get into this zone for now, and we scope things out, and we figure things out from there. We're all super stacked to fight, correct?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I think our best bet is working the balloon on the west side.
Yes. Okay. Well, then we start by getting into Lava Siphon, and then we'll see where we go from there. Okay.
Okay. How would you approach us?
I would get one more beacon, so I would probably go Lava Siphon.
I like that. Okay. I like that actually.
Because there's no reason for us to, when we can't get in, to just try to get in and it pulls the fuck off of us.
Okay.
So we just need to play this slow, disciplined, and then if we have to take a fight, we'll run through them, and then we decide what to do next.
All right. There should be a zone where a lot of teams die.
100% they will.
Just gotta live, baby.
We just gotta make sure we're not walking in on a side, or like if we see too many teams around us, that like we don't start a fight when there's like 5 teams around us. That's it.
SDK eliminated.
Yeah, that's super good.
Who was the first team to die? Did you guys see? No.
No.
I know it wasn't a team to note though.
I saw there was one guy who got thirsty. It was 59 for a long time, unless somebody crashed.
Don't know.
Alright, sounds like Cloud9 need to pay a little bit more attention to the kill feed there. They might have seen their NA rivals TSM falling out first, but V3 Vega, they're trying to get someone else out of this lobby.
Get those fences up, Jig, and get those fences up in time to try and salvage this one against Team Liquid. No, they can't. Gilderson's too quick and clean. Now, they lost Nocturnal. That's okay, though. They did pick up those kills. Good points for Team Liquid, who started well, of course, in match 1 as well. They had 10 kills from that game, too. So 2 players up. Team Liquid continue to get some points here. Good start to the finals for them.
They've got a great position here, but at what cost does it come, Xenox? At least the Caustic is still alive, I will say that. Now that they're established inside the building, even as a duo, can be not that hard to hold as a Caustic, right? You have so much power when people come inside and try and deal with the gas traps and the gas grenade. SSG on the outside, plenty of ammo ready here for the charge rifle, of course, because Frex is playing the Loba.
So round 2 comes to a close. Black Market opened up. Space Station will take their time. We are pushing down towards the dome here.
Yeah, we've got a couple of Lobas in this lobby today. I think the other one might be GMT as well.
See the points leaderboards as well on the right-hand side of your screen. That will be flashed multiple times today, Genome, of course, to kind of keep up to date with where teams stand. They've got to get to 50 points from there. Then you've got to find that win if you want to be the champions here of the finals. Alliance at the moment, 8th place. They've got a couple of points to their name on the right side of the leaderboard. On the top 10 currently for NRG, it's been a bit of a turbulent playoffs event so far. Day 1, day 2, a little bit up and down, but they're here, and we know what they're capable of as well. When they're at their best, they're a team that is certainly capable of walking away as the champions here.
They are a team to be feared when it's their day, when they're in their stride. It's not necessarily going to be today, Xenox. I mean, as you said, you know, ups and downs for them so far in this tournament. But honestly, you've made it to the final day. You can put all of that behind you right now and focus.
The other thing to take note of course, you know, pushing down towards the dome in terms of this point of interest, Genome, you're going to have a lot of teams that can really fit inside of that area. But what we've seen in the playoffs so far is I think the best teams have been able to play the edge really, really well, rack up kills, be able to clean and sweep the top end, and then push in late game. If you continue to do that, even still here, you get those points, get closer to that 50-point margin. That's where you're going to be able to have a good day. Gatchaman goes down. That's Empire. A couple of fights really starting to kick off here in this third round. We've still got 17 squads and, of course, running out of space on the map.
Okay, it looks like they might be thinking about a push here. Parker, it seemed like he was about to pull the trigger on that EMP. It's Space Station Gaming in the trailer that they're looking to take. EMP goes out, and now this is ADR wanting to push in on this bubble fight.
ADR had a bit of a slow start in match 1. This is where they can turn it. Karompu gets 2,
nice.
and that's a third one as well.
Nice push.
AD Raccoon from APAC North deal with Space Station rather easily in the end. The EMP proving to be a difference maker there from Parker. You mentioned it. He's onto red armor now, and AD Raccoon looking good here in match 2.
In a lot of these circles, this caravan would actually be, like, you know, it'd probably be a safe spot for another 2 zones maybe. But we did get a glimpse there of where the circle's shifting, and it's actually, it is the dome.
Yep.
It's the dome and only
it is just the dome.
the dome. So if you have one of those spots inside, like we saw before, Team Liquid, the other spots are currently occupied by Reignite. We've got Elevate as well as the North American team there, Unity, and Team Unite, sorry.
Team Unite.
And they are all...
North American. APAC North, man.
Yes, that's the one. One of the Norths. Team Unite, they're all wrapped up in the dome right now. So those guys have great positions, and everyone's going to start taking that away from them now that they know where the next zone is going.
What an angle found here by Duplex. Gets the knockdown onto Higak of 4-7. Speaking of APAC North teams, they've of course sort of set the standard so far here at the playoffs from those APAC North teams. They got in through the winners bracket for 4-7. We'll see if they can continue to have a decent event. For now, though, Optic Gaming, they're getting pressured. It's another APAC North team. This time it's game with Arkstar thrown in. It's another Watson. As he throws in, they're trying to push them out. The pressure mounting. Yuka just keeps throwing them in like Skittles. And speaking of Skittles, is he going to go down as well? There goes Luminosity as well. And the kill feed. Game with are just piling on the pressure.
So many grenades in there, and somehow no one's going down.
I don't get it.
Optic Gaming, they did get one knock. Okay, there's the second one, finally.
Gone.
Optic Gaming are gone. It didn't matter what chair they hid behind, which end of the trailer they were at. There were Arcstars and frags on top of them.
A lot of utility, though, committed there by Game With. Took them a lot of time, and honestly, I was a bit surprised halfway through that. I'm wondering, is Optic Gaming going to be able to survive that? No, they weren't. Neither is 100 Thieves either. 13 squads left all of a sudden. We've just lost 4 in about a minute or so. Now into the 4th round, and now over to the dome. Like we said before, Genome, it has really pulled right on top of this POI, and this is going to allow a lot of teams, though, at least a bit of safety.
Some of them will get safety, Xenox, but it's gone even further south than that now. A team like Rig, they're not going to get that information until the next ring closes, and they're going to have to make a move. It's Team Unite, it's C9, Elevate, all at the bottom.
Game with pushing now onto 4-7, APAC North on APAC North crime. Yuka has to fall back though, get that bat off. Jen is up and now down as well. Good points so far gained for Game With. They do have to repair their armor though, as 4-7 also in a bit of a precarious position. Can they find a way out of here, or is Game With really just going to strangle them in this position?
Some work to do here, but they don't feel like they're under too much pressure. However, they don't like the spot. The Skyward Dive comes out. Unfortunately, with how this ring is pulling him, it's a bit hard to tell on the minimap sometimes whether the inside or the outside of that ring will be playable space. Either way, we're seeing a team, and they're just barely beat to the high ground there. They pull in. Can we get into this room? No, there's a fence there. They have to tank the damage from that security.
Big fight for GMT. Let's listen in with them and see how they handle this one.
One guy close right, careful.
I think he's shooting my frame. I'm batting. Holding. Look the door frame. Look the door frame.
We're clipped.
Coming. I'm healing.
We're gonna watch your back too.
Yeah, there's a team on the roof.
We're gonna try to share. We're gonna try to share the building. Miguel, I want you to be playing over here, okay? We're gonna share the building.
He's in the door frame.
Nate's made it.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Make sure you have bats as well. Del, we're gonna need a new low vault. Here you go.
Loot. Okay.
I'm holding you, okay, Del?
I will go loot after my ult. They're joining the might EMP.
We're gonna play this building split. We're gonna prioritize our side, okay? No, wait. Can we clear?
We should prior the backside.
Yes. And we walk it in. Can we clear?
There's a GP on the roof.
We're gonna play backside and we're gonna clear. Let them play roof.
Come on, whole squad's there.
We gotta play in here.
Give me 120 outside.
Can I hold an 8? I have 3.
I have thermite. Clear inventory.
Take a thermite. Help me. I'm looking.
Heal up.
You went back up. They're gonna look for picks all the time, brothers. You can't play in the door frames.
You're right. Yeah.
Just let them play in the middle where we have cover.
I got red. Get a low ball ASAP.
They're gonna keep playing roof. They shouldn't do anything down.
One team is gonna come in here for sure, okay? We're gonna nades stack those guys when they do it. Save nades. We're not wasting nades right now, okay?
GMT there, deciding to prioritize the backside of the building. That's because of how this circle is shifting. If they can lock that down for now and just take this next 30 seconds to solidify that position, it's going to be very hard, and then they'll probably only have the one angle to worry about.
Yeah, you want to be inside for a bit of cover, but obviously you need to be able to get onto the outside as well. Team Liquid, they did have a route on the outside, but forced back in, saw them in a bit of an overview earlier, throw down a bubble, took a lot of damage, forced them back inside of the dome. Game with though, do they have a god bot here, Gino? It's high ground, they can basically punish anyone on the outside. This instance, it's Reignite, our winners from match 1. Now Sharky is down.
It's the Gibraltar. They can't get the bubble to get this res, so they're just trying to put down caustic traps to make just a skerrick of cover here to get them back alive and get that third back up and running.
Big EMP just exploding there over the top as well. Let's see what is going to happen here. Now into the 6th round. This is where it's going to be really congested, really tight. Game with still on that high ground. Of course, they don't want to overstep this position. If there's lines of sight looking up towards them, they could get punished here. They could get down rather easily. The fences aren't going to do as much, especially here in this instance.
Other teams now trying to take up position on the top of the silo. You can see damage being traded from those teams across, elevate down the bottom. It's almost like playing that arena map, Xenox. You love to be a Valk and just go up the top there. It's a fantastic position to play. Wow, damage coming out quickly. I think they might have even eliminated that interception pylon, so that's some free shields gone.
Well, once that bubble dissipates, though, that should be a lot of damage onto game. With 9 squads still remaining, we have so much at stake here in match 2. So many points up for grabs.
Rig have managed to stabilize a little bit there, but you can see they're
good.
still taking damage from either side. Alliance go out in 9th now, and we're still watching these teams up the top who don't have to move yet.
Yeah.
Elevate on the low ground. They've got double purple. Sleep still on white. Doesn't matter. They'll get the job done. Abraleli goes down. So does Cloud9. Game with have been eliminated. 7 squads remaining. Team Liquid now, they need to get a move on as well. The silos have been cleared. No one up there. Look at AD Raccoon though. GMT, Reignite, all so close to each other. You got Sweet still alive as well for NRG. There goes Cloud9, courtesy of Team Liquid.
Oh man, GMT, they are in a fantastic spot. I'm glad we had that listen in with them before just to see how they were feeling about that and how they managed to wrangle it. It's going to be very good from here as the circle continues to close. ADR on top of them, and Rig know that they need to eliminate them to create that space for themselves.
Triple red here for AD Raccoon. Now, high ground advantage as well. Can they get some damage? Can they get some knocked here? Try and just at least clear out some of the space and moving forward. 6 squads left. We are getting down to the final minute here of match 2. We need to see what's going to happen here because Team Liquid, 35 points. If they can find victory, they could be so close to that 50-point margin as Gilderson pushes in, gets it out of GMT. Sweet, the solo player for NRG, goes down to Karompu. Liquid though, now they feel the pressure too. Gilderson loses all of his armor, goes down as well. Can they fight back though?
I thought he was the clutch player for them. It's going to be tough without him. Maybe this is a 2v2 now against GMT. Team Liquid in the blink of an eye. All of them have gone down. 4 squads left alive. Now here's the fight between Rig and ADR. Elevate from the high ground, come in.
Elevate, they made it in on the final match of day 2. Could they find victory as well here in match 2 of the finals? It is getting down to the final seconds here. Elevate double red, high ground as well. They found victory yesterday. They should just about do so again today in the finals. Elevate from here, they'll be the winners, no doubt about it. Match 2, Elevate champions.
Elevate are the only South American team in our final day here in Stockholm. And they're giving the fans at home something to cheer about. It was emotional scenes last night when they made it through in that final game. And they're still running hot and running high on adrenaline.
It's only match 2, but being able to win in this lobby against this competition, the day that we saw from Elevate yesterday, now coming into the finals today, they're proving that they are running on pure adrenaline genome, that they've got the capabilities to find victory, to find success. They didn't get too many points from match 1, but they're going to get a whole heap of points here in match 2, no doubt about it. Elevate, bleeding red at the moment. They are looking good.
Fantastic effort by them, and well, I mean, Reignite though, probably should touch on them, Xenox, because it was a 3rd place, so that's at least 7 placement points from them, as well as a couple of KP, I'm sure,
that's
in
true,
there.
that's true.
Here we go.
19.
Amazingly quick stats here coming in through from the production team. 5 kills as well on top of that, so 12 points. That's going to put Reignite in a fantastic spot. GMT and Elevate, of course. AD Raccoon, Team Liquid, though, that might put them up to #1 overall.
Exactly, and like you kind of said at the start of this game, match 1, a little bit top-heavy. Match 2, once again, rather top-heavy. 15 points for Liquid, 15 points for AD Raccoon, 12 for Reignite, of course, back fresh off of their win from match 1. GMT, a big game. We had, obviously, a big follow-on of them too, but Elevate, you can't look past them. What a result.
Yeah, and look, just something I want to quickly touch on here as we look at the bottom 10 results from our second match here, just a smattering of points for those teams, is that we do have anonymous mode running, Xenox. And for anyone who doesn't know what that is, it means that the players, unlike in a normal game of Apex, can't see who they're taking down. They can't see, you know, who they're going up against in terms of the kill feed. So you might be able to tell from skins, the team composition, there's other ways to kind of work around it a little bit. However, once we get to that match point, you won't be able to just focus on a team and take them down that quickly, that easily, unless you know their rotations. It's a tricky thing to do, but Elevate, our team here that's made a big splash in Game 2.
Yeah, our champion squad for Match 2, they felt like champions last night, late into the night too, in the final game, to even be here, to find victory now to start the day for Match 2. Says a lot for this team, their ambitions and their ability to do well in this particular lobby group of these 20 teams. They go up to 20 points now, up 14 place positions. Of course, it's all about sort of the race to 50 points. From there, you then need to be able to find a win, but you've got to get to those 50 points first and quickly.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, you need to give yourself as many chances as possible. So the quicker you can get to 50, it's not easy winning a game with the 20 best teams in the world.
Yep, exactly. Reignite 38 points, Team Liquid 36 points. Definitely those two teams we have our eyes on moving forward, especially soon into match 3. They are very close to that cutoff point. They could very well be our first teams to get to that match point status. For these teams though, Genome, well, they need to be able to find some points in the next couple of games. Otherwise, they may run out of opportunities.
Only 11 here for Alliance, and then going down from there, that's at least 40 points away. That is at least 2 games of solid play to get your way to match points. So these guys aren't going to see an opportunity to take out that $250,000 first prize until at least probably game 4 or game 5, unless someone like Reignite or Team Liquid steals it away before then.
Exactly. What a start here for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Our first 2 matches done. World's Edge done for a little bit of time. For now, we go over to Storm Point. We're going to head off the desk as well. Fallout and Vicky will be on the other side.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 3 of the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. I'm Fallout alongside Vicky Kitty. The boys just killed it, my Aussie brothers. Great job in the cast there as we get ready to switch gears here onto Storm Point, Vicky.
Yeah, Storm Point, what is that going to bring for us, Fallout? What compositions are we going to see swap over onto Storm Point? We're seeing so much Caustic on World's Edge, but are we going to see something similar now as we move on to a different map?
Yeah, a couple examples for everyone watching right now. Again, maybe you're new to competitive Apex. Maybe you're new to North American Apex watching from Japan. Konnichiwa from all of those watching from Japan. But Team Liquid is a good example. They switched their play style. They switched their team comp on Storm Point. They actually run Loba, drop center map, and early rotate, which you brought up a great point.
Yes.
Maybe TSM should be doing the same thing on World's Edge, Vicky. They're leaving Fragment East. Have been critical. I just tweeted it out as well. We got to make sure that Respawn knows we got to buff Fragment East, all right? But with that said, they leave Fragment East TSM with no loot, gray shields. Maybe they run Loba.
So I love theory crafting, and while we were in the green room looking at the map and looking at a lot of our teams in that game number 2, since it was the last game on World's Edge for right now, like you mentioned, TSM, yeah, they rotate out of Fraggies, but this is a team that also quickly rotates all the time. Since they're denied loot because of the lackluster loot that is in Fraggies, they should run the Loba, at least try it out. But at the moment, I feel like they're not comfortable doing that because they didn't practice that. Yeah. Just like the Caustic situation with them running Caustic. I know, but it's Caustic, Fallout.
But it's Caustic. So take a look at the screen right now, though. Back to Team Liquid. That's where we got to be focusing. They're at number 2 overall with 36 points. And guess what? It's because of largely that man right there, Fun FPS, the Gibraltar comparison between Sharky, arguably the best Gibraltar in Australia, and Fun, arguably one of the best Gibraltars in North America. I know a couple players would have a word with that, but Fun's been performing undoubtedly. You see the side-by-side there, and Team Liquid will be running Loba again on Storm Point. And Hodzik, the coach of this team, former pro player for the Pittsburgh Knights, former ALGS caster actually with our team. He actually devised this entire strategy himself.
Love it.
That's a big part of the discussion here, Vicky. The teams, I'm going to change gear. You want to make a comment a little bit first, and I'm going to change gears a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at the coach situation here, when it comes to the competitive,
that's exactly what I was going to say.
Oh, you see, that's why we are synergized here. We are on the same level, Fallout. That's why I know you would always follow up with me if I get a crack on somebody out here on Apex. But you know, when it comes to the coaches here in the competitive Apex Legends space, I think it's actually so important, and Hodzik is a really good example of this, coming up with these game plans, not only swapping where they're going to be landing on Storm Point, but their team compositions like you mentioned.
That's spot on. And a discussion for another time is also, well, TSM doesn't have a coach. NRG doesn't have a coach. And if you talk to Sweet and Hal, they say, we don't need one. I'm the coach of my team. But at the end of the day, I disagree wholeheartedly. Look at the teams that have found success this weekend. With Cloud9 has a coach, a great one at that in Fun FPS. Team Liquid, Hodzik as their coach, both former pro players, and they're the teams that are showing up in an international competition. You need a coach who can help you with the prep for all of these regions. It's critical, and in my eyes, that's a big, big loss for TSM and NRG.
Love this, though, Follow. Looking at the map, looking at Storm Point. The first time we get to see Storm Point, by the way, within this finals day. Elevate, they take over Lightning Rod, and we have a full North Circle. What does that mean for our southern squads, though? That means it's going to be difficult to Valkyrie redeploy because of the natural terrain of Storm Point. You have the high to low ground differentiation here where the northern part of this map has that high ground elevation, and those squads that are moving from the south have a bit more trouble kind of gaining that distance with the Valkyrie redeploy since they don't have the terrain in their favor.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Meanwhile, we'd be remiss to cycle through any teams on Storm Point if we're not cycling through Optic Gaming, dropping in the mill, the most dominant mill team. They will fight anyone who drops here undoubtedly. On screen right now is Skittle Cakes, and if for some reason you've been living under a rock, you haven't heard of him, or maybe you're from Japan or elsewhere, he is arguably the best player in the world. So much speculation. Is he an online warrior? Is he this? Is he that? He's proven everyone wrong. He's shown up big time, rocking Horizon here, and he is the soft-spoken IGL of this team, co-IGL with Duplex, but he's so good at rotations.
I love how they have that synergy together, too.
Amazing.
And you could see that going on as they progress through the ALGS. Just such a strong team. That's why I have them in my sights. I always look at that team even before they were Team Optic, before we got the green wall here in the Apex Legends space. Alliance, another team that has just shown up right now. They're trying to progress here in the overall bracket, but not having the strong performance that we saw in day one. At the moment, yeah, they're in top 11 here, but so far, teams that have been performing after these first 2 games, Reignite, Team Liquid, Game With. We have to see now game number 3, how Storm Point shakes things up.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of great IGLs, it's Hawkus, the IGL of Alliance. If you haven't heard of him, well, you better listen up. He is former military in Sweden, takes his same approach, how he leads his team with direction. He's so talented, so good at the game, manages to get most damage, most kills. He's actually number 3 in kills with 47. He's number 2 in total damage this weekend with 26.7k damage, and number 4 in assists. This guy is in the top 5 in every statistical category. We had a chance to chat with him. Let's listen.
I think there's going to be a lot of upsets this weekend, considering there's a lot of subs on a lot of teams and stuff like that. But I feel like in the end, the teams with most experience are probably going to pull through. Our biggest rival right now is probably G2, since we're dropping on the same spot and we're most likely contesting this weekend. Top 3 teams going into this weekend. It's very hard to say since we have a lot of subs on a lot of teams, but I'm going to say Alliance, TSM, NRG, CCA. Confidence, communication, and awareness. That is our motto. That's how we know how to play the game.
Always great to get perspective from Hawkes. You heard about his top 3 teams in his opinion. You heard about his rivals. Well, the rival's not here. G2 not qualifying. Big storyline here. And of course, the bigger storyline is Designful and his tweet sharing that he will be retiring from competitive Apex Legends. And I shared it on broadcast. I shared it on Twitter. I'll say it again. I hope that was just a decision in the moment and he reconsiders, because Designful, of course, is so talented. As we take a look at a replay here, Nasky on screen. This young man, so kind, so talented. And here we go, Hawkes finds himself in the fight. Look at the ultimate, such a brilliant ult from Hawkes. The black hole comes through and he shreds Graceful. Graceful can't do nothing about it.
He breaks down the doors with that black hole too. He cleans up Graceful. I also saw earlier on in the kill feed, NRG are grieving these teams with the charge rifle, not just on World's Edge, but on Stormpoint as well. Such a powerful weapon that we heard the coaches just yesterday actually talk to us a little bit about how the charge rifle is just absolutely dominating right now in terms of the compositions and actually denying a lot of the rotations from these teams on Stormpoint.
Oh, only one.
Alliance, arguably the best team in EMEA over time. They are one of the top 2 Titans alongside players who unfortunately did not qualify with their substitute PK MK. Artico could not make it to this competition. On board now with Frex. Frex, of course, the only one of 7 players in this lobby that has been in every LAN competition starting from the X Games. Meanwhile, it is going to be Team Liquid eliminated. That is huge.
Team Liquid died.
Brilliant Stormpoint play, and of 1 of 2 Stormpoint games, they're out already. That's the team in 2nd place, Vicky, with 36 points. They only needed 14 to hit match point.
And like you said, they know that they're super strong on Stormpoint, so to go down this early, to go down in 16 overall on Stormpoint is insane. C9 maybe joining them soon after Lele manages to get away, has the safety of their own caustic barrels to actually manage to go back towards the building. Cloud9 are just cleaning up kids, though. 4 kills in total right now for Stay Naughty. See Legetta getting taken down by Unite. So Unite being over by the side, it's going to be something to note as so many other teams are taking up this real estate.
And they got the banner and the res on Graceful. That is huge. You heard the listen in last game for C9. Graceful has gotten so much respect and trust from this team to the point that he is IGLing and making late game rotation calls while Albert Lely's making kind of the early game calls. As we can take a look at replay here. Oh my goodness, Sweet with the tracking. Sweet, are you kidding me? Wow, him and Rocker melt, reignite, and that's their Valkyrie, by the way. Are you joking? What a play from NRG to take out the #1 team in the lobby. We missed that, but our production team, PGL, is unstoppable. They caught the action for us.
Love the highlights. Love more of these redeploys being unleashed. Cloud9 moving in, going to be able to delete some of these Watson fences. Can we talk about the follow-up between Energy, not only with the Hemlock, but with the charge off on our Alliance in a fight too. Yuki losing out on these shields. They're playing by the edge of the dome, but you get blasted in the face by a PK. And V3 Vega, they come out on top.
Wow. V3 Vega, the Japanese team. It's going to be One Tappy. My favorite gamer tag in this entire life, by the way. This man's name is One Tappy. How epic. Legendary. Shut up, One Tappy. Shut up, V3 Vega. Taking out Alliance. That's a big, big kill. And right there, we have Reignite, we have Team Liquid, we have Alliance, and we have SSG all eliminated. This is Stormpoint, Vicky. In North America, we're used to it being slow. 7 squads left, and this man's getting absolutely thralled by a Prowler. Rip. Pepperonis.
It's just gotta cut right through them too. Team Empire, another team that we have to talk about because we always talk about these compositions. They're rocking the Bangalore and Bloodhound. Their goal, to smoke into the Bloodhound between the Scan and the Beast of the Hunt. It's gonna be lethal. You want to take your eyes on that. Legetta's still down here as Team Unite managed to rotate off to the side. They may actually have to leave Legetta behind. Let's see here, which is crucial because that's the crypto on their team, and that's gonna be the safety net to try to obtain those banners and get the beacon scans too.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the leaderboard here, Team Unite in 11 7th place with 13 points, but what you saw on the first page is it might flip back over in a second. Is Team Liquid with 38 out. Reignite with 38 out of this lobby. So, if you are rooting for another 11-game series like we had in Krakow, Poland at the preseason invitational like I am, it was so hype. It was the debut of Match Point. This is a good thing. Let me know in the chat how many games you think it will be, how many games you want it to be. I personally am hoping, give us 10, give us 12.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in it for the long haul. I don't care if I lose my voice. I want Apex hype with this Match Point board.
I may not have a voice by the end of today. I mean, that's going to be absolutely crazy. If we go all the way up to the 20th game, I may have to take another day here in Sweden. But you know what? I'm not complaining. All the Apex action right here, right now. The finals for the first ALGS LAN in over 950 plus days.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to take a look at Game With here. This is a remarkable story. They got 10th place, barely qualified, and they were crying, tears flowing on stream, tears of happiness, tears of joy, tears of relief as Game With barely snuck through to these finals. And guess what, Vicky? They started with a Game 1, second place, 13 kill game, and as a result, 27 points. They started with 0, by the way. Keep in mind, the top 10 teams started with some points. So TSM has a few points, only because they started with those points. And that is something that Game With did not have the advantage, the luxury of, if they're still performing here. NRG also did not start with any points because they came from the loser's bracket, and they have 23.
That's such an important thing to highlight, too, because we looked at some of these teams that were performing earlier on in the winner's bracket. Team Optic starting off with those 10 points, too. NRG, unfortunately, not starting with those points, but still turning up in these lobbies. They have 3 KP already. We saw them in the kill feed with the charge rifle. A lot of squads in general with the charge rifle. So they're going to get this beacon scan, and they can plan their next move, whether it be the redeploy to get up to the high ground there, since it looks like they're getting circle cut by another team.
Yeah, I love NRG's rotations here. Brilliant calls from Sweet, the IGL of this team, arguably one of the best IGLs in Apex Legends, rivals Imperial Hal, Hawkus, Hardeki, and others. And we have a chance to listen and see how they play this. Let's listen.
Somewhere here.
Let's scan this area.
Oh, yeah, this is all vertical clearance.
Oh, they're gonna shoot it. Yeah, about 112.
We should have. All right, we'll have it.
Where are we going?
I don't know yet. I have Fred in there.
Oh, come on.
They might study us, bro. I'm not gonna lie. They
are.
might have.
Get ready to caustic ult this nade there.
Yeah. I'm ulting.
Ult this right here.
You're good.
You go back to the building.
There's an arc on my door. I can't make it to the building. I give you ult.
Did you caustic ult, Nate?
No, I did not.
Can you throw your caustic ult here for LOS?
I'll do it, yeah. Throwing it.
Backing up.
They didn't push, though.
Alright, I know.
We're good.
I'm not fucking with that. Alright, there's no one across either. We just need to get across. These kids are controlling this whole side of the map. We need to wait for next bub and then cross it all together, okay?
I can just charge.
They just got fried on the side. They just got fried on the side. Cross now, cross now.
Should I give you this ult excel or should I pop it?
I need it. It's gonna suck because we need caustic ult for when we land.
They're Gibby ulting.
Yeah, we could look at this.
Here, take it. I'm gonna make it.
Wow, I love that listen in. Biggest thing there is, can you caustic ult for LOS? What that means is, can you caustic ult for line of sight? Basically as a smoke screen. It's not just Bangalore who provides it, caustic as well. And that's why caustic, in my opinion, a little overpowered, a little broken. Not gonna lie, I wish we did see some caustic reworks here because it's really uncounterable. The guy has smokes like Bangalore and gas that murders you. It's a little crazy. That's why we're seeing a lot of caustic this weekend.
Well, at least no one wants to sit next to him because he smells. But anyways, Optic Gaming with the rotation. They're not rocking the caustic. Instead, on Chrome Point, you see a lot more mobility actually prioritized here. The verticality is so important between the horizon, between the Valkyrie with the redeploy here too. So you can see them with this reposition. They know where this next circle is going to be, but they don't feel comfortable where their spot was. They know that Unite is in this building. They were getting shot at in the middle of that redeploy. And as we heard in Energy's comms, 80 Raccoon is controlling the entire side of that northern part of the circle.
Yeah, but what's so interesting about 80 Raccoon, about Apex North, their play style, for those that aren't aware, they like to early rotate, and they play really defensive. They like to bunker. They play very similar to how Apex was played in Season 2, Season 3 with Path, Watson, and Wraith. But here's a big fight. Luminosity Gaming, Mexico, stand up. Conjureman, the tip of the spear. He's top 3 in damage overall this weekend, and he's trying to show why, but Enemy Go, his duo, trying to do what he can here. They play on default Xbox controllers. I'm not even kidding, but right now it is Game With in a 1v1. going to take out Luminosity Gaming, unfortunately, Mexico Falls.
Oh, is that NRG pinging them from afar with the charge rifle? Are you kidding me? They have the purple sniper scope as well there too as game wit. They're going to try to restabilize. Where do you go? You're trying to get the res on here, but you don't even have natural cover because the lip doesn't let you get the res.
And the shots from Team Empire far left, rocking the Bangalore and the Bloodhound. That's the team comp I like to see. Molly 1 on Valkyrie. Making Shiv proud right now is Team Empire, his fellow EMEA compadres, as they're rocking Bang and Blood. My two favorite legends to watch here in terms of just action, high octane, and ranches. Cleave, two of the best pure slayers in EMEA. Showing why.
It's about diving all in from those smokes, having the intel of those scans in those late circles where you don't have the other teams actually having the same information as you. You can see the ultimate accelerators being popped as a priority. EMP though, Empire, they're creeping up on TSM.
And it's funny because Hal was saying yesterday that Empire typically respects TSM and does not push them in situations where they know it's TSM. Well, right now, obviously, anonymous mode is on. I don't know if Empire has any idea. I don't know if they're going to respect anyone in this lobby anyways. The major pushers are so aggressive. And here comes the push with Bloodhound for the intel, with Bangalore for the smoke screens, TSM on the defense. And Imperial Hal is back on Ash. That's huge. No more caustic.
We're turning the page here, Fallout. We got Stormpoint. They want to prioritize their own mobility. Another one of those teams set of the horizon this time around, like we saw from Hal yesterday. We see the Ash instead. He's got the phase breach, but he still just wants to wait it out. But the Bangalore smoke denies him that line of sight.
Does. That's a nice Bang smoke. I don't know. Are we getting pushed or are they backing out and retreating? And the answer is the latter. Team Empire doesn't like what they see there, but they're going to have to move eventually. The question is, do they go wide left and swing? Or do they just bully right through TSM? They're going to have to do something. Here's another smoke. That's going to be a missed one, but good thing they got Valkyrie.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously changes quite a bit. I will say I'd love to see what a game of competitive Apex with no Valk and no Caustic looks like. It could look a lot different here than obviously free rotate, good rotate coming through in competitive Apex at least, but Valk has had such an impact on the meta here in competitive Apex.
And with this redeploy, they note that there's so many other teams right above them with the Valkyrie passive here. NRG in trouble though. Sweet gets taken down. Rocker still's got the charge rifle in his hands. He's trying to get that quick res with the Gibby Dome as they're just trying to cover each and every angle. They got to knock themselves here. And it's going to be Bullet, the legend that you were talking about earlier.
Absolutely. STK, 2 down for them. The last one's going to be Waltzy, forced to survive if he can. Tsutaraiku, striker in Japanese, the #2 team from Apex South. Not the best start for them in the first 3 games here.
No, but Team Empire in some trouble as well. They landed on the bottom here after that redeploy. They're able to shield up safely as V3 Vega, they're right above them. C9, understanding that they have to share this real estate. Something in terms of different playstyles that we see across the board, across the different regions. APAC is okay with sharing real estate. NA, though, they're not so comfortable with that. They like to fully dive in on some of these teams.
Yeah, that's right. On board to Stay Naughty. Greek God, Paris Kouzoulis. Controller player from the United States. One quick note on controller players. We've got quite a few coming from Apex South, Waltzy, and Fussy on STK, etc., etc. Well, last time we had an Apex LAN, there were 3 controller players out of 40 teams in the competition. Just 3. It was Snipe Down, Frex, and Nicewig. Now we got tons of them. Every team almost features one. Great to see controller finally have some comparisons here as we see straight Stay Naughty. Speaking of controller wingman dominating with a knock here on Saku. Love the parity that we have and the fairness between the two.
And as he got knocked, I'm wondering, was he in the air because he fell off the map after he got knocked there? So playing by the edge of the map, lethal, because what does that mean about his placement in terms of his death box? Can his teammates even get there?
Good point. Well, hey, for now, we have TSM having to make a pretty tough rotation, and of course, they have Ash, maybe a phase breach. Let's jump into our first listen-in of the tournament with TSM.
Chow these guys. No gun shield right now. I think we have to just Valkyrie.
Yeah. Wait, don't peek. I'm 3-1.
I'm 1-2.
We either gonna go zip line. We're gonna go this here on my ping unless they patched it. I don't remember that spot that I'm talking about. So we've went into custom. Yes or no? You guys remember?
No, I don't.
No.
It's off the wall, below the wall. It's like literally.
Oh, in the corner?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
And we could TP up later.
Okay.
We could TP up like south or something and just like third party if we really wanted to. Right?
Are we gonna Valkyrie?
We want to go for zipline though. That's our spot that we want to grab.
All right.
So don't get third. We gotta sit here. Yeah, do it. Get away from it, Jordan, so you can fucking pop it. Let's do it now.
There's a team's bottom zip, I think.
Yeah, there is. We have to go to the spot, I think, that I
We
was
survive in
thinking.
that corner?
I think we go for the spot that I was thinking about, boys.
Okay, I'm going for it. I'm going for
On my
it.
red ping, red ping.
I'm on it. I'm safe
We're
in
chilling.
it. Just hide. Can we
Yeah,
just
we're
hide?
chilling.
Don't
Yeah,
make
we're
any
chilling.
noise. Do nothing.
I'm 3-1. I'm 3-1. I have TP, so we can.
Oh my God, was that the most tactical listening we've ever had in ALGS history?
What?
Hal says, do you remember the spot we went over in customs? This is the hours and hours of prep they put in off stream. They said, no, we don't. And then they landed there anyways. And the spot is in. They're going to be hiding for the rest of this game.
Oh, but not NRG because they got scooted and booted into the lobby. Optic Gaming coming through now, taking control over this building, cleaning up the rest of NRG. As multiple squads are taking some shots at them, taking chunks. Game with now having to play off the back of that knockdown. Actually crazy, the utilizations that we're seeing from TSM, from Optic Gaming.
Yeah, it's an Apex sandwich right now. Team Burger and 80 Raccoon sandwiching game with Matsutasu currently knocked on board with MT. Former member of EXO Clan alongside Zero and Sharky, the dominant Australian team that competed early on in Apex, playing with Jaro on Team Burger alongside Pricey on board with Abli now. Abli, Kanpu, and Parka are just watching and waiting to fry their peers in APAC North here. It's game with Gemini's.
See the intel that the Crypto does provide here from 80 Raccoon. They're shooting at them from afar. Yes, they're not in circle, but they have to get moving soon. Less than 30 seconds before the circle starts closing in. Now they're going to be able to fully dive in, but they're playing this so passively. They know that they're trying to get away, but we're getting some cracks off the wingman.
Parka's not missing. He's in the top 5 in assists, and that's why. Does such good damage. Burger Pricey's going to actually get the knock here on Yuka. That's going to be a kill point for them. Pricey with a red Evo shield. Jaro going to get knocked down to 75 HP. Needs to heal back up. On board with Pricey. The caustic. The nades! Pricey is frying!
Oh, and he's still going! All these grenades make it 3! Another grenade on top of that. Did that just bounce back here? Team Burger actually giving some respect, backing up a little bit, but they were able to get so much KP in the middle of that fight from far away, and that's the risk that you have when you rotate late into the next circle.
Krabby Patty. Krabby Patty. Krabby Patty. Krabby Patty. Team Burger, baby. Let's eat. Nom nom noms as you're watching the free agent boys from Australia. Jaro connects. Game with is out, and the team with a literal burger as their logo is dominating.
I'm hungry.
Me too.
I'm hungry. Unpopular opinion. Extra pickles.
Put bacon on?
Anyways, no worse. C9 now moving away. The Nox Gas actually controlling a lot of the space inside of this dome. They're just trying to elevate themselves through these crates, but they know that there's a team right above them, another team playing underneath them. They want to get some KP, but they already have 5 to their name. Team Empire, though, they have amazing height over a lot of these teams.
Branches is ready to feast. He's on high ground, and he's ready to melt, but it's going to be forced to back out and reset. Maliwan going to defend him. Cleave with the support from the high ground here. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now from Empire. So well played. He's going to keep scanning and give them all the intel and let his teammates dominate.
Optic Gaming also getting a bunch of knocks in the kill feed here. They have such a good position. Team Empire still putting down some bullets, putting down some pressure. Optic Gaming note that they are right above them. They hear the fighting after they were able to clean up that squad that was right next to them. They're playing this so patiently. They're right next to the circle. They move out. They utilize that dome so that way they can see what's happening on the other side by the walls.
And look at TSM still in the same spot, ratting. Usually it's with one player left. All 3 members of TSM will just eat up these placement points like their burgers, like their sandwiches. They're just putting cookies in their mouth right now, getting point after point after point. F-John last alive for Team Unite.
F-John seeing the bombardment says, this is not my business, I don't care. I got the Watson pylon, I got the difference in composition here with this team. Pick does manage to get the banner, could potentially go for the shield swap as well here, just in case. The shield drop on purpose, in case their shield gets broken, they can just pick that up.
We got number 1 in EMEA, number 1 in North America and TSM, number 1 in maybe your hearts. On left in this game, Team Empire, the EMEA superstar team, the rising stars of EMEA, looking so well poised to win this game. Cleave on Bloodhound. Bangalore smokes everywhere, but guess what? They have scans.
Exactly, and that's exactly what you saw. Imagine the beast of the hunt. TSM just booted them. Oh, hello, hello.
Never mind.
Knock. Here comes TSM.
No!
Oh, no! They had a plan, and it was not executed.
And that was actually such a good plan. Almost did they gain God spot, but everyone else turned and focused them. They got 5th place. So close to a big game from TSM, but instead they have no kill points really, and not a great placement points. Burger left. Optic Gaming gonna jump on board with Duplex. Big Dupe, King Dupe, Dupe on the streets. What you got?
Let's see, he's got to heal up. He's got the gold Evo Shield. Team Unite is still alive.
Wow.
F-Chan has been alive for so long, has been able to avoid the bombardment pressure. Optic Gaming get another knock here onto Team Burger. Team Burger under a lot of duress.
They get the knock and the reset. That's huge. Skittlecakes, Duplex. This is why they're such a good duo. And guess what? It's a 3v3v1. So Optic Gaming is gonna dance.
Where
they're
are
gonna
you
dip.
going? Where are
they're
you
gonna
going?
dodge. They're gonna run. You better believe it. Green wall, easy dubs. Game number 3. Optic Gaming are your champions.
Coming out on top on Storm Point on top of it all. That's what I like to see, Fallout. My Team Preds coming alive.
Yeah, I said they were gonna dance, but they're not dancing. In fact, they're not even
No,
celebrating.
you know what? They're just looking like it's another day at work for them, and that's
In fact, they
that
look pissed.
concentration.
They look actually
That's-
angry. They're like, they look
shaking
like
their
they got
head.
20th place with 0 points. Wow. Ice in their veins. Duplex.
Prognosalo.
Skittlecakes.
Hey.
Knocked. The controller. God gets dropped from Cloud 9. Replaced with Alberlelli. Joins this team for Verhulst, leaving them for TSM. And now Optic Gaming enters Apex Legends for the very first time and picks up the best team in North America and arguably, potentially the best team in the world.
It's actually crazy to look at them and look at the difference of energy between some of the teams that we've seen win some of these games and how Optic looks. They are here for business. They are professionals. They're wearing these jerseys, but they may as well be wearing suit and ties out here because it's just another day at work for them.
That's right. Listen, I said it very vocally. Whichever organization picks up this team will not regret it. This is a team with the most discipline, the best preparation, the best execution that we have seen for the last 6 to 8 months, arguably consistently in North America, the most competitive region in Apex Legends. That's right, I said it.
You know what? I have to agree with you here, Follow, because they are number 1 in NA for a reason. But highlighting how heavily aggressive we saw right now from all of our teams on Storm Point, Optic Gaming, they close it out with not just a double, with 9 kills in their pocket. Team Unite followed up with the fact that F-Chan was a solo for the end half of that game. On the Watson. That's absolutely huge because we were highlighting Team Burger. They redeployed for the high ground. Yeah, they cleaned up so many kills, but Team Empire, they were in that god spot for so long on the high ground with their team comp.
Game With gets 7 kills and 10 points as well. So Team Unite in Game With, top 3 teams from game number 1, also performing in game number 3. I'm excited for the overall standings. V3 Vega gets 4 points. Team Liquid gets 2 kills, but a quiet game from our teams that performed in game number 2. It's Elevate, Team Liquid, and a few others. Obviously, Reignite as well. Not able to do it here on Storm Point. They'll have one more chance as we take a look at the stats here for Optic Gaming.
Optic Gaming held down that point for so long in that building. Skittlecakes cleaned up right after Duplex. Look at the synergy that this entire team has together. Some damage here, it may not be over 1,000, but it's the fact that their positioning was amazing that allowed them to get that dub.
And I'm just going to say, shout out to the dude, I'm so sorry I'm blanking on your names, from the Competitive Apex Reddit that put together that photoshopped edit of Dupe on main stage as Gibraltar. And then he added me in there as Mirage. It was the most fantastic thing I've ever seen. I just tweeted it out. It's amazing. If you didn't see it, go look at it. It's great. Big shot to all of our community members in Apex. Of course, Drovich in the German stream watching right now. My man Nicewig above us. And the watch party going on. Of course, every single one of y'all watch partying at home. My girl, hey girl, and the rest of y'all. Thank you so much for supporting Apex. Touche. I love you, buddy. That's going to be it for us here for a moment. We're going to go ahead and throw it to the desk to break down all the action. Kate, James, Rain Day, and Killer Pigeon, take it away.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Fallout and Vicky Kitty, of course, both of our casters there. Really incredible stuff. And Rain Day, Vicky just said something very interesting. Optic Gaming were wearing jerseys, but they might as well been wearing suits because today is just another day at the office.
Business as usual. I like to say job's not done. I'm a Kobe fan. Rest in peace, one of my idols and mentors in the competitive space. But I think in general, these guys represent what it means to show up and just play for the sake of winning. There is no laughter from Skittlecake's face. You saw that man stare. We thought they didn't realize the game was over. We were like, they know they're not playing anymore, right? That's the level of focus that they've got, and I think that's why they've been so successful. It looks odd, but it's because it's special.
That is special, and let's take a look at how that special math has come to fruition with our leaderboards. And James, I'm looking over at you here for a moment. We are seeing some interesting change-ups, but we're not yet seeing that all-important 5-0 number.
Yeah, the way Team Liquid especially have been racing in these matches, you thought that maybe they would be talking about match point earlier, but we saw a lot of casualties in that game 3, which we'll get to later on. So indeed, it is getting busier towards the top of the table now as we see Optic move up 6 places. Same can be said for Team Burger, who got a lot of kills in that last game, and Unite are creeping forward as well. And sometimes these Watson teams can, I feel like, be gatekeepers when it comes to actually winning. Some are threatening, though, to get towards that match point territory, as we see with GameWith on 36 points. But if they are to make it there, then there are other questions to ask after that.
Well, there's a lot of questions to ask, KP. A lot of those questions are definitely directed towards the second page of our leaderboard.
Yeah, there's some big surprises, right? Like TSM, there's kind of that will they, won't they? This is the kind of undisputed champions when we get to lands. Not looking on form. I did love that switch up in the final game, though, right? That tight spot. A lot of us like, what the hell are they doing down here? What's the tone of this? They were playing with zero vision, zero info all game long. I do like that they're actually surviving long. Yeah. Speaking of survivors that aren't making it space station, you know, I was bigging these guys up. Longest average survival time, and they keep ending up first out despite getting what looks like good positions. So something definitely has to change there.
Something definitely should change there. But let's take a look at what has changed and start with those highlights. Game number 1, Evan, we saw Rig, my pick, coming in for the real thing. But listen, they did not have an easy roundabout.
No, this all started, I mean, there's tension in the air. You start playing and you find out early on that everything matters more than usual. And Liquid looking really, really strong off the gate. Gilbertsons finds himself a nice pick there. Reignite start and end the conversation, but in a way we didn't expect, because it was game win, actually facing off against Unite for most of the prime position towards the end of the game. 2 Watson teams that are representing and steadily climbing up, showcasing themselves not only in third with game win, but also in third in terms of these circles staying alive. But what clutch play from JMW, Zero, and Sharky. JMW, a great story too, subbing in, part of that Kangarna team that has gone to C9, that has helped go to GNT, and now Rig. They're all performing so well.
Absolutely. Speaking of great performances, Motivation and Momentum has a face. It looks like the 3 faces of Elevate here, KP, bringing in match number 2.
Yeah, and it fits perfectly. Unite and Rig contested them in the first game, gave them a 17th place to bum them out early. What do Elevate do? They switch up so quickly, completely changing the map drop, and they get the pristine one down at Dome where it finishes. And what I loved is the way they shoot patience. They were actually scouting out a lot of the early information, weren't afraid to frag, but they weren't being overly aggressive. They understood that all attention would be coming to them, and while some people had finite amounts of information, they, at the end of the day, knew everyone that was going to need that final stuff.
Big brain for sure. And James, we changed up the map here for match number 3, and that's the response I'm going for.
My God, Kate, we lost teams in spectacular fashion. We had highlights from start to finish. We had big names in the body bags early. Reignite got wrecked, as we saw there at the beginning, and there's more crazy frags to come. 100 Thieves out 19th, Elevate 18th, GMT 17th. All these teams that are really looking to get that first place, missing in action. And it didn't stop there. It got even crazier when we carried on later on. We saw some teams like Empire finally turn up. They got a bunch of kills here once they got an elevated position. We saw that late rotation from TSM once they got onto the rock, but they didn't have enough space in the zone to stay up there and fight properly, so they didn't last very long up the top. Moving down to the last 3 squads now, it just continues to be absolutely crazy. And of course, the big boys, the monsters in the lobby, Optic, doing what they need to be done from above, just keeping everybody's heads underwater.
Ooh, underwater, and there it is. Cool, calm, and collected.
A little different than Elevate when they win, right?
I mean,
it's like polar opposites. We've got all of the spectrum of reaction there. But I just, Kate, you know, to piggyback off what we've seen with James and the Watson fences and talking about that meta, I think Watson generally is an undervalued legend, because when she got out of the meta, people just forgot a lot about her. They said, we need buffs. We need to continually get this character more supported within the game. but they didn't come. And for me, that always working in game dev and finding that out seems there's probably something statistically very good about her performance at all levels that they don't want to push too forward. And we're seeing it now with virtually no changes to her, showing up and being able to compete in the highest of levels. A small hitbox as well, one of the smallest in the game, does help. But I think we're going to see more transitions to different legends coming out as the tournament elongates.
Absolutely. And one thing, KP,
sorry.
bring it in. I know you want to.
I mean, I love that you're bringing up Watson, because I think something that maybe doesn't get talked about enough is this whole idea of not just zonal denial, but information feedback, right?
Yeah.
Even if you don't block an opponent out infinitely, even if they take out your fences, it's actually a drawback information to you, something you can utilize to your advantage. Am I being flanked? Am I not? And when we see these teams that split up and play a little bit too wide on these buildings and get caught off guard because of it, I think that's a situation where Watson is an advantage.
Yeah.
You don't have to posture someone so far away from their team that they can't be backed up.
Exactly.
And here it is. That is exactly what we talk about here on the analyst desk. Something else we talk about is your pick for the Monster MVP, and that means it's time for you to take a screenshot, take a picture on your phone. Here's what you're going to want to do. You can vote for your favorite player on our Monster Energy MVP using the hashtag of that chosen player. You see it's right here on the screen. Isn't that amazing? And then also hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. That's the hashtag of the chosen player, and then hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. Use that in the YouTube live chat. Use that in Twitter. Use it on Twitch. In that Twitch chat, you're going to want to be a part of this historic Monster MVP vote, and that is certainly the way to do it. And you know what else? Something you may have seen throughout our split playoffs here is a fabulous chair that we've been showcasing. And listen, we got to say a huge thank you to Herman Miller Gaming, because their products are on sale for 15% off right now through May 9th. Plus, if you use the code APEX5, that's APEX5, you get an extra 5% off. Evan, I'm not great at math, but that feels like a great deal.
It's a great deal. And I'll tell you what, guys, I actually have that chair before we were sponsored for the event. So Herman Miller, I know a lot of the casters would like that chair. I've experienced it myself. It is very comfortable.
And you can too. Anyway, let's talk about something you can also do. We've been teasing this gameplay trailer, and it's coming.
When is it coming, Kate?
I'm glad you asked, James.
I'm waiting, Kate.
That's fair, but you know what? Before we get to it, we got a sneak peek of it, because it's coming a little bit later, and by that I mean tomorrow. Take a look.
Oh, hell yeah, mate.
Think you can break through my defenses? Real heroes, get back up.
Okay, James, as you were talking, you were excited. We saw just a little taster. There's a little taster of perhaps what we're going to see tomorrow.
I saw the word monstrous.
It's fact. That is in fact
I'm very
correct.
curious, Kate.
Oh,
I'm color me interested.
I'm glad you asked, because there is if I read my notes correctly, a monstrous map update to Stormpoint. Perhaps a little reloading of ranked. You saw Battle Pass is obviously going to be updated. We're going to see so many things, including Newcastle, that heroic new legend that Bangalore may have something to say about. Either way, there's a lot going on certainly there. You're going to want to make sure you are on our YouTube page, youtube.com/playapex, and that is going to be dropping tomorrow, May 2nd, and I believe it's 8 a.m. Pacific. I don't know what that is in other time zones because my math is terrible, but you're definitely going to want to be there for that. And I will say, Evan, reaction to that real quick sneak peek. I know it's a lot to ask because there's very little.
Yeah, I mean, I think Newcastle is great. Looks like another defensive style legend. I think this, if you have seen in Apex Legends competitive, defense kind of wins the show, whether it's Watson, Gibraltar, or, of course, Caustic, big mainstays. So another one could be adding soon. I'm excited for them.
As we take a look at this map schedule, James, I know you got an opinion on what we just saw. I know you were hyped. I know you're excited. Talk to me a little bit as we go into Stormpoint again.
More of the same, and we're going to get that because honestly, the way people we saw some desperate Valcolts with people like 10 meters away. I don't recommend that. Didn't seem like it was a good idea because they turned into boxes real quick and didn't really have much forward movement, just up and then straight back down, and they came down harder than they went up. So I think we're going to see more of that on Stormpoint. Maybe there are lessons to be learned there, but I just want to see more pain.
Really, James?
You know, the worst part is, all I wanted to say was he speaks for the group. Either way, something we can also speak to is your chance to win a Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop. The winner is It's going to be announced on this very program a little bit later in the show. Head over to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. They're awesome. It's fantastic. And so are you. And we will be right back with our next game. Don't worry. The drama is just unfolding here at the ALGS Pro League playoffs. And we will be right back.
Where's the other team?
I got you. Beacon, we need kills.
I'm batting. Hey, you should ult it. He's behind the gym. Got them all. Last dude. On you.
Good, boys.
Let's go. That felt not like a real game. Yeah.
I ain't complaining. I think I
at least 10. We got at least 10 off of that.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Matches done now for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. We've got more to come, though. Still no teams have reached that magical 50 just yet, Gino, but maybe at the conclusion of match 4 coming up very shortly.
Yeah, the teams that were performing at the start of the day slowed down a little bit. We saw them getting taken out very early on, and we have to wonder, Xenox. Now, we talked before about anonymous mode, but these teams, they know where each other are landing. Right. So does that mean we had some teams deciding to take it upon themselves and slow the lobby down, slow those top teams' progression to 50 points by taking them on at their own POIs early on in the game. We saw that footage of Reignite being taken out of the sky there by the charge rifle, and unfortunately timed Skyward Dive means they met their demise a little bit earlier than perhaps they would have liked. Team Liquid only managed to scrape through 2 kills. That puts them equal in the lead, but still not the kind of game 3 they might have liked.
Well, when me and you were last here at the conclusion of round 2, it was Team Liquid and it was Reignite that had a bit of a buffer going into match number 3. Now that buffer is completely gone. Game with 36 points, Optic 34 points, fresh off of their win as well. A 9-kill win too from match 3. NRG, Cloud9 and Team Burger all around the mid-20s as well. So we've gone from what I felt like was rather top heavy to now a little bit more of a spread, but still those teams that are 30 plus points, they go and have a big game here. Who knows, they might be able to get over that magical 50-point barrier.
Still a little way for them to go. Teams like NRG, they're kind of through the middle of the pack there. Well, I mean, 5th at the moment. But, you know, with 26 points, sorry, maybe, you know, halfway to getting to match point is a better way to put it. Some consistency from NRG. You got to remember, they were one of the teams who pulled out the double-digit KP in game number 1, 10 kills to them.
Now, we wouldn't be doing our job if we also didn't sort of touch on maybe some of the teams towards the bottom end of the standings, the ones that have started slow over the first couple of games, as we are heading over to Storm Point once again. No more bigger than maybe Space Station Gaming, only the 4 points through the first 3 matches. But what about Sudaraku, Gino? This was a team that has won 4 games coming into the finals today. Only the 8 points so far, 19th, 19th, and 12th. It's been a rough start for them.
It has been, and you know, they've got Xeno Caves all to themselves. Talking to them about that this morning, they were so happy about it. In some of the other lobbies they played here in the playoffs, they've had to, you know, just scrape some loot together from in between Mill and Xeno. They've got plenty of Trident options. And look, yeah, I really hope they can have a better performance here for all the APAC South fans, for all of the talent that predicted them.
That's true,
and certainly,
exactly.
For themselves.
A couple of other teams that did really, really well back on day 1, day 2, the likes of 4-7, TSM, 100 Thieves, Alliance even, all with a lot of work to do as we head into match number 4 here for the finals. We follow the green wall. Optic Gaming fresh off their 9-kill win in match 3. They're on 34 points now overall, 16 points away from the magical 50.
Optic Gaming, they made Mill their own during Split 2, putting Sentinels out of contention by doing that, and now, as a result, all the way into the final day of our Split 2 playoffs, Xenox, that means they get it to themselves.
Not a good start, though. Hello, Bullet Owl from Sudaraku chasing down Duplex. This is what Sudaraku need to find some form.
And when I say getting it to themselves, you know, there's an island in the middle. We just talked about Sudaraku being down at Xeno Caves, and there are some sort of, I don't know, how would you put it, contested islands in the middle there, some disputed territory, perhaps. It looks like these two teams are fighting over that at the moment.
Well, right now, though, they do back away. Bullet Owl not wanting to over-aggress or overstep their boundary here. Sudaraku will fall back. They're a team that obviously really garnered our attention off the back of day 2. They had 4 wins. They were able to make their way into the finals through that winner's bracket. This is a team that I think has a lot of potential in being able to win out the entire event, hence why we saw so much talent really predicting them as Space Stations and Nile down onto Reps. DSM's finals is, again, continuing to go quite pear-shaped.
This is an insanely early rotation from Space Station Gaming, and TSM just don't expect it at all. You can see being caught off guard, and some great shots from mid-range with a car. I mean, you know, no attachments on that, not even a sight to help them rain those bullets in, but TSM are in a world of trouble now.
So far, 9th, 20th, then 5th for TSM. That also only being 1 kill throughout the entire 3 matches played thus far. 10 points for TSM. They cannot afford another game where they go out early or they don't collect that many points. They lose reps early again. Multiple times we've seen that now as AD Raccoon, bit of a high ground. Nice crack as well onto Empty. Now throwing out some utility. Missile Swarm as well from Karompu, putting the pressure right onto this team as well. AD Raccoon really utilizing this high ground. They get that down as well onto Empty. We'll finish him off too. Team Burger in a world of hurt.
It felt like it was looking okay there for Burger at the start of that fight, but Obley just sticks his head over the rampart, and all of a sudden, it's down to 2 for Team Burger. You can see Parker's quite split from the rest of the team there. Karen Pugo actually going to go up the zip line. Ultimate high ground essentially for them now.
We saw also just how quick things really did play out in match 3 on Storm Point, right? Really wanting to bring that up because we're seeing a bit of action here early on as well.
Yeah, and it's because these teams are just rotating so early. The same thing is happening exactly here in Game 4 on Storm Point. Very different to World's Edge. These teams are just rotating super, super early. We saw that over at Antenna with TSM and Space Station, and now we're seeing with Burger coming down from Jurassic Park to take on AD Raccoon.
And we also just had a glimpse of V3 Vega. They've made their way over too. Now, I don't think they're going to get too overzealous or too aggressive. AD Raccoon probably can be feeling quite safe for the time being. Now, Reps is back, fortunately, for the TSM fans. They've been able to bring him back into the picture. Hopefully, for his sake, can get re-equipped as well for Team Solo Mid.
It's going to be an interesting circle and to see how this one plays out. Xenox, at the moment, it's covering sort of, it's both Antenna, it's got a little bit of Barometer in there, and Jurassic Park. Now, we don't see circles generally pull to Jurassic Park, so it probably will be one of those southern ones. At the moment, the teams are kind of split on where that's going to go. We see a lot of them, you know, Jurassic Park absolutely not occupied right now, okay? They understand that these teams have done their research. They know that that is a spot where the circle will not finish, so they have just piled into these buildings like you can see. Storaiku, they've actually managed to get all 3 over here to Barometer, but for how long?
Early bubble, Fussy got cracked and taken low on health as well. We'll be able to heal back up in that dome. AD Raccoon still on this high ground. Not only were they putting pressure onto Burger, now onto Sudoraiku as well. So it's a bit of an all APAC roll Fiesta currently. Sudoraiku now, Bullet gets the crack. Can he get anything more as well? Gas Barrel's going to be popped as well. Now Fussy's still low on health, so Sudoraiku's got to be careful that they don't get too over aggressive in this situation. They really need to maybe fall back for a bit. Now remember though, Team Burger only have Pricey and Jarrow.
They're going to blob a lot of grenades, lots of ordnance going down there onto the bottom floor, and they have to do that. They have to make themselves known and have that presence so that Storaiku don't push up the stairs. I don't imagine the Team Burger are going to push onto them. I think they just want to hold their ground for the moment.
That's not going to be easy though. Fortunately, they've still got Pricey up on the core stick. Can be a bit annoying to push into that 100 Thieves. Now they make their way over as well. So suddenly it's getting quite congested with the amount of teams pushing over to this position. You can see Luminosity Gaming as well in the background. Same with even the likes of Empire even further away up towards the north. 2 minutes until we head into round 2. Sudoraiku, I think, are more than comfortable just playing a little down below now. They know they've got some neighbors up above them. That's fine with them. They'll just sit here.
Yeah, a little update for the NA fans out there. Looks like TSM did manage to get out of that icky situation they were in earlier, and they've gone over to Launchpad just to try and resupply. Storaiku and Burger still holding each other at range here. SSG that we saw earlier on, they decided, you know, the kills weren't worth it. They wanted early positioning in the ring and kept going through. Luminosity will kind of caught out in the open here. Just a couple of rocks to hide behind, and that's a defensive bombardment coming their way.
100 Thieves doing a great job to keep the pressure onto Luminosity. Defensive bombardment thrown out as well. Now Diesel has a little bit of health, a little bit of armor. They lose most of it though. In fact, they're losing quite a lot. In fact, I think they're getting third party as well. Vaxor gets so aggressive, gets right in there, seeing if he can maybe put more pain onto Luminosity.
I'm surprised they survived that defensive bombardment, to be honest, and now they are being bombarded by multiple squads. The missile swarms come in from both directions. The gas grenade finishes them off. That was about 3 tacticals, 3 ultimates, and as we saw, they did not have a bubble to play behind.
AD Raccoon, 100 Thieves, compounding the pressure onto Luminosity, and they could not hold on any longer. They fall. First team out in match 4.
God, headshot.
A lot of fights early on Xenox, but not necessarily a lot of teams finished off. As you say, only the one taken down thus far.
Yeah, still 19 squads. For reference, we lost 6 squads inside of the first round in match 3. So that was very much that sort of fast-paced, frenetic kind of game, especially for the first match of Storm Point. This now being the second one, it has slowed down just a little bit. But for the most part, compared to our World's Edge matches, we have still seen the pace really pick up.
Yeah, still lots of teams rotating past each other. I guess they've maybe picked up on that a little bit since Game 3, and as a result, they're able to weave their way through and make those rotations, you know, maybe not safely, but certainly with most of their team members alive, a little bit better than they did in the game before. But, I mean, this is match point format, Xenox. There's not that many games to play with. We're already in round 4. I mean, how many are we expecting it to go to? 7, 8, that's about the average you see out of these, so...
Well, you say that. Certain regions, though, got into the double digits back a little while ago, especially in the Split 1 playoffs. I know, at least in APAC North, I think we got to about 11 matches, for example. So it's never a given. You kind of want to err onto the side of caution, though, don't you? You do not want to predict and say, oh, it's going to go 12, 13 matches. You want to almost think we've only got maybe 6, 7, or 8 matches. For example, you know, you look at some of the top teams that we've got at the moment, Team Liquid, Reignite, Game With, they're not that far away from that 50-point status. So you do not want to rely on playing better later on in the day. You really want to start well.
Really want to be putting those numbers up early. Alliance, absolutely a team who has put numbers up this tournament. Huckus, Yuki, they were on top of the leaderboards for damage and kills. And that was playing all of the best teams here. That wasn't, you know, running through the lower bracket too much. These guys are doing it, and when they are against the world's best, it doesn't look like there are few that are better.
Just hanging out on the edge of Antenna at the moment. We shift our attention, though, over to Team Liquid. You can see number 2 on the leaderboard, technically tied number 1, though, with Reignite inside of the zone, taking their time. Definitely, in my eyes, probably the most consistent team so far. No, match 3, they went out relatively early, but match 1, match 2, they cracked double-digit kills in both of those games on World's Edge. So a really good finish here for match 4 before then going back to World's Edge. You know, that's another factor that probably we need to touch on, you know, rotating between the 2 maps and which teams are going to do better on either one.
Right, Rig did so well on World's Edge, and they've got Lava Siphon, their north pad they have to take in Storm Point, and they're not so happy about that. That's not their home. It's not where they're used to playing from. They haven't had a huge amount of experience doing that. They like to play from Cascade Falls, usually, and it's a little bit tougher from them. There's just too many North American teams who tend to just sit there and honestly will contest you all day. It doesn't matter if we come out ahead. They need to be rotating early, and that's what they'll prioritize.
And that's why if Team Liquid have a big game here as well, for them, they're only 12 points away from 50 points, and then going into World's Edge, they could have 2 matches early on in the day where they could be our champions. Nocturnal finds it down onto Stay Naughty of Cloud9. Pressure now mounting, forcing out that bubble. Now the bat's going to go up for Graceful. That's going to get him back up, full armor, full health. Albralele, though, just gets cracked as well. Now forced to pop that bat. In fact, the pressure, though, now getting too much, I think, for Cloud9 to handle. Team Liquid, they've been so consistent today. They've got a little high ground position. They've already got rid of Stay Naughty. Graceful's got no health. He's got no chance as well. It's only Albralele now remaining. Throws out a barrel, but it's a last-ditch effort. That is not going to do anything for him. And there was a little defensive bombardment thrown out by reps of TSM as well, but it's Liquid that do the majority of the damage.
So TSM, they've made that rotate in from launch pad as we mentioned. They've picked up 1 kill in the process, and Verhulst getting the information about where the other team is there with the missile swarms. The damage numbers will let him know. How's Arc Snare will let them know exactly where Team Liquid are hiding behind this small fence. They've got a black market. However, the loot boxes that TSM would like to be able to loot themselves, all that's going straight to TL right now.
That's true, that's true. Verhulst just trying to get off that bat. Same with reps too. TSM inside of the circle, but just barely closing out here for round 2, going into round 3. They can hold steady for the time being. They will have a Skyward Dive available if need to. Plus they got the Ash too, so Hal now just going to pop some cells, get back to full armor. The pressure maybe not so much on TSM right now. They can take a little time here, loot up, heal up. They'll be fine. They've got a little bit of cover away from Team Liquid, provided Liquid don't get too aggressive and look to push this.
Well, both of these teams are fairly close to the circle, as we can see. It's going to go down south. You know, we were talking about barometer, antenna. It looks like we're going to split the difference here and go right in between them. Now, considering how much of the mountain is on the north side of TSM and Team Liquid right now,
TSM have just decided to push in straight onto Liquid. Were they ready for it? It didn't seem like it. The bubble was already up as well, and they've lost Nocturnal. Hal with the shots for Holsto, though, when getting the downs, he's got 2. It's only Liquid got 1 player left. No, I don't think they're going to have much of a chance to get much more from this one. TSM have cleaned them up for the most part, but here come Team Empire.
Team Empire, they changed their complete composition, going over to Stormpoint. 3 different legends to what they played on World's Edge. That was the Wraith the Mad Maggie and the Caustic as well. So it's a completely different look for them, and I'm surprised that we don't see them push right there. I would have expected to see maybe some smoke canisters coming out and then the scan through it.
Yeah, Fun was the rat that still stayed alive for Team Liquid. Throw down the bubble. Surely TSM will get rid of him, and they do. The Holes make sure of that, not letting Fun get away. Liquid, in the end, get slaughtered by TSM, who probably had the worst position. Pushed in, got aggressive. Now, we turn our attention, though, to Game With, trying to basically replicate what we saw from TSM do to Team Liquid. Can Game With now do that to them? But here come Alliance as well.
Game With, one of the best performing APAC North teams today. It was a tournament they made it through here to the top 20. They weren't looking like probably the best APAC North team, I would have said, coming into this, but certainly on the day when it matters, they're showing up right now.
And Team Empire, though, making life difficult for Game With. They can't push in too quickly, too easily. Now stuck inside of the zone as well. Empire, though, when do they maybe turn their attention over to TSM? Game With just kind of get out of here, get out of Dodge. There's too much pressure. They got Empire, they've got TSM, but where do you go from here? They're basically going right on top of Alliance. Do they drop on them?
Matsutash almost taken out. If you lose that Valkyrie at the start of this, it's going to be terrible. The Black Hole coming out as well. Now Game With have to immediately pop that bubble to try and keep themselves alive. Alliance on the side here. They actually put the pylon down quickly, so that's soaking up that defensive bombardment, and that will give them just a little bit of time to start laying down the perimeter security here and carving out space for themselves.
Really highlighting the strength here of the Watson Gibraltar, that sort of double defensive setup that Game With do like to run quite often here, but they've just lost Yuka. That was Hackers who gets that down. Alliance, of course, were the ones putting the majority of the pressure onto Game With. As soon as they landed, they've just been throwing everything at them. Now they get the down onto Matsutatsu, and I feel like Alliance smell blood in the water as they push over. They sense 3 KP right in front of them.
Now offenses don't stop bullets, and Alliance just kept poking and prodding. They close the net around Game With, and one by one they go down.
It's turning around, though. There's only one left standing for Alliance. Have they bitten off more than they can chew? No, Yuki saves the day for Alliance. He was the last one standing, and he is able to maybe salvage things for his team, but there's still pressure to come from 100 Thieves looking to clean up Alliance.
Elevate now picking up a couple of kills as well. We see the kill feed start to light up as that ring closes and we head into round 4. Sharky's gone down as well. That's not great for them. We see NRG sweet. So many big teams losing members here. And Elevate, have they bitten off more than they can chew?
Maybe, potentially. Sleep's going to have to pop that back, get back to full armor now. They've got a bit of time, a little bit of a reprieve. Maybe they can now fire back, find a down or two to relieve that pressure. There goes Reignite. They're out. That was JMW. That went down. Bin loses his armor too. They're both cracked. Never mind, gets the shield swap as well. Great timing here from Elevate under the pressure. They're playing this so well.
Elevate somehow is still alive. The phase breach has to come out here because there is just not much left that they can work with when all these other teams are dumping grenades and bullets into them. We can see the stun onto Bin there is probably going to be the last of him. Nasky with the Mastiff.
That was massive for GMT. Now we switch over to Vaxlon. It's happening everywhere, of course, here. Only 8 squads left remaining. Vaxlon, the last one standing for 100 Thieves. Just get out of here. Try and stay alive. Find another bit of play. It's one right in front of him. Loses the armor. He goes down to half health on top of the building. Gets away somehow. No, he gets taken down. Frax of Space Station. They now make their way in.
Time to reset Xenox. We've lost so many squads in that last minute or so that the teams now have a little window where they can get into these death boxes and start to think about the next zone. You can see with only 6 squads left alive. Some are going to leave it until a little later. GMT all the way on the northwestern side up there. They're starting to rotate in. You know, they had the mountain in between them and the zone, and that's a pretty good cover if you ask me, but it won't last forever.
A little bit chaotic. Let's hear how GMT are handling this chaotic situation.
Bubbling here. We have to fight these guys. I'm bubbling on me. We're gonna play for an Ashley. Oh, we don't have Ashley pin.
I'm gonna nade them, then we just go.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's walk up.
Stuck one, blood on.
Bucking me, 60.
Blood on blow.
I died.
No, we need to go into.
Unfortunately for GMT, that was not too much of a listening. They can't last too long. Down to our final 5 squads remaining. Space Station, Zanail, now he's under pressure too.
I like the look of TSM here, actually. They're just kind of lurking on the edges. Team Empire with the Bangalore, a very open final circle. This is where the smoke grenades do come in very handy.
Team Unite, though, still not a bad position. F-Chan trying to get back up to full armor. We saw Empire there too. Cleave's being cracked, half health, but it's Ranchers that gets the knock onto Frex. Only 15 players left remaining here in round 5, but there's not much cover. Only terrain, only rocks. And as you said, TSM, their positioning here is quite great. Straight through the Watson Benters. Nice spray from Hal. Maybe another one. Why not? He is feeling bloodthirsty right now for TSM.
They're just... Oh, they're really getting on top of these other squads, aren't they, Xenox? With 4 left alive, TSM currently on 21 points. They want to add a bunch to that so that they can perhaps have one more good map and make it to match point.
The green wall, though, Optic Gaming into the final 4 squads remaining. Coming into this match, they had 34 points. Could this be a chance for them to be the first team to crack the magical barrier of 50 points and get onto that match point status?
Well, it's either them, TSM, or Empire, really. I mean, sure, Team Unite has Lieta there in the middle, but I think he's a rat by himself. We'll see if someone spots him out sooner or later.
So 3 full healthy squads, and then Legetta for Team Unite from APAC North. Hal has one right in his face, but Holster's already lost quite a bit of armor as well. It looks like he's popping cells. Where's the bats? They're running out of them. Hal onto purple armor. The pressure, though, they popped that bubble so early in the fight. It's going to be on cooldown for a little bit of time here.
Okay, so TSM and Optic Gaming, they're kind of getting towards each other here. Feels like they might be coming to blows soon. Meanwhile, Empire on the bottom have all of the space and the circle to themselves.
Extra kill point obtained for TSM. They'll take out the rat. Now we have a 3 versus 3 versus 3. Optic, TSM, and Empire to close out match 4 here of the finals.
11 kills already for Team Empire? These guys just show up or they don't show up at all.
It is an open field to close things out here on Storm Point of match 4. Hal, he leads the way, the front line. They're the proactive team, but it's Optic Gaming that might be the team that is going to benefit the most with a third party from a distance away. It's an early bubble for TSM. They're all cracked as well. They've got full health, but they're going for the bats.
The phase breach repositions TSM in this late fight. They realize that they need to be next to one of the fences. That's kind of their only option here. They don't want to be the first ones to start the fight. You never do in one of these Mexican standoff situations. All 3 teams still with the 3 members alive. You can see EMP, they don't necessarily need hard cover, playing around the smoke.
Optic, well, they want to probably go for the third party, but right now, Empire and TSM not really fighting each other. In fact, both looking more towards Optic. Skittle Cakes is down, so is Ranchers, though. For Holst, TSM now going to push on to Team Empire.
TSM, they get a knock on either side now, and they're looking fantastic, taking on 2 squads at once. Hal just goes in.
Hal in a 1v1 with 2 players.
Nice,
Now Holst to stay alive as well, and cleans up Team Empire. TSM take match 4.
We can hear them popping off from here. The energy from TSM is here. The plays from TSM are here. I mean, the knock onto both Optic and Empire at the same time just let them loose. And I mean, it was a risky play, honestly, the way Hal split from his team.
Oh, that was...
And decided to take that 1v1 while his team was dealing with the rest of Empire. You can see Dupe certainly got something to say about that final ring there to his teammates.
That's
but TSM
nice,
couldn't be happier about how they played it.
Glad you mentioned that, Gino. We saw Hal split off from the rest of his team, go for that 1v1 with Duplex, and he comes out on top. So does his team. For TSM, through the first 3 matches, they only had 10 points to their name, but off the back of this result, here in match 4, they've arrived here into the finals now. They are here to play.
Big result for TSM, as we said, Xenox. If they could pick up a good amount of points here in Game 4, that's probably one more solid performance away from getting to match point. Wow, I mean, I'm not sure if we're going to have any teams on match point after this.
Mate, I'm trying to check as quick as I possibly can. I want to know where we're at, but 23 points for TSM. We can say that will put them to about 33 points or so. As I said, gets them right in the race now moving forward, and they soaked up the majority of the points here in this game. Team Empire as well, 18 points to their name. So for two teams, Genome, that probably didn't get off to the fastest of starts, at least able to capitalize now here in match 4.
Yeah, Team Empire, they look like two completely different teams on these two maps, but on Storm points, certainly, that's the team they want to be. 18 points is a fantastic effort there. Optic Gaming, they were the #1 seed coming in today. They started with 10 points, and now they're adding another 10 in match 4.
Well, we go back to the sort of discussion around the maps. Of course, that Storm point now in the back pocket for a little bit. We're going back to World's Edge for 2 matches, and 2 teams that played really well in our first 2 matches on World's Edge, Reignite and Team Liquid. Both struggled a little bit on Storm point. They weren't able to get too many points, although they now get to go back to World's Edge. We'll see if they can re-find that form there. Though for TSM, they're going to have to find now if they can carry their Storm point performance over to World's Edge after this. Big damage, big kills, big numbers here for our champion squad of match 4.
The CEO putting up over 2k damage. Incredible scenes there. He didn't need his team at certain points. He was so sure of himself, and he wanted to put the nail in OG's coffin.
And certainly did as well. 2.3k damage, but also really good help from the rest of his team as well. Honestly, a team effort there for TSM, and they needed it. Genome, like I said, didn't have too many points going into that game, but now they go up 9 places into 6th place, 33 points, and still no team has got to the magical 50 yet. Optic Gaming lead the way on 44 points as we head back to World's Edge for the next 2 matches. It's getting really spicy now.
I mean, even in that top 5, you've got 2 NA, you've got an APAC South, an APAC North, and an EMEA team. The spread here is fantastic, down to Elevate in 8th spot to round out our global series here. It's so cool to see the teams from all around the world performing, and at this point, it's just getting so exciting because we've had no one get over that 50-point limit there to get, you know, to get a match point eligible. And it's almost certainly going to happen next game, I would say.
Best news, though, for the teams in the bottom 10 right now is that there's no one necessarily running away with it. It's a nice little spread on that top 10. So for these teams on this side of the graphic, Genome, it's not all doom and gloom. In fact, when you look at the points, they're all pretty happy, all around that 20-point margin from 11th down to 15th. But when you look at Space Station, 4-7, Suraraiku, Luminosity Gaming, and B3 Vega, the good news is that still no one's reached match point status at 50 points, so you've still got a couple of games to really get going.
Yeah, for those bottom 5 teams, they essentially have to hope that the teams above them are going to take a little while to get into this. I think down to 15th, honestly, Xenox, those teams are looking for this, right? I mean, Alliance, 20 points in 15th place. Those guys have been known to play 30-point games here in the ALGS playoffs. They need to win 18 kills. They can do it.
It's been a fascinating start. 4 matches that have delivered the goods so far here for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, though, World's Edge on the other side.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
There's two down on the right, two down on the right.
Yeah, there's one. Give me solo on the right.
I only have a shotgun.
He's this guy. He's some guy on the right.
I knocked Bangalore left, I knocked Bangalore left.
Wait, he's Kill the Gibby on the right. Kill the Gibby on the right now. He's low. Go, you guys go left. I go right.
I'm going left with you, Evan. Swing with me, Evan.
40 on blood.
Crack the back one.
Nice! Let's go, baby!
Let's go.
God, you guys are nuts! Let's go! Oh, we come back, baby! Let's go, Jordan!
Good.
No nie, dabar.
Good stuff, boys. We were just killing everybody.
Let's go. We're doing it. We're doing it, boys.
Let's go. Let's go.
Ja, gal rytoj, rytoj.
And that's got to be one of the best listen-ins we've had right there. The confidence, the belief from Imperial Hal. We're doing it, boys. We're doing it.
They needed that. 11 kills in that game and the dub on top of it. I know you're very happy out here, Fallout. But I also really like the bait, thinking Optic had the opportunity to go in for the third party. They gave up Godspot. They gave up those respawn beacons that they had for extra cover. It was actually insane.
Real quick, I had to go and get their immediate reaction right after that game. It turns out Reps died off spawn in that game. He got griefed by SSG, died, and it was down to Hal and Verholst. They're able to get the res, and they turned that two-man game into a first-place 11-point, 23-point finish. TSM is trying to prove that that man right there is not the new chairman. Imperial Hal still is the greatest here. Coach minus tempo behind them. Reps far left. The most underrated player in terms of the shadow he sometimes lives in under Imperial Hal. Obviously, Hal, such a big name in the scene. And Reps also, he's the Pippin to the Jordan.
You know, just to highlight where our teams are currently sitting in right now, 50 points being the match point before your team needs to take the dub. Optic Gaming is sitting in first place with 44 points. Team Liquid with 40 points. Reignite right behind them with 39 points. All these teams in the top 10 are so close together. This next game could mean everything for game number 6 after that. We are going on to World's Edge now, and I'm excited because Storm Point really shake things up for our competitors.
Absolutely. You see Empire feeling confident. Cleave, Maliwan, and Ranches have been hamming up the camera all weekend long. Fist pumping the camera, man. I think Hardeki and the camera are hanging out right now. Enjoying themselves a nice weekend, in the words of my man Rain Day, as you see on screen. Optic Gaming, they are just points away from match.
Kaip mano klaviatūra.
The safe choice, the obvious choice.
Kaip mano klaviatūra.
I was the only one. Masky did not just get dap on camera, and this man has never been more embarrassed in his life.
Wow, he just left him like that.
In front of 140,000.
Look at him, he's upset.
He's pissed. He's so mad. Baby is clearly getting dropped after this tournament.
I love the face. Between all our players, the raw emotion, the screaming that we get to hear behind us in the caster desk. It's great. This whole stage is painted amazingly to highlight how important this finals here for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Match number 5 now, as we get started again on World's Edge. We saw some action earlier on in the day. With World's Edge, we had Reignite taking game number 1. We had other teams really pull through. Elevate coming in from South America, showing up. You know, we got some birthdays in the house here, Fallout. I love what I'm seeing here. Let's see if they can replicate it again now as we move back onto World's Edge.
That's right, Team Burger, the next door neighbors. TSM dropping Fragment East and Fragment West respectively. We all know, obviously, a big conversation point. Fragment East loot got nerfed twice, which means that TSM on this map don't necessarily have a great drop spot. They do have a central drop spot, but they will be leaving most likely with at least a gray shield or 2. And that is a big part of why TSM has not been as dominant in World's Edge as they once were.
What can they do to adapt around this, though? Aside from their quick rotations, they're going to be able to get that beacon, get the next set of information before they move along. But, they had to move away.
Just hear me and bless TSM with the gold shield? Did Respawn just add a gold shield? No, I'm just kidding. Imagine. Jokes aside. Jokes 100% aside. That's insane. A gold shield here already for Verholst and TSM, so I got to eat my words there. Fragment East turning up.
I love it. I love it. They said, you know what? Just for you, Fallout. Just for you.
Yra ir tų
For
specialių, kur
TSM,
užsideda
your
ant
prediction,
analogų.
reignite the team that took
Gripai,
game
žinai.
#1 here. They were feeling confident on World's Edge. They went with 10 kills too on top of it all. So they started their game
Sakė,
with 22
zajebisti,
points.
po
Game was right behind them. Even though they got second, they
No.
were fragging out on World's Edge. And I love what I'm seeing here in terms of loot. You highlighted TSM picking up that gold Evo. Well, look at this. Reignite. They have the beacon. They know where the circle's going to be pulling. And we got a Harvester circle. And look how many teams are already quick with their rotation.
Yeah, and here's what's so interesting. I was chatting with JMW this morning. Reignite, well, they've been flexing. They don't have any set drop spots. I mean, they're kind of a pickup team. They're playing, obviously, Jen Burton substituting out for JMW.
Pizda žaidžia antras, trečias ringas, dar 20 skvadų
They
būna
realized
gyvi.
players is not in this lobby. Invictus Gaming not in this lobby, etc. Sentinels, obviously, in North America, not here.
Čia ne
Marvel
kaip
Sapiens wide open. That's one
paprastam
of the
tam
best POIs,
popsuose.
former sorting factory
Dar ringas
in the
nespėjo
game.
pirmas
That's
sudaryti,
part of
jau
why Reignite's finding success. They
final
also
three
find themselves in
spots.
early rotation as well. Reignite looking very well poised here, Vicky.
Yeah, it's crazy. Lava Siphon has such great loot there, too. You have the beacon as well that you can work off of. Talk about quick rotations, though. TSM, they're getting pinged. They wanted to go inside of this building. Look at all the grenades being tossed out, though. They're forced out to put that down the dome as it's Team Empire that had blocked the doorways with the caustic barrels.
You gotta be kidding me. Empire, one of the most aggressive teams versus TSM. Hal still on gray Evo, almost up to blue. Maybe he just wanted a little damage to level up that Evo shield, but he's going to call a reset. And look what team comp, of course, TSM is running. Really important to also talk about. We'd be remiss if we didn't. No more caustic
Jasna,
for
gerai,
TSM. They
ką jie
adapted with
prisijungsiu,
caustic
tai gal
yesterday
sumesim du.
to see if they can find a way to sneak in. They felt like they had to, but they are back on the same team comp that's worked for them. Hal, the
Yeah,
best
right.
Wraith player in the world, back on Wraith.
No,
And look at the amount of teams that are already taking the real estate up in Harvester. Talk about team compositions. The Caustic is still up and alive for a lot of our squads, but this spot in particular for Alliance could be so tricky. It's going to be difficult. You're going to get pinged in all these different directions from some of these squads that are already taking up the high ground. You're going to expect a lot more Caustics blocking out those doors on the high ground too inside of those buildings, but Alliance are just trying to take an off angle here to see what pressure can they apply to build up their Evo
Yeah,
shots.
they're gonna knock on drop. So drop gets dropped here from Alliance, coming from Thermal Station, dropped from West Countdown. And see if they look at the res, they should. Empire now under continued duress. So some way, somehow, obviously they continue to hold on to this choke point, this position, this key POI and location, but this time it's just a crypto drone. That's the APAC North poke. That really has shaken up the meta quite a bit. I mean, teams that are so used to getting God Spot, which you can do and get away with in North America and EMEA because there's not many cryptos, well, Godspot is not so godlike anymore. It's pretty vulnerable. There's an Achilles heel there.
And you're going to have a lot more teams get the information even quicker with those crypto drones. You talk about those beacon scans. 4-7 now are making their rotation with the redeploy, passing over TSM that may be actually at this choke point that they're flying right over. TSM maybe not trying to take a much more aggressive approach. I mean, looking at their play in Storm Point on Game 3, we saw that. They just wanted to hang out by that cliff instead of taking some of these fights. But look at this now. 4-7 just put themselves in the middle of two teams. We see the Bangalore smoke. We know Team Empire is running that composition. So now they don't even have line of sight of the team that's over there.
That's right. As things slow down for a moment, as I say that, I see an Arc Star fly across the map here. Reignite trying to play aggressive against 4-7. Sweet and NRG farming on Team Burger. That's a top 10 team in the standings. NRG knocking 2. MT. See you later in the kill feed at the top right of your screen.
With the wing dude too, MT getting taken down. We saw Team Burgers were on the other side of Team Empire. I'm wondering what the action's looking like in some of these buildings. You can see NRG, they've taken control over the Spaghetti building here. They're also running the Caustic. Again, a lot of these team compositions really comes down to how these teams have been able to adapt throughout the weekend.
NRG, led by Sweet Dreams, former Rogue, competed under the Rogue banner back in the last LAN competition. Picked up Rocker, Nathan, two young fraggers. I believe 20, 21 years old, competing here on LAN for the first time in their careers. They obviously have performed online for the past few years, but everyone knows how talented they are. But they started slow this weekend. If you missed the action yesterday, first off, you missed out. Second, Energy didn't show up the way that many expected. They were really, really on the brink of elimination yesterday. Had to grind through the losers bracket to be here.
And it's tough. That's a lot of pressure onto Sweet, onto the entire team in general, Team Empire, managing to get ranches right back up.
And that's another big storyline here that we have to talk about is the lack of coach for NRG and TSM. And I briefly mentioned it earlier, but that's a key storyline. I mean, look at the teams that are succeeding in North America. Cloud9, Team Liquid, not the teams you maybe would have expected, but the teams that are the best coached. You have PvP. I said fun earlier, I think. Sorry about that. We have PvP, PvP, the coach of Cloud9. And then you have Hodsik, analyst, former analyst on the ALGS broadcast team with us, former pro player with the Pittsburgh Knights. He has made such an impact on the likes of Team Liquid, much like PvP has in Cloud9, but TSM, NRG, Sweet Hal, I don't feel like they need a coach, and I gotta disagree with them. International competition is different. You might be ready to prepare for all the North American teams that you scrim against on a daily basis, but you don't know what to expect against other regions.
Yeah, you may have had some time in boot camp to try to figure out what these other regions were bringing to the table, but you could tell that TSM has taken a long time to adapt all around, especially teams like APAC North. Optic Gaming going to fight themselves, full purple Evo here. They're trying to delete the pylon. They're going to be able to do so successfully as the bombardment gets called down.
Yep, and it's going to be a caustic barrel placed for cover. Skittle Cakes looking a little dangerous. He'll be able to heal back up. Bubble's going to be popped here, though. This is pretty dangerous for Optic Gaming right now. The early bubble, a team right above them who will have a late bubble. They advantage to the team right above Optic. They know they're at a disadvantage, and that's why they're going to burrow themselves up. Smart turtling play. Skynade's coming through for Noct to help his team be secure.
I have the high ground here. Optic Gaming knowing to play a lot more careful. They have the Caustic. Yeah, you saw that they were able to toss out that Nox cast on the top of the roof just in case. Another team actually trying to go in from the other side of the building. See Game With now. Going to be able to contest them over by the other side. And they get the knock here. It's Optic Gaming. Skittle Cake's knocked down.
Oh, Duplex last alive. He's got to go huge. And he connects for one, but it's not enough. Dupe has to reload, and Dupe is out. Optic Gaming is out. They will not reach match point. The green wall tumbles for now.
19th place for Optic Gaming. Oh my goodness. Game With coming up, showing up, actually replacing them and going around the other side of that building.
Exactly. It was Matsutasu, the playmaker for his team. And this is one of the best stories we have right now. Game With barely made it in, Vicky. 10th place. Bawling, crying yesterday after qualifying by a hair. And guess what, Vicky? They are now showing up, performing, and potentially just a moment away from earning match points. They had 37 points coming into this game. They need 13. They just got 3 over Optic Gaming's 44 first place position.
And forcing Optic Gaming to have to play through that 6th game without being on match point 2. We know what happens at match point. You need to take that dub if you want to be the winners, if you want to take home the $250,000 that you would in first place. Now, Team Liquid making their rotations. You see the gold Evo here on Gilderson's.
That's right, and of course they leave with the Trials loot, so they're guaranteed at least a gold, purple. They're chilling every single game, but they're in that Trials position. It's obviously one of the coveted drop spots, best loot, best POI from that perspective, and they've been bullying that drop spot for quite some time here. And Cleave, Robin Hood, getting that pylon, took like 9,000 bows. Imagine shooting a bow and arrow at a pylon.
Oh man, it's... Where are we? Sci-fi episode out here.
Exactly.
Although they did a lot of damage, but Reignite came and scooped up that kill with the wingman here. 4-7 get taken out. Tough position for them to be in. Even from the very start, Team Empire was putting down so much pressure with the Bangalore smoke.
Yeah, we talked about the trials loop for Team Liquid, but more importantly, we got to talk about their success so far. Team Liquid currently in 2nd place with 40 points. That's another team in contention for reaching match point. If they can get 10 points here and win next game, it is over. For those that are joining for the first time, maybe watching competitive Apex for the first time, welcome to the ALGS. We have a match point finals, which is the most exciting format in any BR. It solves the scenario where one team, after the 5th game going into the 6th game series, has like 50 points of a lead over the next place team. And it's like, what's the point of even playing game 6? We know who's winning this. It's anticlimactic. Well, no. With match points, you have to earn 50 points to unlock match point, and then you have to win after that to close out the series. We could be here all night, potentially. I don't think it'll happen if teams continue to deny others of match point victories.
That'd be crazy. We all have flights to catch here.
I'm
Space
chilling.
Station.
I will miss my flight gladly for a 12-game Poland's record series.
Very respectful here, especially looking at the teams that we have right now on land for the first time ever. Team Liquid 2 managing to back up a little bit. You talk about their loot. They're looking to circle keep some of these teams that are rotating away from Fragment.
That's right. Team Liquid has been the most impressive team in North America this weekend, in my opinion, because obviously you expect and a lot of ways Optic Gaming to perform, but Team Liquid was abysmal, subpar in Pro League, and showed up big time this weekend. And it's because of the impact this young man has had, his destiny, his desire to be great. Gilderson's high schooler. He's a senior in high school from North Carolina, fun, much older than him. But Gilderson's has raised him up and made him want to be better. Let's go ahead and listen in with this Team Liquid roster, led by none other than Nocturnal.
Yep.
Does he have, wait, Gibby has Diva Wing.
Okay.
Their bubble fight is so weak. There's a Horizon here.
We got zone wrong. Huh.
Let's check out this way.
What are we feeling?
Trying to think. Maybe we go here.
I say we move this way.
Yeah, we can go. We can land there. I doubt there's anyone up there.
After seeing this zone, do you want to go early? You want to go late? 'Cause I think we can go like maybe like a minute.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay.
This team might move before we have to do anything.
If they move, then it's looking golden for us.
Damn, nice heady. I'm yelling up. Gonna be 5-7. Yeah, Valk moved. No gun shield on Gib.
They're moving?
Yeah, they're all moving. They're all moving.
Okay.
We actually just take the space.
I'm done. Kraber on the map. Crack outside.
They're Valk ulting. 48 on mid.
Heard.
Let's take the space.
Yep. Yeah. We're not even safe here, so.
Yep.
Don't get comfortable.
I mean, we could force our way in.
Let's go here.
Yeah. They went south.
Team on this door.
Heard.
It's
Rocketing.
SSG. That's SSG.
Rocketing. You want to walk up and take space?
Oh wait, no, it's a bloodhound. I hit a blood 133.
Want to take space?
Yeah, let's take space on them. They, I don't think they have a Gippy.
Kraber.
Oh my god.
That's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Let's go. Barrel on the right, barrel on the right. Caustic 30.
I'm just blowing up. Just heal, just heal, just heal.
Yeah.
I got Kraber. I'm batting.
It's the Kraber on this team. We can take their height. We can take their height. Play it slow. Play it slow. We can take their height. They're popping dog.
I'm pop dog.
There's no reason for them to fight us.
I think this is Ranches and then
we
if
just
they're
chill.
Bloodhound.
Yeah.
We chill here.
On the left here.
Right here, safe. Right here, safe.
Swinging
on me, 100 on him.
Climbing. Right on me.
Come down.
Ripping a bat. I 100 pump the cost or the blood. I'm going height. We have to take space.
I'm gonna ult their front door.
We're good.
No, chill.
I already use it.
Here, all six to the ground.
70 on caustic.
No, caustic, I think.
We're getting shot. Oh, I'm dead.
Fall down.
Oh, and it's looking bleak now for Team Liquid, a team that has an opportunity to secure match point. Gilderson's has to go big. He wasted his ultimate, though. I don't know if you saw that, Vicky.
Yeah.
Bit of a misplay.
That was absolutely crazy here, too, on the other side. They're still getting pinged by another team. It's Reignite, and there's a Kraber. Listening to those comms, you know how they're trying to play this safely. Let's take a look at a replay right now after what we're seeing here with game with. It was against TSM. Reps getting taken down. Imperial How getting taken down.
TSM, I think, maybe got eliminated from the lobby from that. We'll wait for confirmation. I did see Reps in TSM get knocked. I don't know if Verholz was able to escape and rat. We know Optic is out. And RG still farming. Team Liquid back to full forces. The revives come through. Not just able to heal up in the bone. Oh, the bubble comes in. The dome shield, perfect timing. They needed some rescue.
Confirmation, Verholz is still alive here. TSM is still alive, but you cannot say the same thing as one tappy. T23 Tatsu, he gets taken down.
Speaking of a one tappy getting tapped right into the face by a 30-30 repeater. Fun, showing that 30-30 can get put to work. Tap. He connects, and just like that, V3 Vega out to the hands of some extra kill points for Team Liquid. One by one. Team Liquid gets closer to 50.
All right, Fallout, we tap dance out here. Team Liquid is 1 point even closer to finding themselves with a dub. Verholz gets found out, though. The lone survivor left of TSM. He's got House Banner, but he needs to survive. He gets taken out. It's Reignite, who are farming here still. They are just cleaning up so many kills on this side of the circle.
Now the black and white TSM, nothing but darkness right now. Good night to the boys, as they will have to watch. Not the World's Edge performance they've needed and they were hoping for coming into this competition. So far, they have been irrelevant on World's Edge, not able to find that success. And again, came into this day literally 12 hours ago, Hal saying, I don't know what comp we're going to run tomorrow. We have to adapt. We know that. My teammates want me to play Caustic, but I just don't know if it makes sense to play a new team comp for the first time. But this is Apex. You got to adapt. The teams that adapt will succeed. They decide to go back to Wraith here in this game, and I wouldn't say it's their team comp that hurt them more than was just unfortunate rotation there. But ultimately, TSM needs to step up on World's Edge if they want to win.
It's difficult here with so many teams already taking up the real estate in these final circle positionings, especially with how defensive they've been playing. Talk about defensive game with, who were able to knock TSM out here. You can see Watson on the field with Yuka still, so they can control the building off to their left with those fences. Seeing where the circle's pulling, though, we know where that next circle is going to go, and it's going to be an open field here for a lot of our teams. I was looking at the train tracks here that's not in the circle anymore, but the high ground is going to be key as Team Liquid now with the redeploy are scanning everybody. They're getting all the intel as they move inside of this bunker. Surely there's a team right off to their right. Yes, there is. They have the Caustic, though, and they're willing to block out those double doors with the barrels.
Rotation from Team Liquid, and just like that, they find themselves pretty well positioned here. It's actually impressive, looking like they're channeling their inner optic gaming with the fact that they're able to earn such good positioning, despite playing a little more edge focused. Oh, speaking of some great players, Alvarelli, TSM's former great back-to-back champion himself, gonna actually initiate. What a play from Alb as he's gonna connect, and Cloud9 dominates the fight.
The Caustic knocks gas as they landed from the redeploy. NRG gone. Luminosity now moving in for the third party.
Oh my god, the shot from Naughty. He just put Ganjamin down. The Caustic gas comes through, and Luminosity is going to take out Cloud9. Naughty did everything he can, but that's where Caustic is just too strong. You have no counter there. There's nothing you can do there against a Caustic ultimate.
Oh, it is the Caustic. That is what it is. Their space station get taken out. They get booted out of their own spot. But look at this, the EMP into the bombardment combo here. You're hugging against the wall. You have nothing to help you out because now you're getting booted off the high ground. Elevate getting a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, Team Liquid right in front of them. They are going to take God's spot here and get some kills. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Team Liquid is here to take match point and to take North America and the world by storm.
They are in such a good spot. They have the high ground. Gamewith understands this. They're not the ones running the crypto. The crypto squad is inside. Hello, that is not the view you want to see coming out of those bunker doors. But with the fence out there, it's going to apply extra pressure the moment they have to funnel themselves out of that bunker door.
Vicky, Team Liquid has 40 points coming into this game. Gamewith has 37. Reignite had 39. Optic, of course, had 44, but they are out. Gamewith is still alive. The Japanese dream story barely qualifies, turns up and shows up trying to do it for Japan. Can they do it? Meanwhile, Mexico, vamos! Luminosity Gaming needs to perform here, down in 18th place. 100 Thieves, one of the most beloved organizations in esports. Nate Shot is watching. You gotta perform on them.
Oh, Nocturnal with the Graber. We see it on the feed. We see them cleaning more players up. That's TW getting taken out. AD Raccoon eliminated. ADR actually in the line of sight of so many of these players when they were taken, as Team Liquid are just still farming. Like you said, 40 points before entering this game.
Yeah, Nocturnal with Kraber. He loves it in his hands. Great sniper, great use of the Kraber. Loves to hit blindies. Went for one there. My man, we talk about orgs, talk about beloved orgs. FaZe Clan going for some snipes here. 360 no scopes here. My man Nocturnal hitting some blindies live on screen. Put some Breaking Benjamin to it and call it a montage.
That would be beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Back, taking a time capsule back from 2007 out here. Reignite now, trying to force some way up onto the high ground. See Sharky.
I can't believe that Reignite's alive. I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? The top two teams, three of the top four teams alive with the opportunity to hit match point, which they likely will if they get top three here. Absolutely will. It all comes down to this.
How does Gamewith, specifically Yuka, always stay alive here in this situation? This is the second time we see Yuka in these final circles. Still alive. Suturaiku now, trying to put in some of the pressure. They're playing off of the low ground right here.
And Suturaiku has a chance to play big-time spoiler for the rest of this lobby. If they can somehow stop Reignite, their Aussie brothers, if they can stop Team Liquid, maybe, just maybe, it'll just be one team at match point instead of 2 or 3. Suturaiku needs a performance. They are in 18th place with only 8 points. If they win this game, they can do it. Alliance under duress from the hands of Unite, another team in 7th place. unite with Legetta. Japan is playing so well right now.
Reignite now, trying to find an opportunity to maybe take some height, but they can't. They see Team Liquid has the height instead. Reignite are landing right in front of Luminosity, though. Luminosity was in trouble originally. 100 Thieves now. You see Vaxon getting the knock onto Hockeys, getting that knock with the wingman there.
I'm gonna make a bold statement here and say Luminosity Gaming is needing to win this game. Sutaraiku is needing to win this game. This is a must-win, do-or-die scenario for Mexico and for Australia. Team Unite pushes and takes out 100 Thieves. That's gonna help them. Unite, though, is going to get griefed. Luminosity Gaming Mexico stands up.
Oh, say hello to my little friend, the Spitfire, mowing them down. They are popping off when they were in such a bad position originally, getting pinched by 2 squads now. They take care of 100 Thieves. They are out of the lobby. 4 squads left.
Ganjamin is a monster, proving that he's been one of the best players in the world here. 2 controller players, 1 keyboard and mouse on this team. They play with default Xbox controllers, not even kidding. No paddles, doesn't matter. They don't need it, and they still perform. Luminosity, coached by Pistillo. You see the flag around the back of their coach, shaking his head nervously because his team needs to perform here.
Here you go, Reignite jumping right on top of Team Liquid, though.
No.
Here you go. You see STK now moving in. You see Rig now trying to take a reposition. Reignite only down to 0.
Reignite, 0 needs to go big. No, he's going to get punched in the face. Luminosity Gaming, Cielito Lindo, Mexico.
Let's go, Luminosity! You said it perfectly, Fallout. They needed this, and they came out on top. What a chaotic end right there, too. They dove all into Team Liquid's space, saying, hold on here, I need this space, and they denied it from them.
You see Nocturnal anxiously waiting to see if they got enough points to unlock match point. Fun feels confident, he's smiling, but Luminosity Gaming, talk about the story to get here. This team was unsigned, a team of free agents. There were 2 teams from Mexico in the Pro League. This is one of them, scary. Unsigned, they were so scary throughout the Pro League. They inched their way in to qualify here, to represent an entire country. Mexico on their back, they get signed by Luminosity Gaming, and now they have a chance to do it, Vicky, to win the championship finals of the ALGS playoff split 2.
There were so many teams that could have hit match point after that game, and so far, with Team Liquid's performance, we could assume right here that they are already beyond those 50-point game. But another team that I wanted to look at was Reignite, who had to come from the east side of Harvester right there, but they were able to farm that entire eastern side of the circle. It was actually insane, so I got my eyes on Reignite right now because they may be joining Team Liquid up there.
25 points for
my,
Luminosity.
You're kidding me.
What a showing from Ganjamin, the best slayer in LATAM, undoubtedly. Enemy Go and Niazuli playing so well. Team Liquid right behind them with 16, Reignite with 11. Now that's the question. Did Reignite get enough? And the answer is yes. They have 39. Reignite will be at match point alongside Team Liquid here, Vicky.
This is insane, Reignite. They had taken game number 1. They had some breathing room, but now this is where it all matters. Since you're situated right next to Team Liquid, you have to take the dub to be your ALGS Split 2 playoff champions.
That's right. Match point unlocked for the first time here. This is a monumental moment for Team Liquid and Reignite, but at the same time, you have to celebrate these 3. Luminosity inching their way back into this. Look at Enemy Go and Ganjamin. Look at the damage done from these 2. Are you kidding me? These are some of the best single game performances we have seen. Only 4 kills, but 2.5k in damage. Are you kidding?
What's crazy is I'm not even surprised because we've seen Ganjamin do this time and time again. He is such a heavy fragger, but yes, Enemigo right here following up on the Gibby. You see Nizo out here too with the 5 kills on the Caustic. I love the timing on their engagement right there at the very end. I love it. I love seeing Luminosity shine here, especially after getting picked up right before the playoffs by Luminosity Gaming.
For the first time, we have match point eligible teams as indicated by the target on screen. They hit the target spot, hit it right on the nose, and now all they have to do is win a game, and this tournament is over. Team Liquid with a chance to represent North America. Reignite putting all of Australia on their back. Game with right behind them for Japan and Optic Gaming. The team that was the heavy favorite coming into this one, right behind, rounded out by Team Empire, the #1 team in Pro League, and EMEA, the CIS boys.
This is crazy to see the top 10 spots here because you could see Team Empire with 40 points. They could have that one pop-off game to be sitting at match points, but then looking at the slight gap between themselves, Team Unite, and then the gap between Luminosity and then the rest of the top 5 here. Even though they won that game, they skyrocket in the overall leaderboards, but I got my eyes on NRG, TSM, Elevate, who had won game number 2, still sitting with 33 points.
Important to note in the discussion of Korea versus Japan and APAC North, Japan is stepping up. Team Unite in game with, in the top 10, AD Raccoon in 15th place, the heavy favorites, the winners of Pro League, Parka, Obli, Karanpu, not performing to their standards. We'll see if they can step up here in the next game. GMT Esports, multinational team, the legacy of Nasky and Dell, the duo, not able to play with Strafey this weekend. Nasky, Strafey, Dell, champions from the summer circuit of the ALGS. Such a dominant team back then. They reunited after Strafey left to join Na'Vi for economic opportunity, of course. And now Strafey is watching, and our heart goes out to Strafey in Ukraine from home. We have so much love for you, brother. We'll see if GMT can represent it, can do it for their boy. They're going to actually give a percentage of the prize pool to Strafey if they can, of course, continue to increase the amount of money that they will win. They got to step up, though. We're going to take a quick break. We have a chance to close this tournament out. Game point, match point reached. Fallout, Vicky Kitty, we'll see ya, hopefully, fingers crossed, in Game 7. If not, we'll see. We'll be right back, everybody.
Team Liquid and Reignite now on match point status, heading into match number 6 here for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs, Genome. This is it. This is the busy end now, because at this point, it could all come to a close if we have a winner. In this case, Team Liquid or Reignite.
The two teams have done so well on World's Edge so far, and that has largely given them this boost up above the rest of the lobby. I mean, game with an OG Empire, sure, they actually all came alive on Storm Point, so perhaps this needs to be the map for Team Liquid and Reignite to close it out before we switch back to another 2 on Storm Point.
Very, very good point, of course, for both Team Liquid and Reignite. Rounds 3 and 4, 16, 17, 20, and 11. Those were their placement finishes on Storm Point, respectively, for our 2 match point status teams. So, realistically speaking, if they don't get the job done here, we could see this really extend out for at least a couple more rounds.
And if I think back to how Rig have played match points in the past, Xenox, there was a time where it was the monkey on their back, right? I mean, they would dominate throughout the season, that consistency, just let them, just dominate APAC South for such a long time. But then sometimes we'd get to the playoffs and they wouldn't show up. Not today. They've started off so well that they are one of the first 2 teams to put themselves on that match point. The last time we saw this, in the Split 1 playoffs, actually, Xenox, they didn't take it out. They had the most points on the day. Honestly, if you ask a lot of people, they're probably the best team on the day, but they just couldn't close it out. And that's the nature of BR sometimes, honestly. It's so hard to get that win. I mean, there were end circles they played where they pushed through so many teams, 11 kills, still couldn't take it out. So do they have a good chance here? Absolutely. They're playing so well, but isn't guaranteed. Far from it.
Obviously, between our 2 match point status teams, only one of them have found a victory so far, that being Reignite. That was all the way back in match number 1. Of course, we'll have a focus on those 2, but the teams just directly below them, in this instance, Game with Optic, Empire, all 40-point plus at the moment. So they're very, very close to joining Team Liquid and Reignite. If neither of those 2 find a victory here, we can obviously have way more teams on the match point status going into the next couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, we've already touched on the differences between World's Edge and Storm Point, and I think one more thing to add on top of that, Xenox, is the drop spots. We already talked about rigs earlier. Lava Siphon, super happy about that. But if we go over to Team Liquid as well, those guys have had to really struggle throughout the LAN here in Stockholm, because often they were restricted to only Trials loot. It does look like here in the final lobby, they are getting the full Skyhook West, the whole section to themselves. So you can do trials. You just split one of your team members over there. They play a little PvE game while the rest of them are looting the western half of Skyhook. So that's definitely helping Team Liquid through this phase of the game as well.
And now just quickly as well, Optic Gaming, Empire, they were 2 teams that absolutely dominated on Storm Point, and they're both within 10 points of the match point status. If they can somehow get over into that 50-point bracket, get on match point status, they will have 2 very big opportunities then on Storm Point to follow. So that's another thing to keep an eye on, especially for Optic and Empire fans. Game with, they have still not found a win all weekend. The only team at the event that has not been able to find a win, that is in the finals today. They still have a chance to create a little bit of fun history by maybe finding their first win being that match point win.
Oh, that'd be lovely to see, honestly. But it's not going to be this game, Xenox, if that's the storyline you want to roll with it. That's the script you're rolling out in front of us. We've got 2 out of the 20 teams ready to end it here in Game 6. It's not many. You would have to say chances are we've got plenty of Apex ahead of us as teams start to creep up those point totals. But as we touched on, it feels like this is the one that benefits and favors both Team Liquid and Reignite.
The other thing to take into account here as well, aside from Liquid and Reignite, is also the prize pool differential, the playoff point differential. You still want to get points. If you're down in 13th, like I say, a Team Burger on 27 points, and you have a big game here, but say Liquid or Reignite win and it's all over, you can still jump up from like 13th into the top 5, Genome, and the prize pool changes for that would be massive, as well as the playoff points as well for the championship later on in the year. Match 6. Let's get into it. 2 teams on match point status. It's Team Liquid. It's Reignite. So far, they have been the absolute best teams, especially on World's Edge. We go there one more time here for match number 6. Do we find our Split 2 playoff champions in this game?
For my sake, Xenox, I kind of hope so. I'm wearing my heart on my sleeve here. We've got the Apex South boys running amok in this lobby. And I want to see Rig close it out. I can't lie to you. Team Liquid, also a fantastic team. Got a lot of respect for those guys. Would be fun to see them come through as well. But certainly those 2 regions are going to be cheering the hardest in Twitch chat all around the world and at home right now.
So many different storylines, and that's obviously something we would have expected coming into the finals today. You mentioned Liquid, you mentioned Reignite, especially from APAC South. Game With, of course, in 3rd at the moment from APAC North. There's so much representation at the top end of the standings right now. Let's have a little overview as to maybe where we're going to be playing here for match 6. And obviously, this is going to be a big one. We've mentioned it. So for everyone in this lobby right now, you cannot put a foot wrong.
Now, as we just talked about, TL, you can see them, Nocturnal is taking down Trials, but if we look where this circle is heading, Xenox, it's probably going to Countdown. There could be a chance, I think. I mean, we saw one around the Caravan that comes, you know, south of that passage through from Skyhook towards Landslide as well. And then, of course, you've got the giant Bloodhound Crow that sits on the southern side of Trials as well. So that's where I'm casting my eye, definitely down towards the southern edge of the mountain range that cuts off Countdown and Skyhook.
And you already mentioned Team Liquid, of course, over towards Trials, not too far away from that circle for Reignite, over towards Lava Siphon. Of course, we're going to keep our eyes on those 2 teams. You have to match point status, but everyone else in the lobby still so much to play for. You cannot give up in any way, shape, or form. You still need to believe, Genome, that those teams that are on that match point status do not find victory, that you can bring it back the next couple of games, get those points, and join them in that position.
Oh, well, saw Karen Poo there, didn't like his Crypto's position, so he's just going to grab the hammer out and move him around. Maybe you should be taking Nasky's tips we saw yesterday, the, you know, crouch while you're in the drone, so it's a little bit easier for your teammates to reposition you when you can't move yourself. At this point in the game, obviously, it's you know, not too big of a deal. I'm sure the teams aren't right on their doorstep. That said, we've been seeing a lot of early rotating right Xenox, and certainly teams pulling down into Countdown right now.
Player comparison, and a very apt one, of course. Team Liquid, Reignite, Zero, and Nocturnal. Absolutely pretty similar, especially when it comes to the damage dealt. The big one, though, probably total match wins, though, 2 versus 1. This is obviously quite relevant now, you do need to win, especially for Team Liquid. They haven't done so far today in the finals. If they're going to be the champions, they're going to have to do it at some point.
Look, a couple of players that are probably in the discussion for that Monster MVP award.
Bochek, seen a bit of bow and arrow today so far. Nice little shot there from Obley, the Gibraltar for AD Raccoon, the top team from APAC North, who haven't probably got fit and firing so far at this event. They've had issues. Of course, Sally, unfortunately, resigned due to injury. Grompu, a former teammate, was part of the roster back in Split 1, comes in. They've done well. Can they continue on? You have a big game here. Who knows? The next couple of games, they could still end up being the pride of APAC North. Reignite, though, what have they got in the bag here for this game?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they thought they could perhaps slip through into Landslide through the Vault Tunnel there. It's a tough rotation for this one coming up from Lava Siphon. I mean, you know, they're going to be amongst probably the last 5 teams to make their way into that circle. That's not the style they like to play, Xenox. It's an unfortunate turn of events here for them. But on the flip side, TL, super happy about this. They have essentially first rights to this circle.
It's massive for Team Liquid. Going over to Stormpoint, they have not been able to perform that well so far in the finals. This is a massive opportunity. They've got a good circle. It's on World's Edge. This is where they've been at their best. This is why they're on that match point status. It's all about now closing it out here in match 6 and not allowing, you know, the teams like Optic, like Team Empire to get back into it, to have their own opportunity on Stormpoint to follow. There is that sort of leaderboard on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see how close Game With, Optic, Empire are to basically getting on match point status themselves.
Not too far away for a lot of these teams now. Alliance, they've got a bit of an overlook position here. You can see they're worrying about these craftings. I'm pretty sure that's Reignite that they're taking the pot shots at right there. Reignite probably being able to craft up their armor. Alliance having to do it the hard way at range with the Rampage. 2 whites certainly not what they need right now. Would want to be full sending it into an engagement with that kind of shield level.
So 2 minutes until round 2. We've only had 1 squad eliminated. That was 4-7. We didn't quite get to catch that one. A team that obviously did extremely well in the first 2 days here in the finals, but haven't quite been able to maybe bring that form here to the final day. Right now, though, of course, Cloud9 on the move, 32 points. They too themselves are like many teams that if you go and have a big game, maybe even a win here, you too could be on match point status. And we know Cloud9 certainly capable of finding victory. We've seen that already here at the ALGS2 Split 2 playoffs.
You can see Team Burger just sitting up the top there. Perhaps laying in wait, but it did feel like Cloud9 heard something. They were throwing out some pings, and now they're going to throw out the barrels as the team lands on top of them, and this does not seem like the best Valk ult.
No down though, right? I think maybe just a crack and that was about it here onto Alliance. They didn't have much armor. You mentioned it before. They had to do it the hard way, couldn't craft, so it was only whites and blues as well. Yuki now crack has to just try and find a bit of a rat spot, try and hide out here. That pressure mounting. Vice as well now having to pop that med kit. Alliance in so much trouble here.
This rarely works. When you come into countdown this late and you're trying to play underneath these pylons, unless the zone is completely cutting off people from you, it's just not a playable spot. Oh man, you can see the kills going to all sorts of people as the teams on the higher level here on countdown just look upon them and say, I pity the fool, basically.
You remember back to sort of day 2, the start, the winners bracket. Alliance 10th place is where they finished, and they were able to sneak into the finals so far. Not really being able to make too much noise, and now they're going to sort of sit back, hope and pray that someone doesn't win this game.
Well, looks like GameWith and Optic are actually having a fight all the way over, and guys are right now. Okay, Skittles is going to lob that thermite and catch someone off guard.
Big fight though here because it's Optic and it's GameWith. So if one of them loses out, they're not going to be able to reach that match point status. The winner though would obviously be able to get those KPs, move a little bit closer to 50 points. Now of course, now Duplex is down. They can still recover the banner, but GameWith surely from here, you can see triple purple. It's only Skittle and Noct. GameWith in a big position to wipe out Optic Gaming.
Yeah, they've got to take out a 2v3 if they want to be the ones to continue throughout this game 6 here and, you know, get themselves that chance to get onto match point. GameWith, at this point, they have everything in their favor. You saw they even had the pylon up there that allows them to focus on healing up their health, considering all of these players are currently outside the ring. Optic having to set up barrels in a building this far out. I mean, how many syringes and med kits do they have left? Yuka is going to start pushing in.
Well, remember, GameWith not running the caustic though, so those barrels are going to be extremely effective here for Optic Gaming, and it might just force GameWith away. I mean, the zone's probably going to start doing that too, but a big chance for GameWith if they do wipe out Optic Gaming. The kill points that they get a little bit closer to that 50-point margin, of course, but for GameWith themselves, you've got to worry about the game as a whole, and I think Optic have been able to escape here.
Okay, they're going to go for the Valk ult out. They do actually break the shield, but it's not quite enough to take them down. Did they do enough flesh damage to Noct? Almost. He has to immediately ground himself and pop one of those syringes. One of the 2 he has left after this. Where's he going to go? Skittle Cases will be able to drop him a couple of meds, but I guess the question is, do GameWith chase?
I think they should be able to make it in here. It looks as if that definitely will be the case. You're right about GameWith. Do you chase directly, or do you worry about your own rotation into the circle?
Looks like they're sitting in Geyser for the moment. We don't see a quick decision on that front. And the other thing to note, of course, is that Optic Gaming have got Duplex. They've grabbed the banner. They can take it to the respawn beacon and be back up to full strength in no time.
A big little moment there for both of those 2 teams, considering the circumstances around the amount of points that they've already been able to acquire through the first 5 matches.
Okay, now if we look at where Rig here are, outside Lava Fissure, Xenox, it's an interesting spot. We noted that they were very late at rotating into the circle, and at this point, essentially, it looks like they're going to go for a strat where they have to just wait and Valk ult in at the last moment.
We'll see how they play that strat out. Let's get a listen in. All right, well, it's quiet with Reignite. I guess not a whole lot happening with them. No worries for them. Do you think they change up their approach at all, Gino? Now, of course, they're on that match point status. You don't want to be running around putting too much wrong.
Absolutely. They don't need to take fights. You know, they might want to. They might want to take a better position at some point, but they're certainly not looking to hunt down other people to increase their standing that way. Perhaps if they saw Team Liquid, or at least recognize them, they might think about that. I mean, actually, one thing I should clarify, you know, when we were talking about anonymous mode before Xenox, is they do get to see when a team is eliminated. So you might not know who you're knocking, but once you have fully eliminated the team, it will show up in the kill feed.
And that's what everyone's hoping to see right now in the kill feed is Team Liquid eliminated, Reignite eliminated, because then they can feel a little bit safer about maybe continuing on here for the finals and playing some more matches. Now, Optic Gaming are not into safety just yet, still deep inside of the zone near Lava Siphon. That med kit is going to be right down to the wire here. Does he get it off? One more second. No! 0.1 seconds for Skittle Cakes.
Yeah, and you can see why this is happening. So I believe, I mean, I think he was trying to get that med kit off, right?
Well,
but
obviously.
sometimes in these early circles, the correct play is actually to go down and let your teammate revive you, because it just gives you a little bit of health back.
That's true, and then you get that med kit off, so either way, you're just straight winning at that point. Although, they're not really in the best position anyway. Let's go back to Reignite, and let's see this time if they've got much to say.
What are we looking to play for next then? Zero?
Yeah. We need to force the everything flat top. Valk for the underneath countdown spots. It's 4 total.
Are we
5 with this. Force next to office. Probably doable as well.
Yeah, that is definitely doable.
Caustic.
Yeah, that is definitely doable.
I don't know how to check if there's a team on the left side. The team in choke. The team who won last game. Told you.
Just watching our north right now.
Pretty sure there's no one on that left side. When we Valk over, I'm just gonna call something.
Okay.
Pretty sure side or office will be the safest. Or underneath. Unless we can just farm empty steam. Wait, they're not even going fissure, never mind.
You have the team in the back.
Okay.
I'm batting. I'm phoenixing actually.
Don't let him walk up.
Oh, up.
Nice. Thank you.
Lesson.
Retake stand roof, look. They're still there.
The Ash team, right?
Yeah. They should have to Valk first, then we Valk after. I'm walking up the flat top, see if it's free.
Yep.
They might make a play on you. It's not
Yeah, they have
free.
Ash.
We are Valk ulting.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so Rig don't have access to the beacon right now in Lava Fissure because NRG were holding them out. However, Xenox, we've had a crazy shift in the circle, and this could work in Reignite's favor because it's going to go towards Skyhook. It's actually going to be just on the cusp of the north of Countdown, the very southern edge of Skyhook. And because not many teams, including us, you know, read that, they're all sitting in Countdown, some actually over towards the north of Landslide. This means there's spots open. If Rig Valk ult now, they could actually find a great spot.
And it does mean Team Liquid, who were inside of Countdown essentially from the early moments of this match, are going to have to rotate out, puts them in a little bit more danger than what they may have been with a bit of a Countdown circle. Now, Elevate are gone. We saw Cloud9 also get eliminated at the end of that listen-in as TSM feeling a bit of pressure. That's from Optic Gaming now. Skittle Cakes, low armor, same with Knocked, and Duplex is down again.
really a struggle for Optic Gaming here. TSM trying to push them out. They've got the Kraber in the hands of Reps. You can see he's actually thinking about just using some bullets to punch through that knockdown shield and confirm the kill. It's going to be the Arc Stars instead. Doesn't quite get there.
Oh, big one right now. Both GameWith and Optic Gaming eliminated at the same time. So neither team reached that 50-point status going into match 7, if there is one.
There's actually not that many teams left that can realistically make that, Xenox. I mean, yeah, what? Team Empire, maybe Team Unite?
Oh, big one though. Reignite just lost 2 players. Zenial, Space Station delivering that blow to Zero and Sharky. So JMW now the only one left standing for Reignite. Big, massive, especially for Team Liquid, more so probably for the entire lobby.
They haven't seen that they're gone yet though. With the 1 member left alive, the rest of the lobby doesn't know. 1 banner grabbed, but JMW, he's a caustic. He can't Valcolt out of this. He can't bubble his way to safety. How is he going to play this?
Team Liquid right here as well. Talk about storylines here. JMW just trying to defend the area. I think Liquid, though, are just trying to get out of dodge and get out of countdown. JMW gets the 2nd banner, but can he get them back into the game is the next question.
It's going to be tough. I feel like a mobile respawn beacon is a very likely win condition now for Reignite. Team Liquid, I think we saw them moving past at one point. It was either them or Space Station Gaming.
Liquid.
And it's really, yeah, okay, so we are getting one of those crow circles, Xenox. It's right at that southern end of Trials.
Oh, damn, Empty just with a quick triple kill onto Sudaraku, who are having a tough day of things here in the finals. TSM, they now force their rotation out of countdown. That they find someone that maybe they can drop on, get a couple of kills, or at least an empty area that they can hide in for the time being. It will be the latter. 7th place at the moment, 37 points here for TSM. They could be a team that maybe gets that match point status. Now over to Space Station Gaming. Oh, never mind, they're gone.
Sweet's still up at the moment. If NRG can consolidate from this position, we see a GMT up on high and Skyhook, just like we saw them yesterday, doing what they do best, griefing with nades that they can grab from that black market. Reps, still a couple of bullets left in the Kraber. Might be JMW that he's taking the pot shots there at. Okay, here's Team Liquid.
TSM, they have that opportunity. You were talking about maybe squads left, Genome, that can get to 50 points, get to that match point status. They are one of them. You know, you win this game. I know it's maybe a match early, but at least gets you to that match point status, about 12 points away.
You can see that Team Liquid are well within this circle. It's very good for them right now, but they don't have a lot of space to play with. Fun FPS, he needs to be so precise with his bubbles and just make sure that he's using that at the right time. If he pops it a little bit too early, teams like TSM that are watching like a hawk with this Kraber will come in and remove them from World's Edge.
Deep into round 5, and we've still got 10 squads remaining, 28 players alive. TSM, Hal now goes up to red armor, and Rep still has 3 bullets left in that Kraber. That could be a big turning point later in the game, as AD Raccoon now make their way over just above TSM. You can see Empire further left of all of them as well, near the cliffs. Of course, JMW is still the solo rat for Reignite. Don't count him out. He could pull off something special.
Huge set of fences there set up by Team Unite from APAC North. They will have to move forward just a little bit. We did see JMW, he's got that rat spot there. It's good for the moment. GMT, they want to have a little bit of an oob play here as they look to see they don't have to go through the fences. Xenox, they're going to go over the top of them.
First shot misses there from Reps. Another one. There's the crack. There's the down. One more shot with the Kraber. Do you make it count, Reps? I think you might. He should be able to. No, just misses that one. Tough shot under the pressure for TSM as Matey goes down for GMT. They too also now in a bit of a pinch. They got Unite next to them. Luminosity Gaming behind them as well. 10 squads, but a whole lot of open open space, Genome. You just can't fit everyone into this area.
Oh, gold bag, they're going for it, but the Watson is savvy. They come around the corner and GMT Esports are out of this one. Team Liquid still firmly in it.
Everyone's just forgetting about Team Liquid. They're just killing each other. This is perfect for Team Liquid. Surely they can capitalize from here. Luminosity now gone. 7 squads left. TSM just down to Verholst. He's got to get this bat off, and maybe he can just at least maybe find a way to influence this game a little further on. There is Team Liquid. They've got NRG behind on top of them. Could this be the moment? Could this be Team Liquid's championship?
I mean, North America, they had the most teams coming into our final day here. Is Team Liquid going to be the one to make them all proud and take home the Split 2 playoffs?
It could very well happen. 7 squads still left, though. A lot of shenanigans surely left in this particular match. Into round 6 we go, and JMW is still alive for Reignite. Don't count him out, Genome.
The zone will start closing soon. 15 seconds or so until these teams have to make their next move. Unite have it's a whole oval to themselves here right now, as well as an EMP on the way.
FGen has created a northern wall for the APAC North team. NRG, of course, above Team Liquid. Empire, they're gone. They're out. Now Nathan has to heal up.
They're out on 48 points as well, Xenox. They were 2 off making match point, but will it even matter? Because Team Liquid have found JMW. They are the only ones now who can take this out. He does manage to get it down onto Gildersons, though. The young player has done so well to get Team Liquid into this winning position in the playoffs.
Missile Swarm from NRG, now onto Team Liquid. That down onto Gildersons could be the difference maker in maybe giving Reignite another attempt at things. NRG, you have to wipe out Team Liquid if you want to be able to win the championship on the 45 points as well.
4 squads left alive. TSM for Hulse just by himself, as then we've got Team Unite, NRG, and TL. TL had time to reset here. It looks like they might have got them up, but NRG are pushing.
Unite can third party this as well. NRG get the knockdown onto Nocturnal as well as fun. There's only one left up now for Team Liquid. They're out, they're gone. We are going to continue on here for Championship Sunday. NRG, though, should fall at the hands of Team Unite. They created that northern wall of the Watson fences. Now surely find victory. Our winners of match 6 from APAC North, it's Team Unite.
This has huge implications for the scoreboard as well. Xenox, TSM were on 47 points there in the dying seconds of our 6th game today. You know what the difference between first and second is in placement points, Xenox?
It's everything.
It's 3 points. 12 points for first, 9 points for second. And if TSM had have been able to clutch that out, I mean, as we touched on, Verholst was a solo at that point, I believe.
That's true.
It's a little bit of a hard ask, but they were that close. And Empire that close. I think when we go back and have a look at the scoreboard, we're going to see so many teams that are just heartbreakingly close to getting onto the match point. Okay,
NRG.
Team Unite with the win are actually going to pull it out and get their 57 points for them, but so many NRG, Empire, TSM, Game with Optic Gaming as well. Just a couple of kills, just a couple of rat strats away from making it there. And okay, Game 6. We're going into Game 7 next, and there's still only 3 on match point, Xenox. That's still only 3 out of 20. There are so many other teams who can still take this away and make this one long, epic day of Apex Legends Esports.
I mean, it already has been such an epic tournament thus far, but it is really heating up here. Match 6, providing so much entertainment. Was that the opportunity for Team Liquid? Will they be ruining that chance? They were arguably in a winning position, Genome. That was a championship on the line, and they have not been able to come through. It was Team Unite, puts them into match point status, and so many teams knocking down the door.
And remember, we talked about Xenox World's Edge being the opportunity for Team Liquid and Rig to get through there. Not only that, the ring pull for Team Liquid, you couldn't have asked for anything better. Reignite, less happy with that one. They tried to make the most of it, but unfortunately, the rotation was too much to ask of the APAC South #1 seed.
Now, I will say, of course, it's a very hype moment, and we settle things down a bit. Still 13 points for Team Liquid does put them in a good position overall, because if they don't walk away maybe as the winners, the more points you get, you know, at least second, third place, etc., could still go your way. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of player points as well, but massive. And as you mentioned, of course, the difference, World's Edge, Storm Point, the only problem being we didn't really get the teams that we thought could do well on Storm Point reaching match point status. That is the big issue.
Yeah, and when we're talking about the cash on the line here, Xenox, I mean, it starts to really skyrocket once you get to that top 10, right? I mean, every player, every team that made it here is going to be walking away with something. Team Unite, they're going to walk away with the kill. F-Chan on the Watson there
baby.
picks up a handy 6 kills to help them close it out, and they close in on that first prize of $250,000. I mean, yeah, look, even down to 10th, you're looking at 18, and from there, it really starts to climb rapidly. 150 for second, 100 for third, 80,000 for fourth place. Life-changing amounts of money,
Certainly
and not
is.
only that, but the pride of being the champions of the first LAN in Apex Legends in almost 3 years.
And guess what? APAC North on top, baby. Could very well happen. A lot of regions still with a chance of being the champions here for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. We're going to throw it over to our very, very special panel where they can break down everything that's just taken place over the last 3 matches.
Oh, and what a special last 3 matches it was. I want to welcome, of course, our panel back. We've got a new face on our panel right now, Fish. I want to talk to you real quick what we just saw. I mean, really, what was the reaction you just had back in our green room?
I thought it was going to be over, to be honest.
Yep.
I mean, Team Liquid right inside the center of the circle. They've got a core 6 sitting there. They're looking pretty good. They were not taking a lot of those early fights, but ultimately not quite able to get it over the line. So my initial thoughts were we might be done and dusted there in Game 6, but I got to say, I'm glad we've got more.
I'm glad we have more as well. I have a sneaking suspicion. I have us at 9, Evan. I have us at 9.
Yeah.
Call me nuts. Call me crazy, but I have us going 9 games. What are your thoughts?
I have 8. I think 8 is the number right now, though. It could be more. We have this weird thing that happens on LAN where we somehow go longer in any match point system than we ever do. It's typically 7 games on average that we equal out to. But there's something about this environment that makes it that much more tense. Those moments where NRG can barely get 1 point to be on match point. That's LAN for you.
You're absolutely right. And one of those things has got to be talking about TSM and match number 4, James.
11 kills. This is the game they were looking for. One of them, they need a bit more, but this is one of the big games they were looking for. Huge performance from TSM. Optic came in second place, but only with the 1 kill, and need to get those kills as well, as they are still a few points away from getting on match point. Empire, third place with 11 kills. Huge from them as well, but there is still more to do, as they are 2 points away from match point.
How about that 1v1 as well? Cal, Lex, that was great.
That was hot. We'll just put it that way. We'll leave it at that, of course. And Elfish, let's talk about that bloody round number 5 of match number 4. Really a great opportunity for LG to take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the first game that actually put a couple of teams on match point as well, so that's a big talking point there. This was the game that put Team Liquid and Reignite onto potential winners' podium. Of course, Game Width and Optic Gaming, that was a big discussion we were having at the start of that matchup. It was really unfortunate for Optic, and it's something that's kind of continued to rear its head over the course of a couple of games. They seem to have continued to run into one another, and it's been a sense of a mutually assured destruction for both of those. Ultimately, toward the end of the day, though, Luminosity, I mean, there was a big shout from John right as they pulled off the victory there, wasn't there? Such a fantastic, phenomenal win. It wasn't quite enough to get them up to the top of the scoreboard. They didn't have a great start to the day, but that was enough to turn it around, get them back in the discussion.
Absolutely. And there they are, excited, bringing in that Mexican flag. You got to appreciate regionality for sure. And James, match number 6, I'm just going to say it here, Watson Fences, Team Unite.
Rain Day.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rain Day. That was on you, my friend.
All right, no problem. I think, NRG was the name I thought we would be saying on match point 2. They're 1 point away. But they have so well improved over the course of today versus what we saw in the first few days. And I'm excited. I think they're now contenders on TSM. Everyone's waking up. And that was kind of the saga going alongside the parallel saga of how is Duplex still alive? Optic Gaming have to go through trials and tribulations you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy, yet somehow they make it into a situation where they're only 5 points away, but it wouldn't be their day. It would be the Watsons coming in. And James, with Team Unite, this is the big question I've had to ask. Can they get victories? They can clearly get into the end game, and well, they answered it for me right there.
Absolutely. We've been talking about, in the back, we've been talking about the Watsons just gatekeeping other teams. And speak about game width and how they've been griefing Optic on that map. They're going to they're going to be relieved that the map will soon be changing. But yeah, I mean, Unite have crept up on us. In these 6 games, they finished 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 4th. So maybe they come 5th next time, I don't know. But they have been putting in these late placements, and we've seen them down bad as well, stuck in corners, but they've got the Watson ults in the back, they've got the fences up, and you can't really push them. And we can see them now in 2nd place on match point, and game width could have been on match point as well if they didn't let Optic slip out of their hands and obviously get a bit more after that, maybe a slightly better placement. So we have to keep an eye on these guys because they're just coming in the back door, letting everybody else take the attention and then just saying hello at the best time for them.
They are, and I know, Elfish, I can see you like wanting to get in here and jump into this combo. Let's go.
Yeah, I've got 2 things to say here. I think Reignite, you can put in that same discussion with Unite. They've been having some really consistent top placings. 4 out of the 6 games we've seen so far today, they've been inside of the top 5. Obviously, they've won a couple of 3rd places in there as well, so they've been consistent. But what I really want to touch on here is the scoreboard at the moment. Look at how many teams are so close to getting to that match point number. The magic number 50 is what we're looking for, all the way down to Optic Gaming, a discrepancy of only 5 points. So from Game 6 to Game 7, if even any number of those teams get a couple of points on the board, we might go from 2 or 3 teams that are on match point to up to 7 or 8.
Yeah. Absolutely. Evan, the thing is that, though, there is no sleeping. Even I recognize what I'm about to say is going to sound silly, but V3, don't sleep on any of these teams right now.
No, One Tappy's been involved. They've had some unfortunate occurrences in fights way before they've been able to rotate, and so they haven't been able to get to the end where most of the points are stacked. However, look at the names in that 10th to 16th place. You have Cloud9 only a point away from actually 10th, which means that this is still anybody's game. And that's the kind of beauty of how this LAN starts to work. It works not just in terms of how you're playing and rotating. It becomes a mental thing. We just got on match point, but then we lost barely. How do you bounce back from that? I'm really looking at Liquid. I'm looking at NRG kind of taking these I guess, hits in stride and seeing if they can keep performing well.
And to be honest with you, we're also changing up the map on them, so why not?
Yeah, exactly.
Just like to throw that in. At any rate, you can throw something in yourself. You can possibly help us choose the Monster MVP. Here's what you're going to do. Use the hashtag of your chosen player. You're seeing them on your screen. Go ahead and screen grab if you need. Take out your phone. Choose your player. Use that hashtag, and then along with hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP, that's hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. Put that in the YouTube chat. Put that in our Twitch chat. Put that on Twitter. Spam it as you like because we want to hear from you on who's going to be... James has made his vote known on who is going to be going to that Monster Energy MVP spotlight, who is certainly going to be brought up onto the stage here. We're excited to see that unfold, and I know you are as well. James, I have got one last question for you. We were hearing in the back here, and you've talked about Team Unite, certainly, and you've talked about your love of the Watson fences. Game with. I know if you had your choice, you would change your prediction right now. Is that correct, or am I putting you on blast?
Of course, absolutely. You might think I'm lying, but something in the back of my mind was saying game width when I woke up today. But it's just so, like, it's unprecedented. Based on what we've seen in the past, it's very hard to make a prediction like that. It's kind of crazy. Again, you've got the big names. There are so many names here that not everybody can do well. But of course, like a team like Team Liquid have been steamrolling. They are threatening every game to win this. So of course, it is it's one of those like 500 to 1 chances, it feels like, based on the information that we've had going into today. So it's a very hard pick to make. But then so was Sutaraiku as well. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Evan, let's talk real quick about seeding points while we get our players back to their perspective.
Great point.
PCs. Seeding was an interesting element. Remember, the top 10 teams, 10 all the way down to number 1 in terms of bonus points. Have we seen that here in our match point now that we've got those 4 teams on match point?
I went with Optic today.
Yeah.
And they're in the running, but let's not forget they have 10 points from seeding more than anyone else. So if you take 10 points away from their score, I don't even think that they're in 16th
35.
place.
They've got side quests. on
Yeah,
that roster.
they did. They earned some extra XP on that route they took. But I do think that makes what Liquid is doing even more impressive because they came in 8th, I believe, heading into this one, and they were able to really, move forward in a way that says we are already at the top of the lobby, clearing a lot of other teams near us, and we didn't really need that much help to do it.
That's right, indeed. Well, hey, you know what? Here's some help for you. If you are interested in a Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop, head on over to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion because we're going to be giving one of those away a little bit later in the show, and they're awesome, and you could be awesome with that. So twitter.com/Lenovo Legion for sure. And hey, you know what? Something else you could do while you're on Twitter anyway. You know what is the coolest, absolute best Twitter account out there?
James Vital.
Rain Day Gaming?
It's on your screen, gang. At Play Apex Esports. We're also on YouTube. Of course, we're on Twitch as well. A huge thank you to our social team. They have been throwing down. They have been keeping up with the stats. Rain Day, I know we have all been retweeting them, and they have been doing such an incredible job of keeping everybody in the know.
If you haven't seen the photos, go right now and see them. There's incredible content coming from this LAN, giving us looks at player celebrations behind the scenes, slow motion fist bumps, screams of emotion. I mean, I feel like we're really capturing some epic esports coverage here. It's amazing.
100%. If you can't be here, go be there because they are everywhere. At any rate, we will be back here in the pursuit of this $1 million prize pool of that playoff trophy just in a few minutes. Come back. We'll see you in a bit.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Good war.
Welcome back, everybody. After a short break to give our players a chance to breathe here in this insanely intense series, I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty. We'll be riding with you the rest of the way here in this match point format. Of course, a major shout out to all of our Aussie casters who came through and crushed it all weekend long. Genome, Xenox, and of course, none other than my boy Elfish Guy. Absolutely killing it on the mic all weekend, Vicky.
Love it. Love hearing from them. Love hearing them say aluminium. Okay, gotta give that a shout out right here. Love is my favorite. I love
mates,
actually
other bad words that are like mates, but I won't say on broadcasts. You know, Australians, y'all are crazy. I've learned.
I love it. I love the community over there. Love the casters. Love the teams that we've been seeing here too.
You know what a bogan is?
No, I don't. Actually,
if you had to guess what a bogan is, you guess what's a bogan.
Is that like?
Yes.
I don't even know.
Take a risk here, Vic.
Like, it's an animal. It's a type of kangaroo.
Kinda.
Wait, actually?
Yeah. No, it's not.
Oh,
actually,
damn.
no.
I got excited.
I digress. Hey, anyways, look at Australia is represented. And represented well, both on the casting desk, but also, of course, on the main stage. Reignite the first team alongside Team Liquid to reach match point, and they're doing it without Jen Burton. That's the biggest storyline here. If you don't know who Jen Burton is, well, you better know who he is. He is arguably the best controller player in the world, considered by many, and he, unfortunately, was not able to compete in this competition this weekend after flying out due to COVID protocols. So, substitute of JMW comes in, the player on Kangarna who barely missed qualification from EMEA. He's British. And you know what? Sister countries, they're both playing for the Queen right now, Vicky.
Love it. You love to see it. And, you know, I want to just highlight a little bit of what's at stake here for Team Liquid. Team Liquid, let's just say, during this entire finals group has been fragging out. I think in total, what we've seen from them, they've been able to obtain 40 kills. The first team alongside Reignite to hit match point, which was 50 points. Now, after that last game, they're currently sitting at 69 points. I love to see this from this team because now we're moving on from World's Edge into Storm Point. Storm Point, where we've spoken to Hotsick himself, where he sees that this is Team Liquid's strongest map. But we have not seen that from them yet today. Now, what I'm predicting here, Fallout, we only have 3 teams currently sitting at match point. It's Reignite, Team Unite, and Team Liquid. If they really are going to shine on Storm Point, now is the time to do it. Because if you find yourself with a lackluster performance like you did on Storm Point before, for the next 2 games, you're allowing the likes of NRG, Team Empire, TSM, Game With, Optic Gaming to climb their way through the ladder.
Oh my gosh, I love that fire you just spit right there like a dragon, like the dragoness you are. I mean, well, F-Chan, Mr. Swag on Shroud. I don't know what that dance was. They call that the puzzle piece. I don't know if it's called the puzzle piece, but I'm going to call it the puzzle piece. It's officially coined F-Chan and Gilderson's comparison side by side. Of course, Gilderson's the young goat in the making. What's a baby goat called? I don't know, but that's him on screen right now, dominating in that stat comparison.
It's him. That is what a baby goat is called right here.
A baby goat's a Gilderson?
Yeah, there you go.
I always wondered what a Gilderson was and why.
Yeah. Now we have more input right there, too. But I love to highlight Team Unite, F-Chan. What a representation of Watson Mates. He's so animated, and I love it. I love the personality that we've seen from these players. Love having these live player cameras as our legends get set up here. They're just getting ready, taking a breather. And, you know, just been nonstop games here for these teams. And you have to imagine that at this point, they're warmed up. They're ready to go. So many teams are already looking to get at match point.
That's right. That's a big part of match point. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You got to be able to do it for the long haul. Longevity, stamina is key. But, of course, these players are used to long streams. They played on Friday, and, well, that was 18 games. So as long as we don't go to 18 games, which, by the way, is the mathematical maximum. It's literally mathematically impossible to go past 18 games. I think these players are all right. Valkyrie, #1 pick, 95% pick rate. We saw, though, AD Raccoon move off of Valkyrie, picking up Caustic instead, which is really, really interesting. The fun fact here, no team has won a game without Valkyrie yet in this competition, I believe.
That's beautiful, and that should say something about those last-minute rotations, about Storm Point in general, actually, because I feel like Valkyrie is such a necessity, even though we've been seeing teams like AD Raccoon not rock the Valk. It's so important for those northern squads to be able to rotate quickly into the southern zones because they have the elevation to gain the distance.
That's right, Valkyrie a must pick. Caustic only 34%, 35, already a little bit higher, so we want to show some diversity here. But most importantly, look how healthy the Apex Legends meta, or legend meta is. I mean, 10 different legends on the front page. Octane makes it to the first page here. Represent Octane stands. Where you at, by the way? You know what? He bursts on to the top 10 with 5 picks overall. We like to see Octane represent.
Gotta give a shout out to Team Empire, who've been rocking so many different compositions, having the time of their life. Even Team Unite a little bit, when they saw that they were at match point, they had some fun with it too. And even though this is a competition, even though this is $1 million prize pool here for this competition, you have to remember that this is a game and these players need to have fun to put themselves in a nice, healthy mindset to build up that confidence here. Because yes, you are under the heavy lights in terms of competition on this stage, literally, but you need to keep your cool. At this point, you've already played throughout the entire weekend, so you're feeling and building up that momentum.
Speaking of keeping your cool, this one player that has ice in his veins on land, it's Alberlelli Mac, former TSM Dynasty team member. No longer on that team as of obviously over a year ago. Everyone's aware of that big breakup. They tore up the Dynasty, and since then he's jumped to a few different teams. He's on Team Liquid, who's dominating now, and now on Cloud9, of course still up for TSM, but on Team Liquid, Cloud9 overall, and you know, he is also a reigning champion. You gotta put respect on his name. Speaking of respect, Sweet Dreams, the most respected, one of the most respected IGLs and players in NA.
I actually want to highlight energy from that last game real quick. We saw that energy, saying hi to the camera.
You're just going to stare us down.
He's in it, though. You could tell that he's got a game plan ready going into Storm Point. But just to highlight energy's performance in that last game, we saw them fully sent on Team Liquid. They did notice that it was Team Liquid 100%, which is why they fully sent it. But could that 1 point difference that would have set them at match point actually set them back because they gave away that position in the end circle for that last game? It makes you wonder because they're here sitting at 49 points.
One kill could have made the difference for NRG being at match point. Imagine NRG wins this tournament, Vicky, after underperforming Friday, Saturday, showing up today, though. TSM, a team that is close to match point as well. Still nothing but good vibes and confidence from the CEO and his leadership team. You know, we got Vice President of Valkyrie, and we got the Vice President of hitting shots, but not getting as much credit as Pat Howell for it, a.k.a. the one and only Reps. Not shot, just kidding. Shout out to my man Reps. Shout out to Verholst, and I'm excited for what's about to come here. We, of course, have the game loading up here in just a moment, but we had to bring it back, you know, because we had to hit the puzzle piece real quick. You ready to hit this live? This is the puzzle piece. This is the Team Unite. The Team Unite puzzle piece. Imagine.
And then, you have to do that. You have to do this. You have to do this too.
Okay, what's up? Oh, yeah. My man with the curling the 15s. You can't see right now, but I'm also curling 15s. Shout out to F-Chan.
I'm curling 5s, but it's okay.
I don't know if you saw, but players are going around finding him and taking pictures. This is like, they're like,
I love
flex
it.
for me so we can take a picture together?
Like,
typically you flex if you got something to show, you know what I'm saying, if you're bulging in muscles, but my man still has that confidence, all right? F-Chan.
Yeah.
The one and only. Come on, you gotta do something.
He loves the camera.
There you go. There you go. Just the Nick Merckx fist right there.
He's in it though. It's because he's completely locked in right now.
He still gave us a little something though.
Yeah, because he has to be animated. I'm telling you, like it's perfect. It's perfect. You know, like he's the type of player to make those Watson jokes on the comms and just laugh about it afterwards, just like Watson would. So it's beautiful though. Team Unite, a team that is at match point, one of the 3, like we were highlighting before. They're looking to take this dub. They're very consistent in these end circles. I'm looking at F-Chan, who's been popping off. I think overall in the lobby, he's been able to obtain 10 kills just by himself here. So now as you move on to game number 7, how long, Fallout, will it be before we crown our winner?
Oh my, I hope we get at least 12. I want
20. No.
It's not possible.
Actually, but I'll be so broke.
Somehow.
Somehow.
You can find numbers. Good luck. I would honestly be so excited to beat the record we had in Poland. If you didn't watch it, you can watch it on YouTube on the official ALGS channel, youtube.com/playapex. It is insane. Poland went 11. Will we go 12 today? But obviously now teams have a 10-point advantage. That's something we did not instill until after the fact here. And we, of course, are getting ready for Storm Point, changing things up. It's match number 7, and we're loading in. Ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, blow it up right now and let us know, who do you want to win? Are you standing with the Japanese in game with Team Unite? Are you rooting for the European multinational team led by the Danish man himself, Nasky? Or do you want the North Americans to close this out? Team Liquid reignite from Apex South with an opportunity here as GMT is glad that Fennel is not in this lobby. Drop it in the wall.
Let us know, guys. Hashtag ALGS. Which teams do you want to see take the victory, take the trophy home? Game 7, making our way through Storm Point. Team Unite. We're just talking about them, talking a little bit about F-Chan, looking at some of these drop spots. Look at where the circle's taking us, though. Fallout NRG are going to have a field day with that beacon out over by checkpoint.
All right. I incorrectly said, quote me, and called on Twitter that Team Liquid was going to caustic their way to a win last game. I will say it again. Quote me. As sad as I will be, because I want to keep watching Apex, I'll be happy for my man Hotzik Knock and the boys. Team Liquid's winning this game. Why? Because the zone is so close to them. They love this exact zone, which means they can early rotate they can find themselves God spot, the best position on the map, and they could use their Loba just to collect loot and farm up, loot up, and get ready for late game to win this one. They don't care about kills at this point, although you got to be thinking about the longevity macro of kills, but they just want the win, and this might be their best chance, Vicky.
I mean, they're going to be sharing some of that close quarter space with V3 Vega, who are also right there. Not sure if V3 have a beacon available to them, so that way they understand that information of where the circle is going to be pulling. But hey, if Team Liquid could clean up some kills along the way, that's going to be a great situation for them, because then they're going to be able to clear that space, clear one squad out. But that is to say, if they could take that, because V3 Vega could easily flip the tables on them.
In this grand final, we of course have no teams 50-50 in any spots. No one's fighting for positioning. This is it. They're not trying to prove a point. They want to make sure they can give themselves the best chance to succeed. So that means everyone has loot. Everyone has a drop spot. It'll be a slow start, a crazy mid-game, and that's what I like to compare Apex to, where as you see it right here, it's almost like a roller coaster. It starts with a slow build-up. Not much has happened, and then you hit your first drop. Teams like fights like this. It's a little exciting. It's a little baby drop, but you get ready for the middle drop, which is a little crazier. Mid-game, third parties, lots of fights. And then, of course, you got the third and final drop. It's the late-game circle, which is absolutely bonkers. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Strap into the roller coaster that is competitive Apex Legends, because this could be it. Team Liquid with 69 points. Nice.
And they're looking fantastic. You got to look at the composition that they're still rocking here. They got the Caustic out and about on Storm Point.
Yeah.
So it makes you wonder, what did Hauntic tell them, the Team Liquid coach, after their performance on Storm Point before? Did it just not work out here looking at this? They're taking the Cannon Blaster, though. Team Unite understand that they do not want to pick this fight. They are dipping from the situation as Saku falls so low. They're just giving the space over to Team Liquid, because I wonder if they know that V3 Vega is in the area, so they don't want to get third-partied after that fight.
One thing that's important to note here, Team Liquid knows that Unite is on match point, and perhaps saw the Watson and said, you know what, this could likely be Team Unite. They're one of two teams, I believe, running Watson in this lobby. So that's an opportunity now for Team Liquid to try and rise their chances by 33%. We'll see if they can take out Team Unite. John doing what he can right now. Not a whole lot of loot that Unite is working with, though. They drop really close to Cascade Falls in the southeast of Cascade Falls, right next to Team Liquid, who drops in Cascade Falls. My favorite POI on any map, by the way. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
I'd love to vacation there. Maybe get a build a house there. Get invest in some property, some real estate. Right on top of the waterfall. You know what I'm talking about?
You know, I talk about real estate. I got to look at Olympus.
Tiny
I mean, we got to live out the dream here of luxury. We don't get that here, though, as Optic Gaming. Can we highlight the fact that they're also not Loba composition, but with looting all along the way to that next circle? Fantastic. Purple Evo, Gold Evo, Skittle Cakes on the horizon, prioritizing that verticality that we were highlighting when we first jumped into Storm Point. I'm loving this. Already having the black hole, they're going to hold up the top of that zipline in case any team are going to want to rotate onto the high ground.
That's right. C9. Well, they need a big game here. 18 points away. They can do it with a first place finish and 6 kills is the goal, at least, for Cloud9 to hit match point for their chance to succeed. We'll see if Cloud9 can do it, but on the flip side, you did say Optic Gaming. There's not a single team in this lobby with more pressure on them than Optic Gaming right now, period, because, well, a lot of speculation, a lot of criticism online. Can they perform? Are they going to choke? They've proven people wrong. I think we're past that at this point, but no one's going to remember their Saturday and Friday performance. No one remembers the NBA playoff semifinals. You only remember, I'm going to keep referencing the 90s Chicago Bulls, the greatest dynasty in basketball history. By the way, Michael Jordan is clearly a better player than LeBron James. But nonetheless, you only remember the winning teams here, and Optic Gaming has to close out now that they're representing the green wall.
And C9 now moving in, another team just rocking such great Evo shields. Slow pacing of a match, and that's actually what I want to ask you, Fallout. As we get more teams sitting in match point, are we going to see the gameplay slow down significantly? Because you know these teams want to hold on to those buildings, those final circle positioning, without putting themselves too much at risk.
It's a fact. Although I'm realizing, I think Bronny James plays Apex, so I may or may not have just pissed off a viewer. Bronny, if you're watching, sorry. MJ's better. No, I'm just kidding. Jokes aside, on board Team Empire right now as we're watching Ranches. Again, same exact team comp. I like. First off, I just love this team. They've been so kind, so optimistic, and more importantly, they're really true to themselves. I was talking to them yesterday, and they said, we like to have fun, and we like to show that in our gameplay. And we might not run the most traditional team comp, but it fits our style. It fits our personalities. We like to meme, and you saw it when they were, animation canceling on G2. And by the way, G2 said, I can't wait to get to the loser bracket finals to absolutely destroy them. Unfortunately, we're not able to get there. Team Empire has been pissing a lot of people off this weekend, but they're having fun while doing it.
You got to sprinkle some of that fun BM on top of everything, all right? You got to have fun with the game at the same time. Put
I
yourself.
have a feeling you were toxic as a child playing
Listen,
video games.
I don't need you to be adding me like this.
You showed me your Xbox Live messages.
Oh yeah, I
and
mean, come
let
on.
me tell you, I think you're still toxic. I love it. Love every second of it. No, I'm just kidding.
Got it. You have to flex on them sometimes, and that's
right.
exactly what Team Empire was doing with the Mad Maggie before. Alliance was definitely flexing on a lot of groups during the group stages. Talk about Optic Gaming. This spot trying to be a little sneaky out here, trying to get some natural cover with the line of sight with the palm trees.
That's right. Optic. Rotating from the mill, so they have really good loot. I'm a big fan. That's actually my personal drop spot with my team is the mill. You're going to be well looted almost always because you have those middle pills that guarantee some solid shield. And of course, no matter what, you're also can use that trident to rotate if you want to. And obviously, for those that don't know, in competitive Apex, the trident's kind of a death sentence. From the standpoint, obviously, make a lot of noise, you're going to get focused and beamed, so you don't really see Optic use the trident too much. Sutaraiku actually likes to. They drop a no-name village right to the right of the mill. But Optic doesn't really use it that often, but you do have the choice.
Yeah, and usually teams that do utilize the tridents because the ring is pulling really far away. We had some teams actually experiment at the start of Storm Point with those tridents, looking at CLG, who love to rotate on the outskirts of the circle with the trident actually going through fish farms. But the meta's kind of evolved here on Storm Point. Look at this, FSV, they're moving in. I don't think they knew. They didn't know GMT Esports are here to sabotage your game plan, and they took out Sangjun so quick here. They knew. Now they're going to be able to take the zipline. They immediately were able to jump off. We see these players moving out here.
Nasky, my man, in the words of my man CD in the third, Nasky's going to hit his shots, actually, 4-7, eliminated. And also in the words of my boy Chris Bucket, sneaky, sneaky beavers here on Storm Point. GMT just got the easiest 3 kills they've ever received. Nice job for them in this ultra-competitive lobby, but look who's under pressure.
Oh, Alliance. Team Liquid, C9, they're all making an appearance here. Hawkins gets taken down. Team Liquid have the high ground. They have a way better position than the other 2 squads right below them.
Sitting on top of the Parthenon right now, looking down, and it's going to be Team Liquid doing such a good job maintaining high ground and control. Alliance, unfortunately, is the meat of the sandwich right now. You never want to be the meat. You always want to be the bread. On board with Stay Naughty, Paris Guzoulis representing, if you can, all of the United States. But not only that, Greece are only one of 2 Greek competitors in this lobby. Big shout out to Paris and his entire family, the Guzoulis family, watching from home. On board with Weiss, last alive, the Swede for this team. Also manages to find a little high ground.
It's crazy to see how much of a difference the last 2 days have been for Alliance. From going from being dominating in all the lobbies to now sitting overall in 16th place, struggling a little bit with our heavy-hitting squads. Team Liquid still now controlling some of this high ground, controlling this building. They knew that there was other squads in the area. They cleared one out. Now it's C9 giving them the respect and just playing off of the low ground.
Well-prepared teams right here have to have an idea that this is Team Liquid. If you know that Team Liquid drops Cascade Falls, if you know their play style, they like to play super, super early rotate on Storm Point. They can pinpoint who this team is, and they can grief them. Obviously, Anonymous mode is on. That's a difference between Match Point now and Match Point last time we were on LAN. You can't just find a team in the kill feed and grief them. It's Anonymous. So that's important to understand in the grand scheme of things here, but especially the North American teams, Cloud9 has to know that's Liquid.
C9, talk about C9 a little bit. Graceful is going to be able to heal up. They were able to clean up 2 of Alliance here. 1 still left, wondering where they went. Being able to have some of this KP isn't necessary here for Cloud9 because they were sitting over on 14th. They also want to be careful because this is a lot slower paced lobby on Storm Point. At the start of Storm Point earlier on today in game number 3, we saw a lot of these players off the rip immediately try to take fights. We saw 2 squads actually drop within the first minute and a half. And it's a completely different story now that we're back on Storm Point.
Yeah, Cloud9's going to be very well resourced here for this late game. They're going to get all the loot of Alliance, which basically means you get all the loot of Stormcatcher. Very, very solid loot. It's actually my backup drop spot overall as Alliance drops Stormcatcher. So C9, who actually splits loot with launch and launchpad or near launchpad with Space Station Gaming, which means they're not going to have the best loot. They find themselves well kitted here. This is a good situation for Cloud9. Graceful from Kangarna substituting in for Zach Mazer. Unfortunately came down with COVID, watching with Clara from the hotel room, trying to hope his boys can do it big. Shot to a man, Zach.
80 Raccoon, they know this is a team right in front of them. They're trying to destroy some of these Watson fences, closing in the gap. The dome has already been called out, though. 80 Raccoon now trying to take control over the real estate. It was actually just given to them for free. Free 99 as they're just going to be able to rotate off to the side here. They're getting pinged by another team, but look at where this circle is taking us, Fallout. This is going to be out in the open. TSM's already sitting in the middle where they're going to try to circle keep after the next circle.
That's right. I'm not sure where Team Liquid went. Were they able
They're still off to the south a little bit by Jurassic Park here. You
there
see
they are. I blanked.
Luminosity
wow,
actually
worked a
playing.
wide rotation.
Yeah, they
That's
did.
An interesting
And
decision here for Team Liquid.
I'm wondering if that's because they want to take a slower approach into the circle. They don't know that Luminosity is off to their left by the other bunker door towards Jurassic Park. So when they make this rotation over, they're going to be able to try to see if they could buy in some time. They know other teams around them with 19 squads left are also slowing down their gameplay.
Team Liquid needs to play perfect here. They want to close this one out. Team Unite also a match point alongside Reignite. Not sure where Reignite currently positioned. We'll find out here in a moment. But Team Unite find themselves in a pretty good circle. Zone pulls their way. Chilling, sitting pretty. Watson fences to their name. And one big thing that's important to understand is actually Watson is a much better legend, in my opinion, on Storm Point. Why? Because many of the buildings make it very difficult to kill and destroy Watson fences on this map, just the design of the building, whereas in World's Edge you got a little more of a wider angle, there's windows you can use. Gildersons, though, and Team Liquid find themselves under duress. They find some respite for now as they'll have a chance to heal up, but guess who's nearby? Empire loves to play spoiler. Gildersons is almost going to get that. They barely survived, but they got to heal.
They know they're solo too. This is formerly known as Major Pushers, Luminosity Gaming now, or rather Team Empire. Now moving in, they know right here that this is what they love. They love playing outside the circle a little bit too, but they're not going to overextend because they do know that there was another team that was rotating around Team Liquid.
This is insane. You ever been to Shambles Town before, Vicky?
Shambles Town?
Yeah.
That's whenever I get griefed all the time.
You know who the mayor of Shambles Town is?
You?
Nocturnal right now.
Oh.
It's Nocturnal.
Shambolic out here.
And exactly. An absolute shambles as it currently stands. They got 3 teams absolutely gatekeeping them. Nocturnal, the IGL of this team, all eyes on him. They're going to hit another Valk ult, and can you turn shambles into riches? We will find out. You got to invest in the economy of the town. You got to build some infrastructure. No, I'm just kidding. We'll see what Nocturnal can. I'm taking this way too far. We'll see what Nocturnal can do right now on this rotate. Empire knows that they're going to hit this. Yes, they do.
Right in front of them?
Oh, but misses a couple shots there.
Okay, well, they were able to get away here at least. Nocturnal does take some pressure, but they need to heal up. Their health is so low because of the circle.
No.
And now the bombardment getting called in right now. Team Liquid trying to buy some time for themselves, as Fun has to heal up with only syringes, which means that they're probably low in terms of big meds.
Here comes the Bangalore Ultimates, and it's Team Liquid with Empire looking to end their potential tournament win. Let's jump into a listen-in with Team Liquid.
Arcs. Loop left on me, loop left. Oh, hold on, wait scan. Are they aiming behind?
I think so.
What's going on? Yeah. Move up on this.
Move into the gas.
I'm healing. I can't see anything.
64,
I'm moving. I'm watching it right.
Hey, Arcs on a nasty heady.
Yeah. Another team landed north. We just gotta hold our ground. I'm gonna pop an ulti cell. We're gonna have Valk ult soon.
This team's moving.
I'm one cell.
They went.
Yeah. Okay.
They went into the door.
Careful. Come back.
I'm 1-1.
Okay, I have none. I have one cell. Do you got ulti cell? Ulti cell or no?
No.
Okay, we just need to start walking then. Follow me. We need to play quiet.
I have my 1 bat.
I have 1 cell to my fucking name, dog.
I have 6 cells and no bats.
Someone's Valk ulting to our left.
This spider fucking shoot, dude. This spider. We should walk this down and we third party.
I'm looking for the triple fill.
Yeah. Can we sit in the pill?
No.
Is that possible?
Cells.
I grabbed 2.
I got 2. I have Valk ult. We can walk up to right here.
No, we don't use it. Is this in?
No.
We play here.
Right here. Yeah, let's walk across. Walk across. Go. Fuck.
You have a bat?
I'm starting to shoot.
I'm batting, yeah.
Yeah, alright, cool.
No red heals.
Ult on us. We have to bubble this.
Yeah.
Or right. Go right on me.
I'm stunned.
Oh, fuck. I'm just dead. Above you, Brennan. Play my shield.
Oh.
Team Liquid is out. I'm 0 for 2 with my quote me predictions. I gotta stop doing it.
Cursing.
Team Liquid, I love you. I'm so sorry.
You gotta stop here, John, because now they're pinched between two squads. Sutu Raikou reignite, the winners of game number 1, sitting at match point now, trying to move in on Sutu Raikou. They're playing off of the natural terrain here with the rocks. See bullets still on the crypto. I love the follow-up with the EMP, but they're getting pins from all the way from afar. The barrage now coming down.
LG Mexico doing a great job over GMT. Meanwhile, Empire, the CIS boys, taking out game with Matsutasu is out. ADR, AD Raccoon, Obli is doing a good job with some great shots from afar. Sutu Raikou is in a scary spot, and guess who's in front of them? It's their boys, Reignite. We have STK versus Reignite on match point, of course. STK has a chance to play spoiler.
I'm also seeing on the kill feed Optic Gaming popping off. Team Empire still alive. They were able to ease their way into that next circle after we saw that Team Liquid gave them some of that extra space. Still, now they're rocking the Valk. They got the blood and they got the bang still out here, and now they're going to be able to try to ease their way in. It's about that Storm Point Valk meta that we were talking about before. TSM, also another team that has been cleaning up some kills in the feed.
Yeah, again, it's Empire versus TSM. Last time Empire gave them respect. This time we will see Verholst, Hal, reps on Ash, back on Ash. No more Caustic madness for them. They've given that up. Spent their first two games with Caustic. Despite having no practice on Caustic, trying to adapt to this lobby, and if you can't beat him, join him mentality with Caustic. But no, Verholst puts himself in a bad spot here. He's trying to make a play. He should be okay.
Yes,
he did make a play. He got a knock.
right here. Oh, now he can move in. That was crazy. Burrows immediately diving back in. He was able to pop the shield back. Now this is their opportunity. The bombardment getting called in as TSM want to clean up Team Empire.
This is insane. TSM pushing the res, came through. They're all in shambles. Cleve goes down. Hal's gonna clean up. Hal flanks wide right, misses the first, misses the second, but his teammates do the rest. Verholst reps Hal, pick up 3.
TSM sandwich out here. The Bangalore smoke out here too. Did they hit it match point after that?
ADR's above them. The shield swaps come through. It's Korea, APAC North versus TSM USA, as Karanpu is above with high ground. Caustic ult coming! No! It's about to get a little bit crazy as Karanpu is doing such a good job. No Caustic on TSM, and they're just getting melted, but somehow they're winning the fight. Ish, all up to one last alive, and TSM goes out.
And there's another team that's shooting at them from afar too. AD Raccoon now have to back up. Oh my goodness, it's STK, Alliance coming out of the side. Wise now moving in, he needs to go for a shield swap, but he's the last one alive from Alliance.
Wipes, last alive for his team. Let's see what Wipes can do. Wipes, reignite, Zero with the Kraber, hits the shot. Parka is down. Zero connects. He knew that his teammate did damage, knew he only had to hit the foot, connects on the big toe, I think.
Gotta love it. Kraber shots in the hands of Zero. I don't know how he does it. He always has the Kraber in his hands. He's got the crate right there. The loot box says Optic Gaming now are going to be able to find the opportunity. They dropped down from the high ground. They were holding on to the high ground for so long where the zipline connects, but force off at this point as Reignite. Zero still having the Kraber. We've seen Zero do such insane plays with the Kraber throughout the rest of the weekend.
Oh,
he was sitting still.
Shot. He goosed it. But it's okay. Zero, one of the best snipers. Actually, probably the best sniper in APAC South. Undoubtedly, we've seen him do some disgusting things with it so far. Chance for redemption. Misses again. Zero not able to connect.
Just gotta walk away from that. Zero's gonna be able to move into the side. The bombardment getting called in front of them here too. They have Optic in their sights, but it's also Unite sharing some of that space. Luminosity Gaming on the high ground too. They could actually jump down if they want to go for a third party, but they gotta look out because Reignite still's got that Kraber in his hands.
Oh, look at the wide left flank. He connects. Zero knocks Legetta. That's huge. Saku goes down, and Zero trying to secure the win for Australia. Hits the shot against the other team and ends their reign.
Poke one more time. Poke one more time. You may learn your lesson. He misses the last shot. Reignite are just going to reposition, hold this southern part of the zone here. This is a great spot for them because they know that there's no other team to their left to try to pinch them.
6 teams left in this game. Reignite can do it. They can do the unthinkable. Missed shot again, but they can close this out. Here comes the wide right push. I like their positioning in general. Nice good shot with the PK. Oh my gosh, flicks the wrist, hits the second. Waltzy, you're out of here.
Sutu Raikou being the solo right there. Unfortunately, Reignite knew that. They wanted to fully send it. Now redeploy is actually coming off to the left.
Here's what's so important to understand. LG and Optic could potentially grief each other, setting Reignite up for success. But 100 Thieves is going to come. 100 Thieves comes out of nowhere, flies from the sky, and engages. 3v3 fight. On move flanks wide right, but needs to be careful. Ooh, Zero's going to miss the shot again. This is not looking good for 100 Thieves because LG keeps them alive, keeps Reignite alive.
Now they're stuck right here. Look at C9 stay naughty, getting pinged by everybody in the lobby here. They jump right on top of 100 Thieves. Reignite safe away from all these different pinching locations as C9 get eliminated.
Reignite is playing this perfectly, just keeping their backs against the wall, walking this in. Luminosity Gaming has a chance. They're the best opportunity to keep this tournament alive. Mexico can play spoiler for Australia. It feels like the World Cup right now. Feels like the Olympics with all of this international representation. OG trying to do it for the red, white, and blue to keep this tournament alive.
3 squads left. Reignite, the only squad here in this lobby that's at match point, having the opportunity to try to close out this entire finals. Optic Gaming having to play from the low ground right here. You know Luminosity's holding on to the high ground too, so they have a great view of all the remaining 2 squads right below them.
The calm before the storm. Reignite, coming from City, so much adversity, playing with JMW as a substitute. Zero, such a talented IGL, the strict, hard IGL for this team, made the decision to pick up Sharky, his old duo, his old teammate, in place of Templix, the Indonesian Australian. And now they have an opportunity to put Apex South on the map, to put Australia on the map. They've been performing all weekend long, but look at Luminosity Gaming. Here comes the Caustic Ultimate. It's gonna tick. It's gonna tick. Tuck, goodbye, potentially, and they connect for such good damage, but it's not enough yet. They need to move. The storage behind them. Reignite is going to have to be taken out. Surely, Reignite is dead.
Caustic, yes, you see them right here. Sharky gets taken down. They are repositioning right now. This is so difficult because now they're going to be in the ladder side of Optic Gaming.
Oh my gosh, Zero has a chance here. He makes it. JMW makes it as well. Down to 2. Can Reignite do it with a team of 2? It was obviously a car long range right there, so I wasn't intentionally making fun of him. My man's been hitting shots all day long, right? I'm sitting here just talking. That's all I do. My man, it's more than enough. On board with an overhead view right now. Optic Gaming on low ground.
Get him in. They're punching him in.
They're going to actually ult LG and maybe mistakenly ruining this opportunity to keep Reignite out of this.
The mobile respawn beacon to act as makeshift cover here for Reignite. They get the res onto Sharky. They couldn't get the dirty. This is still winnable for Reignite.
They res Sharky. Sharky is back in the game. Full forces now for Reignite. Ganja has to drop. It's all up to Optic Gaming as LG gets melted. The dome shield comes. Reignite is hiding and waiting and hoping that they can ride this wave.
Yeah, they're going to hang out behind the rock here. They got the mobile respawn beacon to play off of. Optic Gaming is engaging with Luminosity. Reignite to go in for the third party and take this entire victory.
LG is out. Optic Gaming skill case goes out as well. Zero's going to do it. Wide left flank, and just like that, Reignite is going to do it. They are your champions. Australia comes all the way to Europe and wins the ALGS Split 2 Playoffs Championship.
Put respect on these Australian teams. APAC South, they do it. They do it, Fallout. Just took 7 games. Are you kidding me? What is this?
The pure emotion.
Wow.
The disbelief on the face of Reignite as they had the most clutch mobile respawn revive in Apex history for $250,000. The way they did it, the adversity they faced, Jen Burton out, and everyone thought that was it for this team. Everyone thought that without the controller god in Jen Burton, they can't do it. But Zero proves why he is undoubtedly the best in the region, and undoubtedly now the best in the world on paper. Put a stamp in it, put a fork in it, it's cooked. Just like that, Reignite are your champions.
I know for a fact that Kate on the desk is hard cheesing from ear to ear. This was a team that she had on her radar. But can you imagine, before we even had any of our other teams make it to match point, this is actually insane. Actually insane that we only had 3 squads qualified with match points, and it only took 7 games. 7 games for Reignite to take it.
And the difference was the car long range not connecting for an extra 20 damage. Optic Gaming, for some reason, not having angles, I don't know, but they did not contribute to the Luminosity Gaming griefing that was happening. I mean, a full-blown Caustic ultimate should have wiped the entire team. Reignite their bats against the wall, and ladies and gentlemen, Reignite are your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs from Stockholm, Sweden.
Congratulations to Sharky, Zero, JMW. I love it. Look at this raw emotion here, Fallout. was off.
Yeah,
I didn't know. I didn't hear.
Yeah, no worries. Joe, didn't tell you earlier?
No.
Oh, that's fine. Joe told me yesterday the only feedback he had for us was let alone.
Well, what a moment we have here. We're letting them enjoy it. Fellas, I know it's hard to put into words what you're feeling, but please help us back at home. Help your fans. Tell us what's going on.
Honestly, like, I have no clue. It feels like we're naturally just playing together, honestly. Yeah. Like, it feels fantastic. Zero here is, like, hard idling us, and me and Sharky just listening to him, and we're literally playing it calm, and step by step, we're just closing out games. Today, we probably played, like, some of the best Apex we played together. Zero is making absolute outrageous calls. This guy deserves so much more recognition out there. It is insane. Sharky here is one of the best gibbies.
Best gibby in the game, baby.
Wow. You know, Sharky, I'm gonna come back to you in a moment, but Sharky, I want to hear from you. How's this feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I definitely picked it up from the last 2 days. I wasn't the best, but I'm glad I picked it up today. We just definitely deserved that win.
Best gibby in the world, but hey, somebody's got to help keep the calls under pressure, and somebody's also got to have a Kraber in their hands. Zero, how are you feeling, man? That trophy looks good.
Just an unbelievable experience, really. We did this for Jen. Best controller player in the game. Yeah. Got COVID the day before, but with JMW, best I've ever seen in the game. Has to get picked up back in the EU.
The story you've had as well, and a lot of the Congarna boys spreading out to multiple teams here, GMT, Cloud9. I do want to get a little bit from your eyes. What was the challenge in fitting in? Was it so simple right away that you guys knew you had something special here?
I think we do have something special. Like, I'm a player that can, like, literally flex on the spot. I can listen. I can, like, give opinions if they want calls. I can play any character. I literally recently swapped a controller. I haven't even been on it for barely like 6 months. And to come out here, I was an MK player in the start of Apex with our first year farming as Nessie, and I decided just to give controller a go. Loved it and continued to try and grind on it, honestly. And look out now, winning the first line in 3 years.
I think that's the feeling that we all have. It's surreal, right, Zero?
3 days ago, he's sitting in his bedroom in London, never talked to him before. And now this, I just can't believe it, really.
What a story. I mean, Sharky, is this everything you imagined? 957 days since we've had an Apex Legends LAN, and now you are holding this trophy?
Yeah, it was definitely a great experience. Everything I could have imagined it, especially winning. It's like unbelievable.
Well, this is one of the, I bet, highlights of your career competitively. I want to give you all a chance to shout out those in the region, those at home. Anybody you want to say any words to?
Yeah, I want to give a big shout out to my family. Like, literally on the day, I called my mum and I was like, I need to get to Sweden. A team needs me as emergency sub. And she literally just said, yeah, we'll get you there. And my dad literally came home from work that day and just drove me up to the airport. And yeah. But yeah, big shout out to Grace and May coming in as subs, doing really good. Especially Grace IGLing C9 and May just absolutely fragging out, considering he hasn't played Apex in like 2 months, to think that he was going to quit and comes back and makes finals. But yeah.
Sharky, one more from you. Anybody you want to shout out?
Oh, definitely my family. They support me through this and it was great. And shout out to Team Burger and Sudaraki, the other two Australian teams. They did well to make it to finals and they played well, so big shout out to those boys.
You guys showed up as a region, and I'm going to leave it last words with you, Zero. Anything to say?
Of course, thank you. My parents been very supportive, but mostly Jen Burton, best controller in the game. He's pushed me to improve this entire time and try and keep up with him. And now look what's got us. But next one, champs, we're bringing it home with him for sure.
What a story. Your representatives, your champions of the Split 2 playoffs in Stockholm, Sweden. Reignite. Hoist that thing up, baby. Celebrate, boys. You deserve it. The champs. Back to you.
I don't know how you follow that up, but I am going to give it over to a man that I know has been excited for this, has been hoping for this, has seen this unfold. Elfish here on the desk right now at this moment. You got to have all the feels.
I'm really not sure what to say. You know, like I'm at a loss for words. I feel like I'm on the verge of tears. You know, there's a lot of emotions, even for me as someone from Australian esports and from APAC South as well, because this is not something that you see every day. A team from our region, from the ANZ region. How often do you see a world champion from the ANZ region? How often do you see that happen from APAC South? So all I have to say for the Reignite lads is, you bloody beauties, you have done it for the region, for AU, for APAC South. Against all the odds, it's unbelievable.
And I love that you said against all the odds, James. Like, Bardoff, at this point, the odds were definitely not in their favor from the get-go. We heard Jen Burton, an incredible star, one certainly for the books, not just in the region, but in the world, not able to be here today. And here, JMW came in and did what he needed to do.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic insight as well from his parents, and it's great to see that kind of support as well. And now he can go home and say, like, to tell his parents what they were able to allow him to do. You could hardly ask for a better story. And again, I think that we had a team from such a region win the entire thing today is just fantastic, because we already had many reasons to look at the smaller regions, if you will. Of course, we've got the monoliths in NA and EMEA, but now we've got, you know, let's not forget all the other stories we have, like Elevate, the Japanese teams, the Watsons. There's so many things going on, but to have a winner from maybe, well, the most remote region, if you will. I mean, he can tell you all about the flights to get here in the first place.
It's a long time.
Yeah, it is absolutely amazing. And again, it just says to how global Apex Legends is, really.
Yes, absolutely. ALGS, the G stands for global, and this was definitely a storyline throughout today's and this entire weekend's playoffs. Let's take a look at how exactly Reignite really went through that journey this last match. And Elfish, I'm looking at you, my friend. I want you to weave me a tale right now.
Look, from the very beginning, it really felt like it was coming together for Reignite. I think they've had some trials and tribulations to go through. Obviously, as you guys have mentioned, a very, very remote region, a fairly underrepresented region in esports in general. They had a roster swap coming into Split 2 in general. Sharky has only just joined this team as a new member, replacing Templex, linking up with Zero once again, obviously, and then they come overseas, they get all the way to Stockholm, and then obviously tragedy strikes with Jen Burton being unable to play, and it feels like the world is against you, right? You've come from your own region, your very best player, the best player from the region, unable to play, unable to represent you, and it just sort of feels like it's coming crashing down. JMW in as the sub, performs phenomenally, you know, the king of the subs, I suppose, and the fact that right there in the end we see Zero getting a Kraber, it was a storyline we very much set up from the outset of this entire show. It was one of the first things we talked about on the desk when we talked about Reignite. We said, if Zero gets a Kraber in his hands, you're going to see some brilliance. And then it started to come together, didn't it, right? In that final three squads, they all just got ignored. They really got ignored. It looked like they were under the pump. Sharky got knocked, and yet somehow they find the res on him even without the bubble, because he's the Jibby player. You think that's impossible. How does he make that cross when he's knocked? Zero goes out and starts punching him in behind that rock. It's just unbelievable. And they walk away with a victory. So
it's crazy how different the match point dynamic is there as well, because you can see Optic playing for self-preservation, and again, credit to the anonymous mode. I'm not sure if they're aware of which team is who, but they're jibby-ulting the team above them, because of course, you know, normally you're playing for first place, but they didn't need to do any more in that particular game. And then yeah, the scenes, like there was an aerial shot we had where Reignite had a downed player on the edge of the zone, as you mentioned. You can see how there was a canyon between him and his players and any cover, but he's down there, no one finishing him, and to go from that scenario, that status quo, to win the whole thing is bananas.
Bananas, Bananas. And I do want to mention, because none of the, especially this last match, was not an easy run, Elfish. We got to talk a little bit about some of those other teams that really were poking through the lobby. I'm talking the TLs of the world. I'm talking even TSM in some regard. But at the end, of course, you saw LG also potentially taking this whole thing, moving us to a next match.
I mean, it was the perfect storm, wasn't it, right? Team Liquid and Unite both got knocked out pretty early on in the piece. It sort of felt like we were, again, talking about that on the desk just before, with the few teams that were kind of like 4 or 5 points away from making onto match point. if Reignite do falter there, we're on for the races. We're going up to 8 or 9 teams in that match point scenario, and it sort of all came together in the end, obviously for Reignite. But the fact that so many of those teams did go up against one another in the end sort of was a helping hand for Reignite, of course.
It was indeed. And James, something we all should remember, of course, is while number one gets the $250,000 prize, the lion's share of that $1 million. Listen, number 2, 3, 4, they're also going home with quite a bit of cash.
Indeed they are. There's plenty of money to be spread, and maybe that will soften the blow a little, especially for Optic. Well, I say Optic and Team Liquid, who really had a run today, especially obviously Optic have had a run across the entire online sector. They have been the dominant North American team, but Liquid came to fight today. Props to Unite as well. Again, I think regionally speaking, again, playing off meta, that's a banner placement for all the different regions. So it's great to see their performance, but you can see that Vega came in last. 4-7 especially had a really hard time in those lobbies. They were getting spanked from pillar to post.
They were indeed, and I do believe that the 3 teams that we were considering coming in last, one of them was not Vegas, so I believe all 30 of the teams that we thought are going to be going to championships will be, and we'll get to that a little bit later. But you know, you gotta give credit to where credit's due. Elevate. I see Team Burger. I see even Alliance on that second page. A surprise, certainly, Elvish, because this is one of those teams that has certainly thrown down.
Yeah, they really started the tournament well, didn't they? If you go back to day 1, they were looking like the best team at that point in time. They had put together the most consistent 3 lobbies. Heading into day 2, obviously it got a little bit more difficult for them. They really only just made the cut in the final 10 coming through from the winner's bracket, and then ultimately we do see how they went here today. So it sort of felt like maybe Alliance started strong and slowly sort of went downward. Some other teams obviously started slow and sort of peaked at the right time. So sometimes that's a discussion that you have to have. It's always an awkward moment when, you know, unfortunately you've sort of thrown it all in at the wrong time, and especially in this winner's point format, I think that's definitely, you know, smack bang exactly what you need to be thinking about.
It's the nature of the game, to be sure. Well, one thing that we have been covering throughout this split is the discussion of which player should we hoist to the top as our monster MVP. Well, guess what, gang? That time is now. And there has been a lot of discussion. And James, I'm going to start with you because at this point, you know, man, there's been so many discussions about who and what could hoist this particular title. And it's hard to choose, but I'm going to ask you real quick, who do you think? Who's your...
For me, it's Skittle Cakes.
Yes.
You know, there's so many stories going into this. There's even more stories coming out of this. But speaking of people who need to prove themselves on land, he was the guy who had a target on his back in certain ways, and he delivered just as he does at home. It maybe even more so. He shows that he is one of the absolute best players in the world. Shows how dynamic he is as well. We saw some Horizon from him as well as Caustic, of course. And he delivered. You could see it on his face. He came to prove a point. He came to shut people up and shut people down. And he ticked all of those boxes.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. One of the best things about LAN is the ability to showcase what you can do in front of indisputable crowds, right? Elfish, talk to me about who you were looking at today. Who has had the target on their back from your perspective?
Yeah, look, this is a difficult one to call because there was so many players that you could have really thrown in here. I was really looking at the Team Liquid lads early on in the piece, but ultimately I had to walk away with Zero. You know, you're going to call me biased a little bit, but hey, he wins the whole tournament, so you can't really go past him. Again, we've been highlighting him time and time again over the course of this competition, especially with that Kraber. He's led the team as well. He's the in-game leader. He's the caller for this team, and so he's really juggling a lot of roles within this team, especially now knowing that, you know, again, he hasn't played with Jen Burton, so you're sort of ripping away that core 3, and he's now having to try to find a way to integrate JMW, see how he's going to work in the team, what is he going to do, what kind of roles is he going to fill. So I'm sure there's a lot going on in the mind of a player like Zero, and to come into a tournament like this and perform the way that he did is an absolutely crazy result. So yeah, I mean, Zero gets my vote.
Yeah, and indeed it does. Last question, James. Is there any honorable mentions for you? And again, the reason I ask is because quite literally every single player, every single team has proven themselves in lobbies that are the scariest I can possibly think of. Any honorable mentions for you?
Yeah, I think even if I make just the one. There's gonna be so many people we miss out on, but I think we have to mention Gildersons as well. A lot of us in the broadcast mentioned how amazing he is as a player in general, how high his talent is, how high his skill is, and he's so young as well. His entire career is in front of him, juggling studies and so on. It's quite an interesting position he's in, but he's certainly in a good team. They have a good structure behind them, so he's in the best place to grow as best he can. But he's certainly been one of many people to look out for now and in the future.
Speaking of many people to look out for, we have the kill leaderboard, which is also going to tell us another piece of data, another story to all of this. And okay, Elvis, yeah, just go with that reaction. I want to hear.
Well, like I said, I was really considering a couple of the Team Liquid members as part of the Monster MVP, and there's an exact reason why. Fun walks away with it for the kill leaderboard. Now, obviously, all of these stats were reset going into the final lobby, and so he gets 18 kills out of, what, we had 6 or 7 games. That's a pretty solid statistic for him. Very, very tight there with Sweet on 17. You mentioned Matsutasu as well, who was up there in the top 3. So very, very tight towards the top end, but that's just the nature of the beast.
Top 3, Watson. Okay?
That's right.
They put in work, and they put in work on Optic in those last lobbies as well. But I was considering him for something today. He deserves an award again. That is a niche character, at least in the places we're normally exposed to. Can't say the same for APAC North.
Absolutely. Well, now is the time for us to reveal your Monster Energy MVP. Let's roll it, everybody. His name is Zero, and Elfish, I have nobody else but to talk to but you at this moment. You got that smile on your face for a reason, and as soon as we saw Zero with the Kraber, we knew it was all over.
I mean, I've been streaming that all weekend,
Yes.
and as soon as we did see it, you're right, we were sitting in the back room. I think Genome posted a video of it as well right at the end there. We were just getting absolutely hyped up. As soon as we saw it, we yelled it out, Zero with the Kraber, and we called it. We said they can win from here. If he's got the Kraber in his hands, the side of the zone that they were on, he can win. And obviously, you know, I've sort of said my piece when it comes to Zero as far as this Monster MVP is concerned. I don't really have too much more to add, but I mean, just a phenomenal step up from a player from, again, like I said, an underrepresented region. Really just have to tip my hat.
Absolutely. Well, we've got somebody who's going to tip his hat directly to the man himself. Evan, take it away.
The conversations we have been having right now are something that I feel should be broadcast to the world. We can't tell you what we were talking about, but we could tell you something now as I stand here with our Monster MVP, Jen Burton's teammate. I'm just kidding, it's for the jokes. He was making Zero. Doesn't stream, but still, what a journey to get here, man, and be a phenomenal force of energy and to win this all. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's just absolutely crazy. I think I'm about to have a heart attack, to be fair. But we did it, so it's all right if I die now.
In all seriousness, that was something you told me. Like, you know, people don't even know who I am sometimes. They really do associate Reignite with a big name, and he wasn't here this time around. You had to do it with a sub, JMW, super sub, we got to call him now. But they were looking to you. Him and Sharky were looking to you. What is it about what you brought to this team that made it possible for you to be a winner?
Just being able to lead two insane players like Sharky and JMW. Just create that in complete confidence in my call, even though I've never talked to JMW before in my life. Just followed me around to a T, clutched up insane. Games 5 on World's Edge. Oh my god. He got 6 points just for us, kept us in it, and got us to match point in game 4 as well. Insane performance from him.
You haven't had a lot of fun with match point. We can put it that way.
Split 1 playoffs, 4 end games in a row we were top 3, and we couldn't close it out. Everyone thought we were match point chokers, but biggest stage in the world, we managed to close it out finally.
I think that settled the debate, in my opinion. Plus, from Brisbane, 150 ping, pretty natural for you guys. This must have felt like a dream.
Of course, playing on 0 ping, high ping advantage to all the NA fans out there, definitely not a thing. Finally on 0 ping, first tournament we win.
You know, I think there's another part about you that maybe you could see it, but we're not directly talking about it. I'm going to talk about it. Your energy. It's infectious. It's light. It's positive. You remind me, if someone in Europe, I was going to say you are similar to, it's Nasky probably. Having a good time, is that a part of the culture of your team?
Well, yeah, Sharky barely ever speaks. He's dead inside. But I come from like a high-level basketball background, and I just live to compete. And esports is given to me again. I just love every day of it.
What's next? Obviously, this is your first LAN that you won. You came 67th in Poland. You said you didn't have a chance to even try anything out before you came there. Obviously, a different result here. What's on the horizon for Reignite and for Zero?
Might have to get up at Apex South, move to NA, boys. NA best region, have to get the good prac now.
So let me ask you this. You say you don't stream. I think there's some people over there who want to see you stream. You going to start?
Definitely. When
All
I get back home, I'm going hard.
All right, make sure to follow this man Zero on all socials possible. This is your monster MVP for our Split 2 playoffs here in Stockholm, Sweden.
Oh man, you got to appreciate being humble and excited all at the same time. Alfish, I know that's silly. I'm just going to keep pushing it over to you, my friend, because this is a moment that is remarkably historical for all Apex fans in general, but certainly Apex South has got to be feeling we came in with 5 teams.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to give you a bit of context as to how it feels for this region, I suppose there is always an element of disbelief in a way.
Okay,
You know,
guys, see
you
you
come into this,
tomorrow.
you say, yeah, we've qualified, we know we're really good.
That was a good game.
For the most part, when we send teams overseas,
For a team who
our region generally
wins.
doesn't perform towards the top end, let alone win tournaments. So a part of me, even despite seeing how well the Aussie teams and even the Indonesian guys were doing,
Maybe
over the
one
first
day
couple
I'm
of
gonna play
days,
there.
I still sort of went into that final 20
I
and
wish.
thought, look, you know, it's not going to happen,
Okay,
right? We've
GG.
got 3 out of 20. What are the chances? And yet they've managed to pull it off. So I almost feel like maybe for those.
I don't get reception. Missed your call, but best believe I got the message. Why don't you